The Dragon Kingdom is doomed. Why did it have to be her? A young lady from the Su family who only knows how to spend money and faints when meeting strangers? Heaven has forsaken our Dragon Kingdom. Are we about to follow in the footsteps of those before us and be swallowed by the strange forces? In the Magic City, at the Half Mountain Manor, inside an extremely luxurious bedroom, Su Qianqian huddled in the corner, tightly holding onto a custom-made, half-human-sized Star Kirby plushie. Her peach blossom eyes, which were so beautiful they could almost be considered unfair, were now filled with tears, and her entire body was trembling uncontrollably due to extreme nervousness. In front of her, a blood-red light screen hovered, visible only to her, but watched by billions of people around the world through the live stream. National Luck Marriage Game, Round 9, officially begins. Player, Su Qianqian, Dragon Kingdom representative. Randomly matching a marriage partner. Matching complete. Please choose one of the following 10 strange grooms within 10 minutes. This is the world now. 10 years ago, the strange forces descended upon the blue planet, and the whole world fell into panic. Then, the National Luck Marriage Game appeared, with each country randomly selecting a person of the opposite sex to enter the strange world and marry ghosts or monsters. If successful, the country gains resources, national luck, and longevity. If unsuccessful or dead, the country faces an invasion of strange forces, causing death and destruction. And in the previous 8 rounds, the Dragon Kingdom was completely wiped out. This time, it's the last chance. But all the people of the Dragon Kingdom who were watching the live stream felt their hearts sink. Su Qianqian, the only daughter of Su Bansheng, the wealthiest man in the Dragon Kingdom. She is indeed beautiful, even called the pure desire ceiling, with skin as white as milk and eyelashes as long as fans, like a delicate flower carefully nurtured in a greenhouse. But she has a fatal flaw: severe social anxiety. It's said that she's too scared to even answer a delivery phone call in real life. And now, they want her to go to that deadly, strange world to confront evil spirits? It's like throwing a meat bun at a dog. A completely pointless act. Don't panic. Su Qianqian, don't panic. Inhale. Exhale. Su Qianqian tried to calm herself down, but when she looked at the screen, her face instantly turned pale. Marriage partner 1. Title, Skull Crusher Demon Man. Rating, S level. Description: he just likes to make wine glasses out of his wife's skull, but other than that, he is a very gentle gentleman. The image showed a muscular man holding a bloodstained chainsaw, his face full of raw brutality. Marriage partner 2. Title, Son of the Thousand-Handed Ghost Mother. Rating, A level. Description: a severe mama's boy. You'll not only serve him, but also the 1,000 ghost hands behind him. Marriage partner 3. Su Qianqian didn't even finish looking at them. Her stomach churned violently with nausea. These aren't even humans. Either half a headless corpse, or monsters with tentacles. This isn't a marriage selection. This is clearly picking how to die. The comments in the live stream were going crazy. Quick, pick the first one. Sakura country has chosen him. Although it's dangerous, S level means power. As long as you're a good dog, even with severed limbs, you can survive and help Dragon Kingdom get resources. Pick the third one, it looks like a zombie. As long as it doesn't move, it probably won't eat humans. Don't pick anything, just wait to die. With Su Qianqian like this, she'll probably die of fright as soon as she looks at it. At the same time, other countries had already made their choices. Sakura country player Inoue Sakura chooses Skull Crusher Demon Man. She brought her family's charm skills and vowed to conquer the evil demon. Lighthouse country player Natasha chooses Rotten Giant Lizard. She brought the latest biochemical medicine. Other countries were desperately fighting for survival. Su Qianqian's finger hovered in midair but couldn't seem to fall. I don't want to, woo, they're all so scary. Tears fell down her face in large drops, her fear reaching its peak. Am I really going to die here? I've never been in a relationship, I haven't even spent all the billions my dad gave me, and I haven't even unwrapped the limited edition game console I just bought. With only 30 seconds remaining on the countdown, Su Qianqian's tear-filled eyes suddenly glanced at the very corner of the list. That was matching partner number 10. Unlike the other options, with their bloody, dark red, terrifying backgrounds, this option's border was a dull gray-white. It was like a corner abandoned by the system. Name, Qin Ji. Title, None. Location, Abyss Old Street, District 9. System rating, F level, extremely barren/abandoned land/no danger warning. Photo, none, the system seems too lazy to load, only showing a blurry figure wearing a white t-shirt from behind. F level? In the strange world, the higher the rating, the stronger the power, with S level being the known peak. And F level usually meant it was a desolate wasteland that even the strange creatures didn't want to stay in, with exhausted resources and no value. But Su Qianqian's eyes suddenly brightened. No terrifying title. No disgusting photo. And his name seemed to be, a normal person? Does F level mean, he can't beat me? In Su Qianqian's little brain, though socially anxious, but occasionally with strange thoughts, such an idea suddenly popped up. Although she might starve to death, at least it wouldn't hurt as much as having her head sawed open by that chainsaw man, right? She really hated pain the most. At this moment, the viewers in the live broadcast room also noticed that Su Qianqian's gaze lingered on number 10. The barrage instantly exploded. No! Su Qianqian, what are you doing? Don't choose number 10. That's the F-level abandoned zone. There are no resources. If you go there, Dragon Country will slowly die. Even choosing a D-level toad would be better. F-level means it's a beggar. It might even be a mindless wandering soul. It's over, she's going to pick it. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Under the immense pressure of fear, Su Qianqian, instinctively, closed her eyes, trembling as her slender finger harshly tapped on the only great white option. Ding! Dragon Country player Su Qianqian selected matching partner number 10, Qin Ji. Marriage completed. The teleportation will start in 10 minutes, please prepare your personal items. It's over. Above Dragon Country, it seemed like a heavy sigh echoed. Countless people in the country slumped in their chairs, their eyes dim. Choosing an F level. This meant that while other countries were tackling S-level evil spirits, leaking a bit of spiritual energy resources to improve the health of their citizens, Dragon Country would get nothing. Even that beggar named Qin Ji might not even have the ability to protect Su Qianqian, and if a wild ghost came, this unfortunate couple would die together. But Su Qianqian had no idea about the despair outside. Having selected the least scary one, she instead sighed with relief, her body collapsing onto the carpet. Thank goodness, it's an F level, it shouldn't be hard to get along with, right? If he's really poor, I'll just bring more things, he shouldn't chase me away, right? Su Qianqian climbed up from the carpet, and the money ability of a young lady instantly awakened within her. Though socially anxious, when it came to packing things, she was a professional. The system said I can bring 3 suitcases of personal items. And so, the viewers in the Dragon Country live broadcast room saw a scene that made their blood pressure spike. While players from other countries were frantically stuffing compressed biscuits, bandages, and daggers into their bags, Su Qianqian dragged out 3 custom-made suitcases from top luxury brands under the bed. The first suitcase opened. It was full of food. Not compressed rations, but special supply black truffle chocolates, vacuum-packed top Australian Wagyu beef, dozens of different flavored Weilong spicy strips, Halai co-branded cakes, and even 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite. I don't know what he likes to eat, so I'll bring a little of everything. I heard people in slums have never eaten meat, so bringing some Wagyu beef should please him. Su Qianqian mumbled softly, stuffing 2 heavy gold bars into the gaps. If he doesn't have money for vegetables, this should work. The second suitcase opened. It was full of clothes. Silk pajamas, high-end little dresses, gizmo uniform, and a dozen pairs of limited edition high heels that look like they could twist an ankle just by walking. Audience, sis, you're escaping a disaster, not going to Paris Fashion Week for a catwalk. The third suitcase, Su Qianqian hesitated for a moment. She ran to the storage room, took down a dagger hanging on the wall, encrusted with rubies and diamonds. Dad said this is an antique from the medieval royal family, it should be able to defend me, right? Note, although this dagger is glamorous, it has no magical energy fluctuations in this strange world, it's purely ornamental. She also stuffed in a few boxes of the latest Switch cartridges, 2 fully charged iPads, and the Star Kirby doll she couldn't live without. Phew, almost done. 10 minutes later. Su Qianqian dragged the diamond-encrusted dagger box with one hand, and pulled 2 giant suitcases filled with snacks and clothes with the other, with a cat-shaped pain bag on her back. She stood before the teleportation pillar, looking like a silly, sweet girl about to study abroad. Mr. Qin Ji, F level. As long as you don't eat me, I will be very obedient. I have money, I can support you. Su Qianqian quietly cheered herself up, then, under the watchful and hopeless eyes of the crowd, she stepped into the light pillar. Teleportation started. Destination, SZZZ, F-level area, Abyss Old Street. The brief, fleeting electrical noise was ignored by everyone. Except for the man, deep in the abyss, who was about to close the door in sleep. Chapter 2, I put the system on mute mode. In the Strange World, Zone 9. This place is known by the native beings of the strange world as Abyss Old Street, and some even trembled as they called it, the abandoned land of the gods. The sky isn't the oppressive blood-red color, but a deep gray to the extreme. There are no low-level evil spirits wandering around with bared fangs, and even the wind, as it blows over the ruined bluestone streets, instinctively lowers its sound, as if afraid of disturbing the peace here. At the end of the street, there stands an old Chinese-style courtyard general store. The wooden doorframe has been eroded by time, turning a bit white, and two extinguished red lanterns hang at the entrance, swaying slightly in the wind, making a creaking sound. If it weren't for the surrounding black mist, it would look like an old house forgotten somewhere in the water towns of Jiangnan. Ding-ling. The wind chime under the eaves rang. In the courtyard behind the store, Qin Ji was lying on a bamboo rocking chair. He looked very young, probably in his early 20s, with skin pale from years without sunlight. But his facial features were sharp and deep, a masterpiece carefully crafted by the creator. Only now, those eyes, as deep as a well, were filled with utter boredom. In his hand, he held a fishing rod that didn't even have a fishing line, hanging over a murky little pond. Splash! The calm water surface suddenly exploded. A black fish, the size of a millstone, covered in eyeballs and tentacles, leaped from the water, opening its huge mouth full of fangs, seemingly trying to swallow the person on the shore in one bite. This was a juvenile abyssal magic koan, a terrifying being that could cause an S-level disaster with a single breath if placed in the outside world. But Qin Ji didn't even raise an eyelid. He simply extended his long index finger and lightly flicked it toward the air. Pop! With a soft sound. The abyssal magic koan cub, still midair with its jaws bared, was hit as if by an invisible mountain, letting out a whimper similar to a small dog, immediately shrinking to the size of a palm, desperately trying to bury itself back into the mud, trembling, too scared to even make a ripple in the water. So noisy. Qin Ji retracted his finger, yawned. The abyssal species of this era really don't know any manners. His name is Qin Ji, a transmigrator. But he crossed over a bit too early, probably about 1,000 years ago. Back then, the strange world didn't have the national fortune game yet. It was all about brutal, head-on combat. He, with his devouring evolution talent, had once cleaved the underworld with a single sword, and had made 10,000 ghosts kneel and bow before the abyss. When invincibility became the norm, killing became unbearably boring. So, he dispersed the terrifying divine power, sealed his own aura, and opened a small convenience shop in this forgotten corner, just hoping to retire and live a quiet, peaceful life. I can't sleep anymore. Qin Ji sat up, feeling a bit irritated. His sharp senses had detected a force attempting to forcibly invade this dimension. The next second, a cold and mechanical voice exploded in his mind, even carrying a hint of commanding superiority. Ding! Unregistered lifeform detected in Zone 9. National Fate Marriage System forcibly linking. ID 10, Qin Ji. You have been selected to become ZZZZZ. Warning. Your life level is abnormal. Warning. Analyzing. Is this the so-called Heavenly Tao system? Qin Ji slightly furrowed his brows. He hated this kind of rude guest, barging in without knocking. Shut up. Qin Ji whispered those two words. He didn't use any earth-shattering moves, he simply let his originally lazy eyes turn pitch black in an instant. An ancient, desolate, yet terrifying aura, one that surpassed all rules, leaked just a hint of its power. It then precisely followed the invisible connection and pinched the so-called system. If there were any outsiders, they would see nothing. But at that very moment, within the core of the system, a magnitude 12 earthquake erupted. Warning, warning. Encountering unknown power. Error. Error. Please, great God, forgive me. The cold and indifferent mechanical voice, just moments ago, suddenly turned into the crackling static of an old radio, stuttering, filled with humanized fear. It felt like an ant trying to give orders to a dragon. Qin Ji withdrew his aura. After all, if he used too much force and crushed this game server, his future days would be even more boring. If you have something to say, just say it. Qin Ji lay back in the rocking chair. Don't play these forced binding tricks. Though the system was just a program, at this moment, if it had a physical form, it would undoubtedly have knelt down. It trembled and sent over the marriage process, but this time, the tone was extremely humble. Respected Abyss, that, Mr. Qin. This is a marriage invitation from the Blue Star human world. It aims to promote exchange between the two realms because the system cannot read your real data. To avoid causing a world collapse, the system can only temporarily classify you as an F-level discarded target. If you are unwilling to accept, the system will immediately leave. F-level? Discarded target? Qin Ji laughed. No wonder it had been so quiet here in recent years, not even a trace of a ghost could be seen. It turns out that on the system's map, this place was marked as a garbage dump. This was exactly to his liking. Let me see the data. A beam of light projected in front of Qin Ji. A profile card of a young girl appeared on the light screen. Su Qianqian, 20 years old, Dragon Country citizen. The picture was probably a screenshot from her recent livestream, showing the girl curled up in a corner, hugging a pink stuffed toy, her eyes swollen from crying, looking like a kitten that had just been weaned. Qin Ji's finger paused in the air for a moment. Su. The Su family from Magic City? A distant memory suddenly surged up. Hundreds of years ago, when he was stuck in a cultivation bottleneck, he had sent out a wisp of divine consciousness to the human world to temper his heart. At that time, he had transformed into a down-and-out wandering doctor, and on that snowy night, only a merchant family with the surname Su had not turned him away. Not only did they open the door to welcome him, but they also made him a steaming cup of ginger tea. That family, though rich and powerful, did good deeds and accumulated virtue, indeed possessing some golden light of merit to protect them. Qin Ji looked at the trembling girl on the screen, who had a whole bunch of S-level evil ghosts to choose from, but at the very last second, the girl with the grey avatar poked her finger towards herself. Fine. Qin Ji's mouth curled into a playful smile. The favor of that cup of ginger tea, I can attribute it to this little girl. It's not a loss. Moreover, such a large manor, always dull and grey for these years, indeed lacks a bit of human presence. I'll take it. Qin Ji said faintly. All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your mercy. Oh no, thank you for your cooperation. The system sighed with relief. Teleportation will begin soon. Considering the player's psychological endurance, may I ask if you would like to slightly repair the residence? Many of your collections might be a bit too stimulating for humans. Qin Ji heard this, raised his eyes, and glanced around. The floor tiles in the yard were made of the spinal bones of deep-sea sea serpents, faintly emitting black aura. The street lamps used for lighting were hanging the skulls of thousand-year-old flying zombies, with ghostly green soul fire burning inside. As for the black jar he used to weigh salted vegetables, if he remembered correctly, it sealed 100,000 soldiers. Indeed. Qin Ji stroked his chin. This little girl looked like she had a courage the size of a mung bean. If she were to see these, she'd probably drop dead on the spot, scared to death. Although he didn't mind having more undead brides, living people never looked right to him, and dead people couldn't brew good tea. Let's disguise it a little. Qin Ji snapped his fingers. Buzz. An invisible wave instantly covered the entire shop and backyard. The dragonbone floor tiles that emitted ominous black aura turned into ordinary green stone slabs covered in moss, showing the marks of time. The street lamps with skulls hanging from them turned into the most common retro red lanterns, and the soul fire inside was disguised as warm yellow candlelight. The jar sealed with 100,000 soldiers, which was used for salted vegetables, now looked even grayer, with a crack in it, appearing extremely shabby. In the blink of an eye, a nameless, terrifying hellhole turned into an ancient, dilapidated, shabby courtyard with poor business. Qin Ji nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked down at himself. The black ceremonial robe was embroidered with a vivid and lifelike picture of 10,000 ghosts bowing to the emperor. This wouldn't do, it was too childish, like a villain cosplaying. He casually grabbed at the air, pulling out a white cotton t-shirt he bought from the human world more than 10 years ago, along with a pair of loose black pants and a pair of slightly worn flip-flops. After changing, Qin Ji no longer looked like the ruler of life and death from the Eerie Realm. Instead, he looked like a disheveled, slightly introverted, even somewhat sickly, his skin was too white, handsome shop owner who hadn't woken up yet. It's better to be poor. Qin Ji leaned back in the rocking chair, casually picking a leaf from the branch of what was actually a hell tree, playing with it in his hand. Being poor means fewer people are watching. And it saves a lot of unnecessary trouble, like those troublesome people. He was referring to the few mad women deep within the Eerie Realm, who were always thinking of confessing their love or challenging him to duels. At that moment, a faint spatial fluctuation suddenly came from outside the shop's front door. There was also the noisy sound of suitcase wheels rolling over the stone path. The system's voice, which carried a bit of flattery, rang in his mind. Respected Mr. Qin, your bride, your little wife from Dragon Kingdom, has arrived. Wish you a happy life, and don't call me unless necessary. Qin Ji stood up, stepped into his flip-flops, and walked slowly toward the front hall. Through the crack in the door, he vaguely saw a slender figure struggling to drag 3 enormous suitcases, hesitating, not daring to knock on the door. He let out a light laugh. The Su family's girl, right? He hoped that these still not expired way-long spicy strips really tasted as good as she claimed in her livestream. Creak. He reached out and opened the wooden door, thick with dust. Chapter 3, while other country players are feeding monsters, she is drinking hot tea. When the beam of light representing national transport completely disappeared, the atmosphere over Blue Star froze to a standstill. Whether it was the billions of viewers in front of their live screens or the heads of state from various countries, everyone stared at the enormous screen, now split into hundreds of smaller segments. Because everyone knew, the next minute would decide who would survive and who would die in the coming 3 months. At the center of the screen, the area marked in red as the high-risk attention zone, was Japan. Contestant Sakurako Inoue, the so-called top illusionist of Japan, a beautiful woman, was standing in front of a giant castle made of piled white bones. The sky rained with stinking blood, and the ground was a writhing mass of rotting flesh. Before she could strike the seductive pose she had practiced countless times, a huge hand covered in black fur and with nails half a meter long, violently reached out from the castle's gates and grabbed her like a chick. S-class. Skull-crushing demon man? The monster had the upper body of a human, but its lower body was made up of countless stitched-together chunks of dead bodies. Its cloudy yellow eyes fixed on the woman in its grip, and it opened its mouth, releasing sulfurous poison gas, letting out a spine-chilling laugh. Bride? Heh, tender and delicate, just what I needed. As a gift, let me have your left ear as an appetizer. No. I came to serve you. Ah. A shrill scream instantly tore through the live broadcast. Blood splattered everywhere. The viewers in Japan collapsed, the bullet comments flooded with desperate wails. It wasn't just Japan. In the Lighthouse Nation, contestant Natasha landed in a swamp, and before she could even spot the A-class son of the thousand-hand demon mother, she was ensnared by countless rotting tentacles emerging from the swamp, her high-tech weapons instantly turning into scrap metal under the influence of the sinister aura. The contestant from the Great Cold Nation had it even worse. Because she hated her pig-headed fiancé for being too ugly, she was slapped away as soon as she landed, and now, to survive, she was on her knees licking the spoiled food thrown by the pig-headed man. A hell on earth. This is the true face of the Eerie world. There are no ethics here, no morals, humans here are nothing more than lambs to be slaughtered or playthings to entertain the monsters. The audience in Dragon Country watched the screen full of blood and violence, their hearts nearly stopping. Even S-class and A-class contestants were suffering like this. What about the one who chose the F-class abandoned land, the seemingly weak and helpless young lady of the Su family? She probably wouldn't even have her whole corpse left. With this almost suffocating despair, countless people in Dragon Country trembled and turned their gaze toward Su Qianqian's live broadcast. However, the next second, the bullet comments that had been flooding the screen with "Run. Don't open your eyes. Rest in peace" suddenly froze strangely. There was no blood rain, no rotting flesh, and no screams. It was even too quiet. Su Qianqian tightly shut her eyes, her long eyelashes dripping with tears, like a prisoner awaiting execution, standing stiffly on an old street paved with blue stone tiles. Beside her, 3 large high-end luggage cases were neatly stacked, looking particularly ridiculous. 1 second. 2 seconds. 5 seconds passed. The imagined excruciating pain didn't come. The expected roar of the evil spirits didn't come. Instead, a slightly cool but very refreshing breeze blew by, lifting a few yellowing leaves and brushing against her cheek. What filled her nostrils was not the smell of corpses, but a smell that resembled old wood mixed with earth, and faintly, she could even smell laundry detergent? Am I dead? Su Qianqian trembled as she cracked open her eyes slightly. What she saw was a gray sky and a quiet, silent street. And the Chinese wooden door in front of her, though old and worn, didn't seem to have any lethal power. On the top of the doorframe hung 2 slightly outdated red lanterns, and even a slightly crooked plaque, Abyss General Store. No mountains of corpses or seas of blood. No terrifying severed limbs. Only a kind of desolation, as if time itself had abandoned this place. F level. Abandoned place. Su Qianqian recalled the system's evaluation in her mind. So abandoned means this? It means it's so poor that even ghosts don't want to come? I survived. A huge surprise struck her brain, causing her already taut nerves to instantly relax. Although it seemed eerily desolate here, as long as there were no monsters that looked like rotten mud, this would be heaven to her. Who? Su Qianqian panted heavily, her little face turning bright red. She looked down at her 3 suitcases, then at the tightly closed wooden door, and her heart started racing again. Although the environment was fine, she didn't know what the matchmaking partner inside would be like. What if it's a bad-tempered wandering soul? Su Qianqian bit her lip. As a person with severe social anxiety, knocking on the door was harder than running 5 kilometers. But she thought of the national competition game, and if she didn't go in, she might die outside. Su Qianqian, you can do it, come on. You are going to bring warmth, as the saying goes, never strike someone who was giving a gift. She encouraged herself, grabbing the suitcase handles and trying to move toward the door. However, these 3 suitcases were just too heavy. They were filled with gold bars, several hundred pounds of Wagyu beef, and even 2 bottles of red wine. This weight was far beyond what a fragile young lady like her could drag. She tugged hard. The suitcase didn't budge an inch, and instead, she tripped and fell straight onto the threshold stone, which actually sealed an ancient beast. Ouch! The soft cry of the girl echoed on the silent street. At that moment, creak! The old wooden door slowly opened in front of her. Su Qianqian was still lying on the ground, her line of sight directly facing the threshold. First, she saw a pair of black flip-flops that looked worn out from being worn for a long time. Then a pair of loose black cotton leisure pants, the cuffs slightly rolled up, revealing a pale but strong ankle. Looking up from those long, straight legs. A simple white t-shirt, with no pattern, so clean it even looked a little faded from washing. The collar was slightly open, showing clear yet understated collarbones. looking further up. Su Qianqian froze. The 10 billion viewers of the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast also froze. It was a man. His black hair was slightly messy, as if he had just woken up, with a few strands hanging over his forehead, covering his slightly drowsy eyes and brows. His skin was very white, almost to the point of being unhealthy, like someone who stays home all the time without going outside, but his facial features were exquisitely perfect to the point of being unreal. He had a high nose, slightly pursed thin lips, and his black eyes seemed like an endless deep well, showing no emotion when looking at people, neither fierce nor warm, but exuding a laziness so deep that it could be felt in his bones, a sense of world weariness. This is Eerie? This is clearly a bit of a weak, crossed out, slightly decadent, high-cold handsome guy. Compared to the skull-crushing demon man in the next live room who chewed off the bride's ear so loudly. The Qin Ji in front of her looked like the male lead who got lost on the set of an idol drama. Qin Ji stood at the door, looking down at Su Qianqian, who was crouching at the doorstep, carrying a painful cat bag, with an extremely awkward posture. He had actually been waiting for a while. But this girl was taking deep breaths and mentally preparing herself at the door, then even gave him such a big bow. Get up. Qin Ji's voice was pleasant to listen to, with a slightly hoarse tone as if he hadn't fully woken up, like the deep bass of a cello. The ground is cold. Su Qianqian flustered, hurriedly getting up from the ground. Her face instantly turned red to the roots of her ears, and she looked like a frightened quail, not daring to lift her head, stuttering as she spoke. Sorry. I didn't mean to. My name is Su Qianqian. I was sent by the system. She couldn't bring herself to say the two words marriage, even though her face was flushed with embarrassment. Qin Ji glanced at her, his gaze passing over her and landing on the 3 enormous suitcases that looked heavy enough to crush a person. Detected that the host is in contact with an S-grade human item, top-grade Wagyu. The system prompted him in his mind. Qin Ji raised an eyebrow. Well, looks like the unlucky person really did show up at his door. Are you here to seek refuge with relatives? Qin Ji asked knowingly, lazily leaning against the doorframe and casually pointing to those suitcases. Quite a lot of stuff. Planning to stay long? Su Qianqian became even more nervous when she heard this. She was afraid of being kicked out. The F-level area might only have this one room that's livable, and if she got kicked out, she would definitely freeze to death in the cold wind outside. I'm here to join this family. Su Qianqian mustered up the courage and hurried to tug at the suitcases, trying to prove she was useful and not just a freeloader. This, inside there are good things. Food, useful, things. I can pay the rent. It's really heavy. I'm strong. I really am. She exerted all her strength, her face turning red, and the wheels of the suitcases barely moved on the cobblestone, making a harsh screeching sound. Qin Ji looked at her delicate wrist, which seemed as if it would break with a single snap, and sighed. A young lady from a wealthy family is always trouble. That weight? Even the fish he caught in the backyard earlier was heavier than this. Alright, stop pulling it. Qin Ji came down, his flip-flops making a tapping sound on the stone. He walked past Su Qianqian and naturally extended his hand. Su Qianqian instinctively shrank her shoulders, thinking he was going to hit her or snatch something. After all, in this strange world, that was the norm. However, the long, fair hand didn't fall on her, but gently grasped the handles of the 3 suitcases. Qin Ji didn't seem to put any effort into it, even appearing indifferent. But the next second, the 3 huge suitcases, weighing several hundred pounds and filled with gold and valuables, were lifted by him with one hand. With just one hand. Not even the veins on the back of his hand bulged. Qin Ji carried the 3 suitcases and turned to walk inside, his tone as casual as if he were saying, "The weather is nice today. Come inside, remember to close the door. There are no rules at home, it's just a little messy, don't mind it." Su Qianqian stood still, stunned. She looked down at her palm, which was red from tugging earlier, then looked at Qin Ji's slender yet not fragile back. Such strength? Could it be that the native people of F-level have such good physical strength? After 3 minutes of silence in the Dragon Kingdom livestream, the bullet comments finally exploded. What the hell? This works? Am I seeing things? The girl next door from Sakura Country had her fingers chopped off, but our Qianqian just went inside? Is this still the strange world? Who is this handsome guy? The style is all wrong. Why do I feel a bit sweet? Don't get too happy. Didn't you see how broken this place is? There's not even a guard dog. This guy's just a good-looking poor guy. Upstairs, what's wrong with being poor? At least poor people don't eat people. Do you know how safe I feel seeing this back? This is the only match who treats us contestants like humans. And in the midst of all the noisy comments, only Su Qianqian could hear the sound of her own heartbeat. She looked at the back ahead of her, who even kindly left the door open for her, and the fear that had been hanging in her throat slowly fell back into her stomach. He seems like a good person. At least, he didn't look down on her for bringing so many burdens. Su Qianqian quickly followed him inside, carefully stepping over the high threshold. The moment she entered the room, a faint warmth rushed towards her, dispersing the chill from the street. In the air, not only was there no nauseating moldy smell, but instead, a refreshing and pleasant scent of hot tea wafted through. The tea is on the table, pour it yourself. Qin Ji placed the box in the corner, not even turning his head, and pointed to a rather old wooden table in the center of the hall. Then, as if remembering something, he added, "By the way, the snacks in that bag, spicy strips? Don't hide them, I can smell them, take them out and try." Su Qianqian, huh? How did he know she brought spicy strips? And, does this cold, aloof, handsome guy really eat spicy strips? Chapter 4, Since we are now family, I can't just eat white rice. The main room was a bit dim. It was a typical shop in front, yard behind structure. The front shop was about 60 to 70 square meters, but it felt especially crowded. Rows of old redwood shelves, towering almost to the ceiling, stood haphazardly in the shadows. On the shelves, instead of everyday items as Su Qianqian had imagined, were piled some strange, odd junk. Clay pots stained with black marks, a copper mirror with a missing corner, a broken wooden comb, and even a few items that looked like animal skulls made into ornaments, their dark eye sockets staring directly at the door, giving off a chilling vibe. The air was filled with the smell of old dust and an indescribable coldness and eerie energy from thousand-year-old sealed objects. But to Su Qianqian, it simply felt too dirty. And the business seemed to be doing very poorly. Business must be really bad. Su Qianqian looked at the dust-covered crafts and silently sighed, her sympathy for her F-level husband surging instantly. Well, in a place with a name as poor-sounding as Abyss Old Street, who would come to buy these rough, tasteless antique replicas? Phew. Qin Ji didn't know what she was thinking, and directly walked to an old, large armchair. He sank into it, as if he had no bones. He opened the bag of Weelong spicy strips and casually bit one, the spicy oil flavor immediately cutting through the musty smell in the room. Sit. He pointed to a stool across from him, which only had 3 intact legs, and the other one was propped up with a brick. Su Qianqian glanced at the wobbly stool, then at Qin Ji, who was lounging comfortably as if in a deep relaxation pose. For some reason, the tension in her body, which had been caused by entering an unfamiliar environment, actually loosened a little. Compared to those monsters that looked like they wanted to eat her at first sight, with faces full of desire, the man in front of her, who only wanted to eat spicy strips, seemed normal enough to be an angel. "I'm not tired," Su Qianqian whispered, her eyes drifting around the room. Her cleanliness obsession and OCD, traits of a young lady, were starting to subtly stir within her. Moreover, she remembered her mother saying that when visiting someone else's home, especially in a guest host situation like this, she had to show she was diligent to avoid being disliked. Husband. Su Qianqian blushed and stuttered when calling him this title. "You eat, I'll tidy up my luggage, okay?" Qin Ji lazily raised his eyelids to glance at her, chewing on the spicy strip with delight. "Do as you like, just don't run around." With his approval, Su Qianqian immediately sprang into action. She squatted down in front of the 3 huge suitcases and opened the one filled with snacks and ingredients. "This is Wagyu, it needs to be put in the fridge, huh? Don't you have a fridge here?" Su Qianqian looked around, only to realize that the only appliance in this house seemed to be an old black and white television on the counter. Qin Ji lazily raised his hand and pointed to an inconspicuous black urn in the corner. "Throw it in there." The preservation. Su Qianqian followed the line of sight and looked over. It was a large clay urn, about half a person's height, with a layer of dark red markings on the surface, like dried bloodstains, and a piece of blue brick, engraved with runes, was pressed on the mouth of the urn. 9 Nether Cold Pond Urn, S-Class sealed item. Description: it is connected to a corner of the extremely cold hell, and even magma poured inside would freeze instantly. It is usually used to imprison fire-type vengeful spirits. Of course, under Qin Ji's illusionary disguise, it was just an ordinary rural pickled vegetable jar. Oh, okay. Although Su Qianqian thought it was a bit wasteful to put the top-level M9 and beef into a pickled vegetable jar, she still obediently carried the vacuum-packed meat and ran over. She struggled to move the blue brick, and a sharp, bone-chilling coldness suddenly burst out. "Wow! It's really cool." Su Qianqian turned around in surprise, her eyes sparkling. "Is this your earth fridge? So environmentally friendly." She eagerly stuffed the beef, and even a few boxes of Häagen-Dazs ice cream, into the urn, then carefully covered the blue brick, afraid to crush the lid. Meanwhile, in her live stream room, official analysts from Dragon Country were holding magnifying glasses, analyzing that pickled vegetable jar madly. "Something's wrong. The material of this jar is wrong. The white smoke coming out isn't ordinary cold air, it's more like liquid nitrogen?" "What liquid nitrogen? I'm a fan of cultivation novels, I think that's cold poison. This male lead's house is not simple." Stop daydreaming, upstairs. It's just a broken jar, I live in the countryside, and this thing is great for pickling sauerkraut. Su Qianqian was unaware of the argument outside. After placing the food, she felt more confident. Since we are family now, I can't just eat plain rice. Su Qianqian rolled up the sleeves of her silk shirt, revealing a section of her delicate arm, and pulled out a pack of wet wipes from her bag. I see there's a lot of dust on the shelf, let me help you wipe it. Qin Ji, who was resting with his eyes closed, paused slightly upon hearing this. Wipe the shelf. The shelves held trophies that had been forcefully extracted from various S-Class and SS-Class forbidden zones. Although they were all sealed by him and looked like junk, even the spirit tools with only a wisp of residual soul had huge tempers. If an ordinary person touched them, at best their hands would rot, and at worst, they would be drained of all their life force on the spot. He was about to stop her, but then he felt a subtle fluctuation. He saw Su Qianqian had already walked up to a black ceramic jar. That jar was actually demon refining pot, damaged version, and inside was a red-dressed vengeful spirit with an extremely irritable temper. Normally, anyone who dared touch it would cause the jar to violently shake and release killing energy. But at this moment, Su Qianqian, using a wet wipe with a faint jasmine fragrance, gently covered the dirty surface of the jar, wiping it softly. Why are you so dirty? She muttered softly, carefully picking at the old mud in the jar's floral crevices. Qin Ji raised an eyebrow. In his divine sense, the red-dressed vengeful spirit was about to burst out in anger, which Ant dares to touch the seat. Then, the vengeful spirit felt a cold, indifferent gaze from Qin Ji, who was sitting in the Grand Master chair. That gaze had no emotion whatsoever. It was simply a stare. The vengeful spirit inside the jar instantly felt as though its neck had been grabbed by an invisible hand, and it forcefully swallowed all of its killing energy. It not only dared not shake, but in order to cooperate with Su Qianqian's wiping, it even pushed the dirt on its surface outward. Ha! This dirt comes off so easily. Su Qianqian was delighted to find that with just a light wipe, the black jar became bright and shiny, even revealing a hint of jade-like sheen. Looks like, even though it's a defective product, it's still a nice piece of pottery, she happily commented. Qin Ji's lips subtly curved upwards. All right. Let's call this group of little things sensible. For the next half hour, the Dragon Country livestream's atmosphere has completely gone off track. Other countries' contestants are still cautiously trying to please the strange beings, or hiding in corners trembling in fear. The contestant from the Great Cold Nation, Park Minju, is kneeling on the ground, scrubbing the back of her boarman husband, his rough hair so much that her hands are bleeding. The contestant from Sakura Country is being forced to swallow octopus tentacles alive in exchange for temporary safety. But over here in Dragon Country, it has turned into the scene of a dream home renovation show. Su Qianqian spread out the velvet tablecloth she brought over on the worn wooden table full of knife marks, then set up a delicate English bone china tea set. She polished all those terrifying skull ornaments until they were gleaming, then very artistically arranged them in the shape of the character. She even took out the aromatherapy machine she brought, and filled this shop, which reeked of the smell of death, although it was blocked by Qin Ji, with the expensive fragrance of sandalwood. Phew, finally a bit cleaner. Su Qianqian wiped the fine sweat from her forehead, looking at the newly refreshed rundown shop, a small sense of achievement rising in her heart. Although it's poor here, and the house is in tatters. But as long as it's cleaned up, it's not uninhabitable, right? Gurgle. At that moment, an embarrassing stomach growl sounded in the silent hall. Su Qianqian instantly froze, clutching her stomach with both hands, her cheeks turning bright red, wishing she could crawl into a hole in the ground. So embarrassing. How could she let her stomach growl in front of the person on the first day of their blind date? Qin Ji, lying on the recliner, slowly opened his eyes. He actually no longer needed to eat, but the body's normal responses were still a bit noisy. He glanced at Su Qianqian's flushed face, about to say, if you're hungry, just cook some noodles yourself, when he saw the delicate young lady suddenly become full of energy. Husband, you're hungry too, right? Su Qianqian found herself an excuse, then turned and ran towards the last unopened box. Actually, I brought a lot of delicious food. It's all pre-cooked, just heat it up. I don't know if you like Western food, so I brought Wellington steak. And this, Li Ji's roast goose, also heated. This is Australian lobster cheese baked rice. As Su Qianqian pulled out food one after another, like Doraemon, the old wooden table, which had only a pack of spicy strips and a pot of tea, was suddenly covered with various top-notch dishes. Although it was pre-made and heated, it was cooked by a chef from the richest family, and just the fragrance that wafted out cleared away much of the gloom in this abyss old street. Qin Ji looked at the table full of imperial feast, then at Su Qianqian's eager and somewhat flattering gaze. She was waiting for him to pick up his chopsticks. Like a little dog waiting for its owner's praise. Qin Ji fell silent for a moment, picked up a pair of silver chopsticks that looked expensive, and picked up a piece of roast goose to put into his mouth. The taste was indeed about 10,000 times better than those abyssal monsters that eat raw flesh and blood. Not bad. Qin Ji swallowed the food and commented briefly. Hearing those two words, Su Qianqian's tense face instantly transformed into a radiant smile, two little dimples appearing faintly. Then eat more. I brought so much. Before, at home, my parents never let me eat too much meat, saying I needed to maintain my figure. She mumbled softly, somewhat embarrassed, and also picked up a piece of steak for herself before taking a big bite. Her cheeks puffed out, like a hamster eating. Qin Ji looked at her, his gaze slightly distracted. Is this national luck marriage? Why does it feel like taking care of a child? However, this feeling doesn't seem too bad. But, like all warm moments, it was short-lived. Just as they were enjoying their eating broadcast, the bullet comments in the livestream suddenly grew anxious. Stop eating, Qianqian. Look outside. Look out the window. A shadow just climbed over the wall. It's strange. Run. This male lead looks weak and fragile. It definitely can't be beaten. And at the back door of the main hall, a half-transparent ghostly figure, dripping with green slime, was silently crawling out from the old, dry well in the backyard. It was a beakless wandering vengeful spirit. It had long been attracted by the human scent in the manor, especially the smell of the top-quality food on the table. Although it was curious as to why the terrifying pressure that once existed here had disappeared, driven by hunger, it boldly crept in. The meat of the living. The vengeful spirit clung to the window, greedily staring at Su Qianqian, who was sitting with her back to the window, enjoying her meal, saliva dripping onto the windowsill. Su Qianqian, while cutting a steak, suddenly felt a chill run down her neck. Honey, is there a draft in this room? She shrank her neck, feeling a bit puzzled as she asked. Qin Ji's hand, which was holding the chopsticks, paused slightly. He had, of course, already sensed the filthy thing that dared to come here. It dared to drool at his window while he was eating? Disgusting. It's old and worn down, there are a few rats. Qin Ji didn't turn around, he simply, naturally, set down the teacup in his left hand. I'll go close the window. He stood up, still wearing flip-flops, looking like he had no murderous intent as he walked toward the back window. The beakless vengeful spirit was about to pass through the wall when it suddenly saw Qin Ji coming toward it, and before it could even show its terrifying ghost face to scare him, it met Qin Ji's eyes. In that instant, what it saw was not a human, but an endless abyss, rolling with black infernal flames. It was an absolute suppression from the depths of the soul. Ki. The vengeful spirit didn't even have time to scream. Its entire soul, like ice cream placed over fire, instantly twisted and evaporated. Qin Ji reached the window, extended his hand, and with a slam, closed the carved wooden window. He locked the last trace of coldness outside. All right. Qin Ji turned around, still wearing that lazy expression, and sat back at the table to pick up his chopsticks. Keep eating, it won't taste as good if it gets cold. Su Qianqian had no idea she had just danced with death. She looked at Qin Ji's calm and collected face, feeling even more at ease in her heart. Honey, you're so great. She picked the biggest piece of beef from her plate and placed it in Qin Ji's bowl, smiling sweetly. You should eat more, get stronger, so you can fix the house in the future. Qin Ji stared at the meat in his bowl, pausing for half a second. Then, helplessly, he let out a light laugh. All right. After eating enough, I'll have the strength to work. Chapter 5, The Guard Dog Who's Only Slightly Ugly. The night faded, but the eerie world did not welcome the usual dawn. The sky remained a murky gray, like a rag that couldn't be cleaned, draped over the head, making it hard to tell whether it was day or night. But in the backyard of the Abyss General Store, it was a completely different scene. Su Qianqian was woken up by a strange snoring sound. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up from the old, yet topped with the finest goose-down mattress, cot. She had slept deeply, even more comfortably than on the 5-meter-wide bed at home. Did hubby wake up this early? She glanced at the empty grand armchair beside her. Qin Ji was no longer in the hall. Remembering the table of food that she had forced him to eat yesterday, warmth surged in Su Qianqian's heart. Although this was the F-class abandoned zone, which was said to be a place where people could die, as long as that person was here, even without speaking, just sitting there playing with his phone, although there was no signal, he was fiddling with something like a compass, it made her feel inexplicably safe. Since I'm awake, I'll go to the backyard and see if I can help with anything. Su Qianqian motivated herself, tied her hair into a high ponytail to look more energetic, and carefully pushed open the wooden door to the backyard, wearing slippers. The backyard is very big. It seems much wider than the front hall. But unlike the clean and tidy front hall, this place exudes a more primitive desolation. Around it, there are some strangely shaped trees, with trunks blackened as if burned, yet the leaves are as red as blood. They move without wind, making a rustling sound, as if whispering. And in the center of the yard, there is a dry well covered with large stone slabs, with purple moss growing on its edge. Such strange trees. Su Qianqian muttered quietly. As a young lady who treats the botanical garden as her own backyard, she had never seen such a species. But she simply thought of them as exotic plants. In fact, they were bloodthirsty ghost locust trees, A-level plant-type monsters, which only fed on the life essence of living humans. However, at this moment, as Su Qianqian walked past them, the ghost trees, which had originally been agitated and wanted to stretch their branches to entangle, sensed the faint evil god aura remaining in the house and abruptly twisted their claw-like branches into heart-shaped gestures. The plants here are so polite. Su Qianqian, in a good mood, gently touched one of the hanging branches. The bloodthirsty ghost locust tree, after responding, stiffly shook its leaves twice as a greeting. At this moment, that strange snoring sound rang out again, louder than before, like an old-fashioned bellows being pulled, accompanied by a chilling heat and the smell of sulfur. Su Qianqian followed the sound, and her gaze passed through the ghostly forest, landing on a doghouse in the farthest corner of the yard. Rather than a doghouse, it looked more like the entrance to a huge cave. A thick iron chain, the size of a wrist, was attached to a nearby stone pillar, with the other end extending into the pitch-black cave. Is there a dog? Su Qianqian's eyes lit up. She loved small animals the most. Her home had 3 ragdoll cats and 2 golden retrievers. In such a spooky place, if there could be a companion like a little dog, how healing that would be. Mimi? No, wait. Wang Wan? Su Qianqian tentatively made a dog-calling sound, unconsciously stepping closer. Come out, sister has jerky. She took a piece of leftover beef jerky from her pocket and, filled with anticipation, squatted 2 meters away from the cave entrance. Perhaps it was the scent of meat, or maybe the word sister had angered it. The iron chain in the cave suddenly snapped straight. Then, a huge beast claw, covered in black scales with razor-sharp nails, slammed into the ground with a loud crash. Roar! With a deafening roar, a terrifying giant beast, as big as a van, charged out from the shadows. It had 3 hideous heads. The middle head was burning with fierce flames, the left one dripping corrosive venom, and the right one spewing black smoke. 6 blood-red eyes fixed on Su Qianqian, and from the gaps in its mouth filled with sharp fangs, hot magma dripped down, sizzling as it hit the ground. Hell Cerberus, young S-class. Description: the hellhound of the underworld, loves to eat living souls, cruel in nature, devours children one by one. Woof. Meat. The 3 heads simultaneously let out a greedy roar, and the oppressive weight of its massive body made the air around them turn scorching hot. Ah! Su Qianqian had never seen such a scene before. In that moment, she felt as if her soul was about to be sucked into those 6 red eyes. Forget feeding it, she was so scared that the piece of beef jerky in her hand dropped to the ground. Her legs went weak, and she fell to the grass, tears instantly welling up. And no, don't eat me. Woo woo. She wanted to run, but her legs felt like they were made of lead, unable to move. That fear, originating from the very instinct of life, made her helplessly watch as the 3 massive jaws got closer and closer. Just as the middle fiery head was about to bite Su Qianqian's calf. Slap! A not very thick, even somewhat pale hand, suddenly stretched out from the side. Then, with neither light nor heavy force, it slapped the burning dog head with a soft sound. This slap seemed to have no strength, just like scolding a disobedient teddy. But that S-class hellhound was like being hit head-on by a high-speed train. Awoo! The middle head instantly twisted sideways, and its huge body was flipped to the ground by the tremendous force, rolling 2 circles and kicking up a cloud of dust. Su Qianqian, with tears hanging from her eyes, stared up blankly. She saw Qin Ji standing in front of her. She didn't know when he had arrived. He was holding a broken watering can in his hand, wearing a white t-shirt, with a slightly groggy bedhead and an expression full of helplessness and disdain. Why are you yelling so early in the morning? Qin Ji looked down, coldly glaring at the hellhound on the ground that had just tried to get up and rage. At the moment their eyes met, the hellhound Cerberus's originally savage scarlet beast eyes suddenly shrank. It recognized him. This human, no, this man who was even more devilish than the devil. The one who last time pulled it out of the magma like a worm, almost stewed it because it was ugly, that disaster. Woo woo woo. The hellhound, which had been so fierce just a moment ago, exuding S-class pressure, immediately tucked its tail between its legs. In Su Qianqian's shocked gaze, this huge creature not only dared not resist, but also emitted a whimpering sound, much like a puppy begging for mercy. Even more ridiculous, its body began shrinking and deforming at a visible speed. In order to please the man before it, it even suppressed its own bloodline power. In less than 3 seconds, the 3-headed giant beast disappeared. In its place was a shabby-looking black dog, its appearance incredibly lazy, even somewhat resembling a mix between a Shar-Pei and a bulldog, a mutt. It lay on the ground, exposing its belly, its tail wagging like a propeller. The hundreds of millions of viewers in the Dragon Kingdom livestream at this moment were even more confused than Su Qianqian. Just a second ago they were screaming run. It's the legendary hellhound, and the next second they saw this creature turn into a Chinese garden dog? Is this an illusion? Who is this male lead? Don't ask, just know he's an F-class trash, manual doghead. Seeing that the hellhound had become obedient, Qin Ji finally withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Su Qianqian, who was still crying. He crouched down and waved his hand in front of her face. Are you dumbfounded? Su Qianqian sniffed, tears still swirling in her eyes, pointing at the mud on the ground, her voice trembling. That monster, it had several heads just now. You saw it wrong. Qin Ji remained unfazed, casually making up a lie. The air in this abyss sometimes causes light refraction and creates double images. You see, it's just a stray dog that's a bit ugly. Saying this, Qin Ji even kicked the black dog on the ground with the tip of his foot. Get up, give the lady boss a smile. The black dog, S-class demon, felt bitter in its heart, but for its life, it could only force a twisted, flattering but still ugly smile, even standing on two legs to bow. Woof! Woof woof! Su Qianqian stared blankly at the dog that had just tried to eat people, now performing like a circus animal. Light refraction? Her not-so-strong knowledge of physics was clearly overridden by emotion at this moment. Since her husband said it was a double image, then it must be a double image. After all, it looked ugly now, but it seemed not so fierce anymore. Does it have rabies? Su Qianqian asked cautiously, shrinking her hand, but her kind nature couldn't help but ask. Qin Ji raised an eyebrow. Rabies? It hasn't even grown all its teeth. He picked up the top-grade Wagyu beef jerky that Su Qianqian had dropped earlier and casually tossed it to the black dog. The black dog jumped and caught it perfectly, not daring to chew at all. Directly swallow, and then wag its tail even harder. Alright, don't worry about it. Qin Ji pulled Su Qianqian up and casually brushed off the grass crumbs from her skirt, his tone returning to that lazy style. This dog might have been traumatized when it was stray, feeling ugly and insecure, so sometimes it barks loudly to scare itself. Su Qianqian. The original fear was suddenly shattered by the phrase feeling ugly and insecure. She looked at the insecure black dog, and surprisingly, a hint of sympathy appeared in her eyes. Then should we keep it? She asked softly. Qin Ji initially wanted to say, just throw this rubbish away, but looking at Su Qianqian's hopeful gaze, the words turned on his lips. Let's keep it. After all, the yard is so big, and we need a guard for the door. If you don't want the meat you brought, just throw it to it. Great. Su Qianqian finally broke into a smile. She felt a new bond with this home, now they had a pet together. At this moment, the foreign audience outside the livestream was almost going crazy. The scene switched to the Cherry Blossom Country livestream room. That unlucky Miss Inoue Sakura, after paying half her life's worth, finally gained a little favor from the S-rank skull-crushing demon man. The demon man rewarded her with a pet beast pup, a level F corpse rat. Inoue Sakura treasured it. Even though the rat was disgusting and smelly, it was a source of power. And then look at the Dragon Country. Qin Ji insisted on calling a proper S-rank abyss guardian beast a ugly stray dog, and said it only deserved leftovers? The key was that the rich lady believed it. What kind of Versailles literature is this in Dragon Country? I suspect this Qin Ji definitely has issues. Even in the F-level area, it shouldn't be this safe. Don't worry. This is just the rookie protection period. Soon, the system will issue a force task, and if they leave that broken manor, it's a dead end. As if to confirm the curses of these haters. Just when Su Qianqian happily thought of naming the Earth Dog One Kai, the sky of the entire bizarre world suddenly turned a sinister dark red. That cold, grand system voice once again echoed in the ears of all global players. Announcement. Rookie adjustment period is over. Now releasing the first survival task. All matched players immediately go to the nearest commercial resource point and complete a successful transaction or job. Task duration, 3 days. Failure punishment, erasure. Qin Ji listened to the voice in his mind, slightly narrowing his eyes. Task? It seems that this retirement life will occasionally be disturbed. He glanced at the side where Su Qianqian's small face turned pale with fear upon hearing the words erasure. Don't be afraid. Qin Ji ruffled her hair and pulled out a dark, rusty iron sign that looked like it was picked from a trash heap from his pocket. Isn't it just buying things? Perfect, the supermarket owner over there owes me some money. Take this, and get whatever you want. Chapter 6, Task begins. He gave a broken iron sign to prop up the table. The dark red sky seemed to press down significantly, enveloping the entire bizarre world in a suffocating blood-colored filter. That grand and cold system announcement echoed in his ears. Task duration, 3 days. Failure punishment, erasure. The simple 2 words erasure were like the sword of Damocles, cutting off the brief warmth they just had in an instant. Gulp. Su Qianqian nervously swallowed. Her small face was pale, holding the package of treats she just fed Wang Kai, her whole body trembling slightly. Even if she was innocent, she understood what forced task meant. This meant she had to leave this old but very safe manor to go into the terrifying outside world full of monsters that devour people without spitting out bones. What to do? What to do? Su Qianqian looked at Qin Ji in a daze. He was her only support at the moment. However, Qin Ji still maintained his lazy demeanor. He was squatting by the water tank in the corner of the courtyard, washing his hands. Hearing the system's death announcement, not even a frown crossed his brow, as if he had just heard something trivial like, the pork price will rise at the market tomorrow. Wash it clean, you just touched a dog, it's dirty. Qin Ji shook the water droplets off his hands, stood up, and his deep black eyes showed no signs of turbulence. Since the system wants you to go, then go. But it's dangerous out there. Su Qianqian's voice carried a sob, as she clutched Qin Ji's shirt corner, like a little kitten unwilling to leave home. Husband, that bloody commercial square sounds terrifying. I have money, I have lots of gold bars, can I not go work? Qin Ji looked down at the girl, who only reached his chest. She was very afraid, an instinct of living beings. In this strange world of the survival of the fittest, she, a young lady who wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken, was no different than a rabbit lost in a wolf pack. But he did not intend to keep her confined in this courtyard. After all, he came to retire, not to be a babysitter. If this so-called Dragon Kingdom hope couldn't even manage to go out to buy groceries, how could it help him deal with troublesome matters later? You must go. Qin Ji's tone was not up for discussion. But then, he stretched out his hand and awkwardly ruffled the hair on the girl's head. That's the rule, I can't help it. Actually, he could, but he was too lazy to act. Before Su Qianqian could let her tears fall, the scene suddenly cut to the live broadcast of Dahan country. The contrast was always sudden and cruel. The mate for Dahan country was a D-class weird creature, the iron arm ape, dwelling in a filthy cave. This stinking ape was wildly smashing things around, as it had received the system's prompt, assist your partner in completing a task. This meant it had to spend money and exert effort. Roar! Get out! The iron arm ape grabbed Park Minju's hair and dragged her to the cave's entrance, casually throwing her a broken clay bowl that was missing a chunk. Roar! Roar! As long as you don't get the meal money, you can die outside, don't come back. Park Minju knelt on the gravel ground, her forehead bleeding, yet she kept bowing and thanking. Thank you, husband. Thank you for giving me this bowl. I will definitely get the money back to honor you. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast of Lighthouse Country, the rotting lizard man not only gave the contestant Natasha no help, but even tore a piece of her flesh with a fragment of high-tech armor as interest, pointing coldly to the mist in the distance, signaling her to leave. At this moment, the global audience trembled in despair. The so-called partner, in front of the task, instantly ripped off the disguise, turning back into a cold-blooded monster. The view returned to Dragon Country. Su Qianqian was unaware of others' experiences, she was still anxious about whether she could return alive. I'll go pack my things. She sniffed, and the mindset of a wealthy young lady began to operate. Are 10 gold bars enough? I should take the diamond-studded dagger for self-defense, and Hermes' scarf, in case I get hurt somewhere, I can use it to bandage. She was like a little hamster about to move, turning around to run towards the hall to drag her suitcase. Stop! Qin Ji helplessly called out to her. What do you need those rags for? Rags? Su Qianqian's eyes widened, that was her father's saving money. Qin Ji sighed. He really didn't want to see a foolish woman, dragging dozens of pounds of gold, getting robbed by little ghosts on the roadside. That not only embarrassed Dragon Country but also his shop at number 10 Abyss Old Street. Come here. Qin Ji turned and walked into the main room, his gaze sweeping around under the slightly wobbling redwood table. It was a Wang Wallywood table from the Ming Dynasty, but it always shook because the floor was uneven. Qin Ji found it annoying, so a few hundred years ago, he casually took a hard object from the void warehouse and placed it under one of the table legs. Lift. With one hand, he raised the heavy solid wood table, while bending down with the other hand to scrape out a black, greasy iron plate covered in years of grime from under the dusty table leg. He casually wiped it on his clothes and tossed the plate to Su Qianqian. Clang. Su Qianqian fumbled to catch it, it felt heavy in her hand, and the cold touch made her shiver. It was a palm-sized black metal plate, engraved with intricate patterns, but because of the dirt, it was hard to see clearly. She could vaguely make out what seemed to be fangs or possibly a palace in the center. Most importantly, this plate looked like it had just been picked up from a garbage heap. What is this? Su Qianqian looked up in confusion. Qin Ji lay back in the armchair, even pouring himself a cup of tea, his tone casual. That was something the owner of that mall owed me and used as collateral. If you run out of money for food or face trouble, just take this thing out and shake it. It should be worth 2 meals. The Dragon Kingdom audience in the live stream. Is this really a magical item? It looks like it was picked up from the recycling station. Using it as a table leg support, brother, you're being way too casual. But this iron plate looks pretty sturdy. Worst case, it could be used to crack walnuts for self-defense. No one knew. When Qin Ji took out the plate, the entire foundation of the bloody shopping plaza thousands of kilometers away trembled slightly and imperceptibly. Abyss Chamber of Commerce Supreme Black Gold Token, Uniqueness SSS Level. The holder can mobilize all the resources of Strange Worlds Commerce. To issue an order is like having the president of the chamber personally present, possessing the power of life and death over any commercial anomaly. But in Qin Ji's words, it was just a thing for meal money. Su Qianqian naturally did not know how significant this dirty iron plate was. She only felt that this was given to her by Qin Ji. In this strange world where she was all alone and everyone wished for her death, this was the first protector given to her by her husband. She wasn't bothered by the grease on it. Carefully, she took off a priceless pearl necklace from around her neck, strung the iron plate onto it, and solemnly hung it on her chest, tucking it safely into her clothes. Thank you, husband. Su Qianqian's eyes turned red again, this time out of emotion. I will be sure to take good care of it. If I don't come back, I will hide it well and not lose your collateral. Qin Ji paused in his tea-drinking action. He looked at the girl whose clear eyes were filled with a resolve to face death without fear, and that strange feeling surged back in his heart. Clearly as weak as an ant, why talk so much? Stop getting sentimental. Qin Ji put down the teacup and pulled out an old black folding fan from his pocket, tapping Su Qianqian's forehead. Hurry up and get going. If you don't come back before dark, there won't be dinner for you. Oh. Upon hearing the two words dinner, it felt as if Su Qianqian had grasped a lifeline. He was still willing to save her dinner. This meant he thought she could come back alive. This gave the socially anxious girl immense courage. She took one last look at the small broken shop filled with the scent of sandalwood and fireworks, then glanced at the black dog, Wang Kai, who was wagging its tail at her in the yard. I'm leaving. Wang Kai, watch the house. Su Qianqian waved her small fist, turned around, dragging the relatively small suitcase, still filled with snacks, took a deep breath, and stepped out through the old wooden door. Behind her, Qin Ji watched the girl's slender but determined back gradually disappear into the mist at the end of the street. Howl. The local dog in the backyard let out a low whine, its eyes filled with unease. It could feel that outside was truly a world where people got eaten. This little girl going out was just carrying food, right? What's wrong? You want to go escort her? Qin Ji's voice echoed softly. The local dog was so frightened that it immediately lay down pretending to be dead. It wouldn't dare step through that door. Once outside, without the pressure from this big demon, its aura could scare even the ghosts within 100 miles, and then it would be exposed. Qin Ji withdrew his gaze, his fingers gently stroking the bones of a folding fan. Don't worry. She carries my scent. In this abyss, there really were not many unwise fools who dared to touch the possessions that bore his aura. Not even a little cat or dog meant for amusement. What's more, the name hanging around her neck was called Mrs. Qin. The process of leaving Area 9 was much smoother than Su Qianqian imagined. She couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but the ghostly figures she had seen in the livestream, which were clawing and showing their teeth, seemed to go blind as she passed by, either bizarrely turning their heads away or quickly diving into the cracks in the ground. Until she arrived at the system's designated teleportation point, a bus stop with green ghostly flames flickering. There were already quite a few people standing at the bus stop. Besides several foreign contestants assigned to nearby areas, there were also a few local residents. A headless ghost holding its own head, a pair of pale-faced paper doll twins, and a fat uncle with his belly torn open, spilling intestines. At the sight of this, the little courage Su Qianqian had just mustered instantly evaporated with a poof. She tightly grasped the handle of her suitcase, wishing she could shrink her entire self into the box. Social anxiety plus fear of ghosts, a double buff stacked full. Hey, look at this fresh little face. The fat uncle with the spilling guts turned around, his eyes without whites greedily roaming over Su Qianqian's body. Little girl, first time traveling far? Want me to teach you the rules? Just as Su Qianqian was about to cry out in fear and the audience from the dragon country nearly had heart attacks. A malicious sneer came from not far away. Heh, people from the dragon country are indeed a bunch of soft shrimp. Su Qianqian was taken aback. She turned to look and saw a fashionable but heavily made-up woman from the cold country crossing her arms, looking at her with evident disdain. It was Park Minju. She held a broken clay bowl in her hand, despite looking disheveled. Upon seeing Su Qianqian trembling and empty-handed, the suitcase not counting as a weapon, she immediately felt a twisted sense of superiority. Hey, dragon country girl. Park Minju lifted her chin, intentionally raising her voice to attract the attention of the surrounding evil ghosts. Did your F-ranked husband not give you any life-saving tools? You look like you'll probably die on the bus at the first stop. Su Qianqian bit her lip and said nothing. She silently reached into her collar and grasped that cold, oil-stained iron tag. No, it won't happen. She softly refuted, as if trying to encourage herself. I have meal tickets. Chapter 7, Refuse to buy a ticket with gold bars, this world is too envious of the rich. It was a bus that looked as if it had just been pulled from the muddy depths of the sea. Creak. Accompanied by an excruciatingly unpleasant screeching sound, it halted in front of the bus stop. The bus was covered in rust and moss, its windows shattered, and it emitted a dim, ghostly green light from within. More terrifying was that the wheels were not rubber tires, but instead were woven from numerous pale hand bones. Every rotation made a cracking sound similar to broken bones. The bus door swung open with a bang. A wave of rotting fish smell mixed with the stench of decay rushed towards her. In the driver's seat sat a driver in a tattered uniform. It had no chin, on that half-destroyed face was only a long, dark red tongue flicking aimlessly in the air. Get in the car, fare, an arm, or... The driver's voice was muddled, as if a thick phlegm was stuck in his throat, a few, people's oil. Hearing this fare, the faces of several players at the platform turned pale in an instant. This was the first hurdle of the forced mission. Before even arriving, would they have to become disabled? Park Minju from the Great Han Nation gritted her teeth. She watched that headless ghost skillfully tear off one of its own fingers and throw it into the coin box. Steeling herself, she pulled out the broken bowl that the Iron Arm Ape had given her from her pocket. Inside that bowl was a clump of dark, pitch-like substance, the companion demon energy that the Iron Arm Ape had given her. She poured the demon energy into the coin box with a grimace. Is this enough? This is the demon energy of that esteemed lord. The driver's bulging eyeball rolled once, seemingly with some disgust, but he reluctantly pressed the barrier open. Get in. Park Minju breathed a sigh of relief. Although this demon energy was originally meant for her survival, using it now made her feel a pang of regret, but at least she had saved her limbs. She awkwardly squeezed into the car and, passing by Su Qianqian, couldn't help but throw a vicious glare. Did you see that? This is the price of being poor. If you get your arm taken off later, don't come crying to me for help. Su Qianqian ignored her. She was very nervous, not because she was afraid of ghosts, okay, she was actually very scared, but mainly because she really did not want to lose an arm. How can a proper driver charge for people's oil? This is just too uncivilized. Su Qianqian muttered softly, trying hard to mentally prepare herself. In her understanding, this was just like buying a plane ticket. As long as she paid enough money, there shouldn't be any problems, right? With a heavy heart, she dragged her suitcase and steeled herself to approach the coin box. The driver's terrifying single eye focused on her immediately, filled with obvious greed and hunger. This little human girl was bursting with vitality, like a freshly baked cream cake. Take it. The driver extended its bony left hand, attempting to grab Su Qianqian's delicate arm. Master, I don't understand the rules, I don't have that kind of thing. Su Qianqian shrank back in fear, flustered as she fumbled with her suitcase, then reluctantly pulled out a long, shiny golden bar, like a large yellow fish. Is this okay? Su Qianqian blinked her big eyes, cautiously handing over the gold bar. This is pure gold, my dad said it's very valuable, it should be enough to buy a ticket, right? If it's not enough, I have more. The Dragon Kingdom audience in the live chat felt their hearts break. Oh foolish girl. That's a ghost. What does a ghost want with gold? They want lives. It's over, it's over. Not only is she not buying a ticket, she's practically insulting the ghost with money. This driver is going to go wild. Look at that driver's eyes. Holy crap. Why is it shaking? Indeed, the driver, who had originally wanted to grab her, suddenly froze in place. It was not interested in the gold bar at all. But just as its hand was about to touch Su Qianqian, a faint but cataclysmic aura for such a low-level eerie being burst forth from the girl's collar. This aura was mixed with the tranquility of ancient sandalwood and a kind of indescribable pressure from the deepest abyss. That was the scent of a forbidden presence. Even with just a whiff, it was enough to send little ghosts fleeing for miles. Ha! Ha! The driver's single eye widened suddenly, with blood vessels cracking in the whites. It recoiled as if it had seen something extremely horrifying, jerking its hand back, pressing its body fiercely into the corner of the driver's seat, its tattered uniform soaked with cold sweat. That esteemed lord's scent? This seemingly harmless little girl was actually marked by that one? Su Qianqian had no idea what was happening. All she saw was the driver twitching violently. Shaking her head furiously, it looked like disdain? Is it not enough? Su Qianqian became more anxious, quickly pulling out 2 more gold bars with a choked voice and shoving them forward. What about these 3? Are 3 enough? I beg you, I just want to take a ride. I don't want to lose an arm. Don't give. The driver finally let out a piercing scream, terrified to the extreme, fearing that if he accepted this money, tomorrow he would become a part for a bus in the hands of the one from the abyss. Free. Get in, please. The driver trembled as he pressed open the barrier, even daring not to look directly at Su Qianqian. Su Qianqian was stunned, her hand with the 3 gold bars awkwardly hanging in midair. Free? Does it really not cost money? No. It does. The driver was almost in tears. Su Qianqian could only awkwardly take back the gold bars. She walked dejectedly to the back of the carriage with her suitcase, feeling quite wronged inside. Didn't her husband say that people outside were very poor and loved money? Why was no one willing to accept her gold? Was the price system here completely broken? At the back row of the carriage. Just a moment ago, Park Minju was gloating, waiting to see Su Qianqian being torn apart, but now her eyes were nearly popping out. She spent precious life-saving demon energy. Other contestants even paid the price of a finger. Yet this silly sweet from Long Country, just waving a few worthless gold bars, got a free ride? Damn it! This must be a setup. Why? Was this ghost greedy for money in life too? Park Minju was filled with imbalance, her jealousy twisting her face. Su Qianqian had no idea she had become the thorn in everyone's side. She found a corner to sit down, tightly clutching the iron tag she stuffed into her clothes. Thank goodness. No need to swipe this tag anymore. Her husband said this tag could only offset the cost of 2 meals, and if it was used on the bus, what would she do about dinner later? Such a good thing must be saved for later. Half an hour later, the bus stopped in a bloody mist of red. Bloody Commercial Square has arrived, please be careful getting off, there is only one life. Su Qianqian dragged her heavy suitcase, stumbling off the bus. As soon as she landed, a chaotic and bloody roar surged in like a tide. This place was starkly different from the eerie silence of the deep abyss Old Street. On the huge square stood a few strangely shaped tall buildings, but instead of neon lights, there were waterfalls of flowing blood on the walls. The square was filled with stalls, with shouts of sales rising and falling. Fresh dead eyeballs. Only 20 underworld coins a pair. Bursting with flavor. Just skinned human leather coats, light and breathable, only one piece, first come first served. Countless bizarre shapes flitted about, some with half-bodies, some with wings, and there were even chunks of meat crawling on the ground. Ugh. Park Minju and the contestant from Sakura Country couldn't help but lean against a telephone pole to vomit as soon as they got off. The air here was filled with a strong smell of rotten raw meat, and even the psychologically strongest person would find it hard to handle physically. Su Qianqian's little face also turned pale a bit. She quickly took out a mask from her pocket and put it on. Inside it was a couple of drops of the essential oil her husband gave her, actually just the powder from a calming pill casually ground by Qin Ji, which immediately blocked the unpleasant smell. Phew. I can breathe now. Su Qianqian patted her chest and looked up at the most impressive and terrifying building in the center of the square. It was a shopping mall over several dozen floors, completely black, with only a blood-red sign at the entrance reading Underworld Commerce First Branch. This was the destination of the mission. Let's go, the earlier we finish work, the earlier we get home. Su Qianqian encouraged herself. She didn't want to spend the night in this place full of eyeballs, her soft goose-down bed at home was much more comfortable. She grabbed her suitcase, keeping her eyes straight ahead, like a silly daredevil who had wandered into a horror movie. Walking towards the mall's main entrance, step by step. At this moment, Park Minju and the others caught up, seeing Su Qianqian leading the way, they immediately exchanged glances and followed with ill intentions. Don't hurry, the real challenge is behind. I heard that the security here is an A-grade evil spirit with a huge appetite. The previous driver might just have been a gold-loving oddball, but this security doesn't recognize mere mortal money. Sure enough. Before Su Qianqian could get close to the mall's entrance. Bang! A thick wolf tooth club came crashing down onto the ground in front of her, shards of stone flying everywhere, nearly hitting Su Qianqian's foot. Stop! A thunderous roar boomed out. Blocking the way were 2 3-meter-tall, muscled, purple-black-skinned two-headed ogres. They wore extremely tight security uniforms, sporting medals made from who knows what animal's intestines. 4 copper bell-sized eyes fixed hungrily on Su Qianqian, drool pooling on the ground. Two-headed ogre, A-grade. The gold medal security of the Underworld Merchant Association, known for their brutality, requiring both money and lives. Entrance fee. The ogre on the left growled, its voice ringing painfully in Su Qianqian's ears. No membership card means you must pay an entrance fee. 100 underworld coins per person. Or, leave behind 5 pounds of fresh meat. Su Qianqian was overshadowed by the giant figure, retreating 2 steps in fear, her calves cramping up. 100 underworld coins? Where could she possibly get such hellish currency? All she had were soft sister currency and US dollars. Can I use something else to pay? Su Qianqian again tried to make a deal, trembling as she thought about opening her box to take out gold bars. I have yellow. Get lost. The ogre on the right impatiently interrupted her, kicking her box. That box containing wagyu was kicked several meters away, crashing heavily against the wall. I don't eat that hard yellow lump. I want fresh meat. You, with your tender skin. 5 pounds of meat is just right for chopping off a hand. As it spoke, the ogre raised its bloody, scab-encrusted club, about to smash it down. Ah! Su Qianqian screamed in terror, crouching down and covering her head. Ha ha ha! Deserved it. Not far away, Park Minju laughed maliciously. She had already prepared another D-grade item she brought, and by handing it over, she could sneak in as a janitor, but she just wanted to see how this Dragon Kingdom woman would die. Still daring to go first without strength? The people of the Dragon Kingdom are indeed foolish. Let's see who can save you this time. The live stream chat was eerily silent. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. At this distance, and with their size, that club would surely turn Su Qianqian into meat paste. In this life and death moment, Su Qianqian suddenly remembered what Qin Ji said before she left. If you run out of money for food, or if you are bullied, just take this thing out and shake it. This was being bullied, right? This could also be considered running out of money, right? Her instinct for survival made her overlook everything else. In a fluster, she reached into her collar. Just as the wind pressure from the falling club blew her hair around, she suddenly pulled out the amulet hanging from her neck, which was still warm. Don't hit me. Su Qianqian tightly closed her eyes, holding up the iron plate smeared with old vinegar oil stains, raising it like a white flag above her head. I have this. My husband said, this can cover my meal costs. The girl's trembling voice sounded particularly helpless at the raucous entrance of the plaza. Everyone was stunned, including Park Minju and those waiting to feast on her. Everyone stared at the dirty, seemingly junkyard scrap iron in her hand. Not only was it coated in grease, but the edges even had some dents, looking just like it was used to prop up a table leg or crack walnuts. Put. Park Minju couldn't help but burst into laughter. Are you crazy? Treating a piece of scrap metal as a treasure? Who do you think you are, a junk collector? And it's supposed to pay for your meal? Are you here to make us laugh? Even the ogre wielding a spiked club paused for a moment, then both of its enormous heads broke into sinister and mocking smiles. Foolish human! You dare to use such trash to mock me? Since you want to die, I will smash you and this scrap into a meat pie. The ogre was enraged, its roar louder, the spiked club swirling with a foul wind, filled with destruction. It swung down hard towards the delicate white hand holding the black iron plate. It's over. This was the only thought in the minds of all the Dragon Country spectators at this moment. However, just as the spiked club was a mere 0.01 centimeters from the iron plate, a certain will that had been sleeping within that scrap metal, seemingly provoked and insulted by the lowly creature, impatiently stirred awake. Buzz. There was no earth-shattering light. Just a faint, low humming sound emanating from the oil-stained iron plate. In the next second, it was as if the entire world had pressed the mute button. Chapter 8, Clean it? You dare to touch this lord's thing? Time felt thick and sticky at this moment. The spiked club, swirling with the aura of destruction and covered in bits of flesh and blood clots, suddenly stopped in midair. It was less than a centimeter from Su Qianqian's protruding tuft of hair. Huff, huff. A heavy, panicked breath burst forth from the ogre's 4 nostrils, sending a foul, hot wind that tousled Su Qianqian's bangs. Su Qianqian tightly shut her eyes, her eyelashes trembling, her body curled into a ball, ready to be smashed into meat paste. The black iron plate in her hand was raised higher, like a person who had nowhere else to turn, lifting up their only brick. Though it held no threat, it was her last stubbornness. Yet, the expected excruciating pain did not come. The A-class 2-headed ogre, which had been yelling to smash her, now stood frozen like a statue turned to stone by Medusa's gaze, its enormous body as tall as 2 stories locked in place. Not only did it not move, but it was also trembling. It was the primal fear of living beings. Just a moment ago, at the instant that indistinct buzzing sound echoed, the ogre felt that it was not facing a human girl at all, but some ancient beast awakening from the bottom of the abyss. The seemingly oil-stained and dusty scrap metal radiated an extremely faint aura, piercing through its mental defense as an A-class monster. It was the presence of a top predator. Even reduced to ash, it wouldn't dare breathe loudly in front of it, an overwhelming pressure. What? How did it stop? Not far away, Park Minju was utterly confused. She was waiting to see the thrilling scene of blood and flesh flying, and why had the guard suddenly seemed like it had lost power? She shouted in dissatisfaction, "Hey! Big guy! What are you waiting for? Smash this Dragon Country woman trying to escape paying with scrap." This scream finally shattered the eerie silence. The ogre was jolted awake. But it didn't continue to smash down, instead, it withdrew its spiked club as if shocked by electricity, and with a clang, the weapon fell to the ground, crushing its toes, but it didn't even pay attention to the pain. Ah! Ah! The ogre's two massive heads emitted meaningless sounds simultaneously, its eyeballs spinning wildly, staring intently at the iron plate in Su Qianqian's hand, then. Thud. This behemoth, as large as a small mountain, unexpectedly knelt down on both knees. The hard granite ground was instantly smashed into two large pits by its knees, cracks spreading out in all directions. Su Qianqian heard the commotion. Quietly opened one eye. What came into view were two ugly ghostly faces, almost pressed right in front of her, covered in sweat. Though the faces remained grim, she inexplicably felt they seemed to be afraid. That. Su Qianqian tentatively moved her sore arm, her voice smaller than a mosquito. Is this really enough to cover the entry fee? The ogre didn't dare to reply, only nodded desperately, its head smashing on the ground like a pestle. It didn't know what cover the entry fee meant, but it knew that if it dared to touch a hair on the person holding this token, its soul would definitely be fried in the infernal oil pot for 1,000 years. What's going on? Making such a fuss, how disgraceful. Just as the situation became very strange, a sharp and soft voice came from inside the shopping mall. Immediately after, a tall, skinny figure in a tailcoat, holding a white handkerchief over its mouth and nose, walked out. This was a red-clothed evil spirit, named Ghostface Butler. It was the lobby manager on the first floor of this infernal shopping club, a person of real power within 10 miles, who usually cared a lot about appearances and cleanliness. Manager. As soon as Park Minju saw the person, she immediately looked like she had seen a savior, even though it was a ghost, rushing up to complain, hoping to kick Su Qianqian down a peg. Manager. You came just in time. This woman from the Dragon Kingdom doesn't want to pay the entry fee and insulted your security guard with a piece of broken iron she picked up from the garbage. Look, this security guard is so angry he's in shock. Park Minju pointed at the ogre kneeling on the ground, her tone filled with urgency and provocation. The ghost-faced butler frowned. It hated noisy humans, but even more so, it hated anyone daring to cause trouble at the entrance of the shopping club. Broken iron? Doesn't want to pay? The ghost-faced butler's gaze turned cold, scanning over the crowd until it landed on the weak-looking Su Qianqian, who was dressed in expensive brands. The next second, its gaze froze. Fixated on the greasy black metal token clutched in Su Qianqian's hand, which even had rough edges and looked battered. Being an old hand at the shopping club for 100 years, its insight into strange items and treasures was incredibly sharp. Although the token looked filthy, as if it had been pressed under a pickle jar for hundreds of years, or propped up on countless table corners for days and nights. However, beneath that layer of grease, those faintly visible abyssal fong patterns, and that power of rule strong enough to freeze one's soul, which could only be felt by high-level strange beings. The ghost-faced butler's impeccably tailored tailcoat was instantly soaked through with cold sweat from behind. Supreme Black Gold Token. That was the highest token of the shopping club headquarters, renowned in legends. It was said that as long as one held this token, even if the entire shopping club was blown up for a cheer, the old monsters at headquarters would applaud and casually ask, "Do you want to blow up another one for fun? How could this thing appear here? And it was held by such a weak little human girl? Was it stolen? No, absolutely not. Such a high-level sacred object had already recognized its master. Anyone else touching it without the master's permission would turn to ash the instant they made contact." Countless thoughts flashed through the ghost-faced butler's mind. It almost rolled down the stairs in a hurry, flaunting none of its usual noble composure. Park Minju was overjoyed at seeing the ghost-faced butler rushing so fast. Ha ha! This is going to work. The red-clothed evil spirit personally intervening, would Su Qianqian, that naive little girl, not be torn to shreds? But before she could even laugh out loud, smack! A crisp and echoing slap sound exploded in the square. The ghost-faced butler threw a slap, but it wasn't aimed at Su Qianqian. Instead, it was directed at Park Minju, who had been nagging over there. With such force, the slap sent Park Minju flying 3 meters away. Half of her face instantly swelled up like a steamed bun, blood streaming from the corner of her mouth. Shut up! Who let this crazy woman here to babble nonsense? The ghost-faced butler didn't even glance at the flung Park Minju, its full attention fixated on Su Qianqian, and the sign in her hand. It lunged in front of Su Qianqian but made no move to attack. Instead, it bent its proud spine, making an effort to reveal a grotesquely flattering smile on its pale, eerie face. Is this the entrance fee you paid? The ghost-faced butler's voice trembled, pointing at the iron plaque as if it were a nuclear bomb ready to explode. Su Qianqian was startled by the sudden slap she just received. Seeing this terrifying butler suddenly smile at her made her even more afraid. Why yes. She stuttered, worried the other party might dislike her item. My husband said, this could cover the meal cost. If it's not enough, I can give you these gold bars. She thought the other party would find it insufficient and instinctively pulled the iron plaque back, wanting to take out some other items from her bag to make up for it. The ghost-faced butler saw her movement and nearly lost its mind. Don't take it back, dear lady. If you withdraw it, the master might lose interest, and if anything goes wrong, we're all dead. That's enough. That's more than enough. The ghost-faced butler waved its hands repeatedly, large beads of cold sweat rolling down its forehead. This meal cost, it's simply too generous. Don't say it covers one meal, you could clear this entire mall with it. Su Qianqian's eyes lit up. Her husband really didn't lie. This plaque could really serve as a meal ticket. Seems like that boss owes her husband quite a bit of money to have his item be so useful. Then, can I go in? Su Qianqian asked softly. Of course. The ghost-faced butler stepped aside, even pulled out a pure white handkerchief from its pocket, seemingly wanting to help Su Qianqian wipe off the grease from the plaque. That was instinctively protecting the holy object. Oh dear, how could such a noble thing be sullied by this mundane grease? Let me help you wipe it. Don't touch it. Before Su Qianqian could speak, a very soft yet inaudible sound to anyone but the ghost-faced butler suddenly came from her chest. It was a telepathic sound. Extremely familiar. That was the voice of the master from the abyss. The ghost-faced butler's hand froze mid-air, as though an invisible blade had captured it. That's grease from the stewed ribs at home. If it's cleaned, there will be no smoky taste. Qin Ji's lazy voice crossed vast spaces, directly ringing in the ghost-faced butler's soul, carrying a hint of warning. Who do you think you are to touch my belongings? Thump. This time, the ghost-faced butler truly knelt down. Not as a metaphor, but in the physical sense, it submitted fully to the ground. It trembled, retracting its hand, bowing madly to Su Qianqian, actually towards the plaque. I lack vision. I have offended. This grease is excellent. It's the world's most noble, most fragrant grease. Su Qianqian? Dragon Country audience? Great Han Country audience? Does this ghost have a fetish or something? Su Qianqian was a bit puzzled. But seeing the other party's sincere and terrified attitude, she didn't think much more, attributing it to the local customs being quite special. Then, I won't wipe it, can I go in now? Su Qianqian took a tentative step forward. Please. Please do. The ghost-faced butler, like it was ushering a revered royal, knelt on the ground, moving its knees to make way, and didn't forget to turn back and glare fiercely at the two still stupidly kneeling ogre security guards. Hurry and help our guest with her luggage. If a corner gets damaged, I'll take your heads. Thus, amidst the dead silence in the venue, two A-class two-headed ogre security guards, like two docile puppies, cautiously retrieved Su Qianqian's luggage that had been kicked away. Even wiping off the dust with her sleeve, he followed closely behind the girl who looked like a gust of wind could blow her down, becoming her exclusive porter. And the recently risen Park Min-ju, holding her swollen face, watched this scene in disbelief. This isn't fair, why? Clearly, I was the one who used the precious item. What on earth is that broken iron plate? She wanted to shout, but found her throat sealed, unable to make a sound. At this moment, the ghost-faced steward stood up, and the flattery on his face vanished in an instant, returning to that cruel and vicious red-clothed ghost. He coldly glanced at Park Min-ju and the other several stunned foreign players. What are you looking at? Since you have no money to pay the entry fee, then let's follow the rules. From now on, you. He pointed at Park Min-ju, will be assigned to the -2 floor morgue, responsible for washing those rotting corpses. If they are not clean, you won't be allowed to eat. What? Wash corpses? Park Min-ju's vision darkened, almost fainting. This was not just a dirty and tiring job. In that place full of heavy energy, she could lose her life at any moment. And you all. The ghost-faced steward looked at the others. Go to the meat processing plant to move body parts. As for that distinguished guest who just entered. The ghost-faced steward took a deep breath, and his tone became extremely complicated. Anyone who dares to disturb her experience of life, I will chop them into pieces and feed them to the dogs. He knew that this divine being was beyond his means to serve. The best way was to satisfy all her simple requests, let her play happily, and then leave quickly. The shopping mall's main door slowly closed. On one side was the desperate cries going to the morgue. On the other side, Su Qianqian curiously looked around the glamorous mall hall, with two A-level demon bodyguards following her, bowing and scraping. The line between hell and heaven, sometimes, is just a broken iron plate used to prop up a table. Chapter 9, How can this dirty work require your direct involvement? The first floor hall of the Underworld Chamber of Commerce was not the eerie and terrifying scene that Su Qianqian had imagined. On the contrary, it was extremely luxurious. The floor was made of dark black somber wood, each plank worth a fortune in the outside world. Overhead hung a gigantic chandelier made of hundreds of glowing skulls, emitting a soft, pale light. There was no bloody smell in the air, replaced by a refreshing cold fragrance. It was the scent of high-grade soul-calming incense. If one ignored the occasionally floating translucent ghostly customers, it resembled those top luxury department stores in the real world that require a capital verification to enter. Su Qianqian hunched her neck, standing somewhat awkwardly in the center of the hall. Behind her, two 3-meter-tall two-headed ogre bodyguards were trepidatiously carrying her pink suitcase. Even their breaths were intentionally softened, afraid that their thunderous breaths would disturb the little ancestor in front. Mr. Manager? Su Qianqian looked at the ghost-faced steward in front of her who still had his waist bent at a 90-degree angle, feeling a bit uncertain. Although she had entered, and the other party seemed to recognize the meal ticket her husband gave her. But, the system task said, complete a successful transaction or work. She couldn't just walk in and turn around to leave, right? Her husband worked hard to support the family, referring to sleeping on the recliner. Since she came to join this family, she had to do something worthwhile. I'm here. The ghost-faced steward quickly responded, his voice humble like a eunuch manager. I'm here to work and earn money. Su Qianqian mustered her courage, trying to showcase her value. I learned a bit of housework at home, even though I'm not great at cooking, but I can sweep the floor. Or clean windows. If all else fails, I can help you wash dishes. When it came to washing dishes, she unconsciously glanced at the greasy rags behind the faraway counter, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Although a bit disdainful, if it is for the sake of living, it can't be helped. However, these words, in the ears of the ghost-faced butler, were like a death warrant. Sweeping the floor? Washing the dishes? To let the madam, who holds the supreme black gold token, and still carries the aura of that Lord of the Abyss, do such lowly tasks? If that great person found out, they might think the commercial association was deliberately humiliating him. By then, don't even talk about this branch, even those old bones at the headquarters would be dragged out of their coffins and ground to dust by that great person. No. Absolutely not. The ghost-faced butler was so scared that he almost knelt down again, his pale ghostly face twisted in excessive fear, even quivering with a hint of crying. Your status, oh no, your noble status, those hands are meant to decount money. How can they touch such filthy things as rags? But Su Qianqian felt a bit troubled, her hands twisting together. But if I don't work, the system won't give rewards, and I can't go home to eat. My husband cooks really well, actually, it's high-quality ingredients, and he said if I don't finish my work, I won't have dinner. Hearing can't go home and no dinner, the ghost-faced butler instantly recalled the image of Qin Ji, indifferent and lazy, crushing an A-level vengeful spirit with one finger. It shivered violently. This is not about not having dinner, it hints that if not well taken care of, the commercial association wouldn't need to operate anymore. The ghost-faced butler's brain raced wildly. I must find a job for this lady. It must not be tiring, it must not be dirty, it should sound grand, meeting the definition of work, and most importantly, she must feel like she is putting in effort. Got it. The ghost-faced butler had a flash of inspiration, and a wise light burst forth from his slim, deadfish eyes. Ahem, actually, it's like this. The ghost-faced butler straightened up, adjusted his tailcoat, and spoke seriously. Our commercial association happens to have a special position that needs filling. Originally, it was for recruiting someone with a very high aesthetic taste and a unique insight into resource management. I see your extraordinary temperament and that you came with a VIP token. This position is meant for you. As soon as Su Qianqian heard high-level talent, her eyes lit up. What position is it? That the ghost-faced butler was sweating profusely trying to come up with a name. It's called Product Display Aesthetic Inspector, and also serves as High-End Ingredient Taster. Su Qianqian blinked in confusion. This long name sounds very professional. What exactly do I need to do? The work is very heavy and crucial. The ghost-faced butler seriously made things up. You need to inspect the shelves in the mall to see if there is dust. If you see it, I will scold the responsible vengeful spirit. Check if the product placement is aesthetically pleasing. If it doesn't look good, I will have the employees rearrange it. And most importantly, check our snacks and drinks to see if the flavors meet standards. Please make sure to eat and drink well. At this point, the ghost-faced butler deeply bowed, his tone sincere. This is a major matter concerning the image of the commercial association. I can't trust anyone else with it, so I have to entrust it to you. The salary is calculated at the highest hourly rate, paid daily. Su Qianqian was a bit dizzy from this series of compliments. So this is what an inspector is? It sounds powerful, and it seems similar to her directing the servants at home to sort the flowers in the garden by color? Then I'll give it a try? Su Qianqian said softly, a bit lacking in confidence. Wonderful. This way, please. The ghost-faced butler was relieved and hurriedly led the way. Meanwhile, the screen in the live broadcast room switched to another two split screens. In the basement level of the mall's fresh meat processing area, Japanese contestant Inoue Sakura was standing in ankle-deep blood, wearing a rubber apron covered in oil stains. In front of her was a pile of strange, writhing entrails, and beside her stood a pig-headed supervisor waving a whip. Hurry up! Haven't you eaten? Pick out the nerves in those eyeballs, cut one, and I'll charge you 100 hell coins. Sakurako Inoue held back the urge to vomit, holding a pair of tweezers, her face pale, lacking even a hint of the pride of an illusionist. And in the basement's corpse washing area, Minju Park was in a worse situation. The bodies here were not ordinary corpses, but living dead reeking of resentments, rotting and oozing for years. They lay on cold iron beds, occasionally springing to life to grab someone. Minju Park held a brush, crying as she scrubbed a furry corpse. A wave of corpse gas shot out from the corpse's mouth, knocking her unconscious on the spot. But the next second, a bucket of ice water was dumped on her head. "Wake up and keep working. If you pretend to be dead again, I'll throw you into the incinerator," the overseeing demon sneered. This floor was true hell. The scene switched back to the lobby on the first floor. Su Qianqian was working. She had been led by a ghost-faced butler to a relatively quiet and elegantly decorated rest area, which was actually a makeshift manager's office. The view here was broad, allowing one to see the shops downstairs. Inspector sir, please sit, this is the inspection point." The ghost-faced butler snapped his fingers. Immediately, two beautiful female ghosts dressed in kipeos floated over. They were usually the kind of stunning spirits that drained men's energy, but now they presented trays, smiling more professionally than flight attendants. "This is the appetizer for your meal, please give it a try." The ghost-faced butler personally held up a glass of crimson liquid, even droplets of enticing water condensed on the outer wall of the goblet. What is this?" Su Qianqian felt a bit fearful of the red liquid. "This can't be blood, can it?" "This is our signature drink, Bloody Mary. The ghost-faced butler introduced, "Don't be afraid, this is definitely not human blood. It's made from the Elysium flower dew that grows by the river Styx, plus juice extracted from a 100-year-old blood fruit. It's not only sweet and sour but also especially good for your skin." He didn't dare to tell the truth. This thing was a real tonic in the strange world. Every drop contained a massive essence of Yin energy, allowing ordinary spirits to level up with just a sip. But for women with a slightly Yin physique, this was a divine water that could beautify, strengthen, and even awaken special talents. This cup was worth at least 5,000 hell coins. Beauty-enhancing juice. Su Qianqian, as a girl, felt her guard drop halfway upon hearing the words beautifying. She leaned in to sniff. There was indeed no bloody smell, instead, it had a refreshing fragrance resembling a mix of tomato and rose. "Well, for work, I'll take a sip." She found an excuse for herself and took a tiny sip. The coolness of it instantly transformed into a wave of warmth flowing into her belly. That sensation felt like sipping hot ginger soup in the dead of winter or enjoying a bite of ice-cold watermelon in summer, as if her entire soul had been cleansed. Ding! Detected player intake of S-Class supplement Elysium flower dew. Player physical condition enhanced. Player mental power enhanced. Skin whiteness plus 10%, social anxiety symptoms not relieved. So delicious. Su Qianqian's eyes lit up instantly. She hadn't eaten much that morning, because she was scared by a dog, and now, after swallowing this juice, her hunger vanished, replaced by a feeling of energy surging through her. It seems the boss of the trading company is also someone who appreciates life. Su Qianqian thought of Qin Ji. "I wonder how much this juice costs. It would be great if I could pack a cup to take home for my husband to try. He's always so lazy, he must be weak, and this would be just right for him." The ghost-faced butler, waiting nearby, twitched his mouth at her words. To give such a top-notch supplement to that demon? That was like feeding glucose to a tiger, thinking it wasn't fierce enough, right? "Can it be Pact?" Su Qianqian blinked her big eyes and asked. "Yes. Absolutely." The ghost-faced butler nodded with tears in his eyes. "If you think the work is done well, this is employee benefits. Take it freely." As long as she could appease this lady, forget just a few cups of juice, she could even dig out her 100-year-old ghost pill to give as candy. And so, Su Qianqian began her hard-working job on the first day at the Underworld Business Association. She walked in front, stopping occasionally to point, "That doll is crooked." The ghost employees behind her immediately scrambled to fix it. She said, "The lights here seem a bit dim." The manager immediately adjusted all the ghost lights to their brightest setting. The Dragon Country viewers in the live broadcast watched the scene and then glanced at Park Minju, who was exhausted to the point of coughing blood in the morgue, their expressions complex. Though, is this the legendary fool has fool's luck? What fool's luck? That's the worth of Madame Qin. This is not work, it's clearly a private visit. This ghost-faced steward is treating Qianqian like a queen. Ah, that glass of juice check says in the Eerie Guide that it can only be drunk by A-level or above evil spirits. One sip from Su Qianqian saves others 10 years of cultivation. Amidst everyone's envy and jealousy, time passed little by little. Outside the business association door, the once quiet abyss sky had gathered a thicker black cloud at some point. It was not a change in weather. Instead, it was an approaching tide of ghosts filled with brutality and madness. The natives in the abyss had caught the scent of the living and were on their way to dine. Among them were several B-level, even A-level bullies who had long desired to come and take advantage of this place. The ghost-faced steward was still introducing the new human skin coat, beautified as high-tech biological fur, to Su Qianqian when it suddenly felt a tremor in the ground. Its expression changed, and it looked toward the entrance of the market. Trouble was coming. It glanced at Su Qianqian, who was feeding a man-eating bodyguard with a piece of pastry. No matter what, it couldn't let these brainless wild ghosts disturb this lady's peace. Otherwise. The ghost-faced steward shivered. If the one taking a nap in the old streets of the abyss was awakened, it would not be something that a few dead ghosts could resolve. Chapter 10. Even if the sky falls outside, we cannot let this lady drop the cake. At 3 in the afternoon. In this eerie world, there were no sunny afternoons. The layer of gloom in the sky thickened, like an old cotton mass soaked in filthy blood, making it hard to breathe. However, in the VIP lounge on the first floor of the Underworld Business Association, time seemed calm and pleasant. Su Qianqian held that unfinished Bloody Mary in her hand, and in front of her was a delicate plate with a piece of black forest cake freshly made by a 5-star, Underworld-rated, ghost chef. The cake was not made from flour but from a kind of nether mushroom that only grows on the edges of abyssal cracks, ground into powder. It was dense and melted in the mouth, with a hint of bitterness but could greatly soothe the soul. It's delicious. Su Qianqian scooped a spoonful into her mouth, narrowing her eyes in happiness. The life of a worker didn't seem so bitter after all. Except for the manager beside her who was continuously wiping sweat and looked a bit like he had menopause syndrome, everything here was quite good. Buzz. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled lightly. The tremor was rhythmic. It didn't feel like an earthquake but rather like thousands of heavy footsteps marching uniformly towards the ground. Then, the light outside the lounge's glass windows suddenly darkened. The street in the distance, which was only slightly murky before, now stirred up a tide of black smoke. Inside the smoke, countless red, greedy eyes flickered in the darkness, accompanied by chilling howls. Rushing towards the Chamber of Commerce building. That is the ghost tide. In this strange world, it is a disaster more terrifying than natural calamities. Those wandering wild ghosts, without territory and starving, gather together to form a sweeping torrent. They have no reason, only an endless thirst for flesh and resources. Manager, is there an earthquake happening? Su Qianqian put down her small spoon and anxiously looked out at the dark shadows outside. And why did the sky outside suddenly turn so black? The ghost-faced steward stood by the window, watching the ghost tide about to break through the outer security line, and a look more sorrowful than crying appeared on his pale face. This couldn't be more unfortunate. Leading the charge is the notorious rogue force, the Raging Hungry Ghost Legion. The one leading is a gluttonous ghost king, half a foot in the realm of the Redclad. This guy is famously not very smart and has an enormous appetite. Usually, even if the ghost-faced steward can't win, he can still defend with the chamber's defensive formations. But not today. Today, there is an untouchable giant Buddha being housed in this room. If a fight breaks out, even if a piece of glass from the ceiling shatters, or a scream scares this esteemed lady causing the cake in her hands to fall, the Lord from Old Abyss Street will probably cross space and blow the chamber away. Ahem, there is no earthquake, nor is it dark outside. The ghost-faced steward suddenly pulled down the heavy black velvet curtains, completely blocking the terrifying scene outside. It turned around, instantly forcing a standard and flattering smile on its face, but the muscles were twitching awkwardly due to tension. This is our chamber undergoing renovation. Yes, big renovation. Those outside are demolition teams we've hired. It's a bit noisy and dusty. Demolition teams? Su Qianqian tilted her head, her simple mind not suspecting anything. Oh, it sounds like your construction crew is quite large. It sounds very lively. Yes. To provide better service for distinguished guests like you. The ghost-faced steward wiped sweat and forced a laugh. Please continue eating, don't get up, it's very dusty outside, not good for the skin. After saying that, it gave a fierce look to the few service ghost girls in cheapao beside her, as if saying, you better keep her protected. If she hears even a little ghost sound, I'll pull your tongues out. The ghost girls turned pale with fright, quickly surrounding Su Qianqian, some pouring tea, some fanning the air, and one even pulled out a guqin from who knows where, starting to play an elegant requiem. The main tactic was to use BGM to drown out the sound of battle. Seeing this, the ghost-faced steward took a deep breath and quietly slipped out of the rest area. As soon as the door closed, the smile on its face vanished, replaced by a chilling killing intent and urgent despair. Quick! Notify all security. No matter whether they are the salespeople upstairs or the meat cutters underground, all employees above B-level are to gather at the main entrance. The ghost-faced steward roared in a low voice, activate the highest level of soundproof barriers. Even if it means death, we cannot let those filthy things charge into the first-floor hall. On the second basement level of the underworld chamber. In the morgue filled with the stench of corpses, the originally dim light began to flicker on and off. Park Minju had just pulled herself out of a pile of fermented guts, and she had nothing left to vomit. She looked like a rat pulled out from a sewer, exuding a foul smell. Ah, am I really going to die here? She sat limply on the ground in despair, staring at the overseer ghost next to her who was still whipping her. At that moment, the overseer ghost suddenly changed its expression, a fleshy lump that looked like an alarm on its head began to flash wildly. Level 1 alarm? Ghost tide attacking the city? A hint of fierce terror appeared on the overseer ghost's face. Suddenly, it looked at the group of players on the ground, a hint of cruelty flashing in its eyes. You are lucky, you lowly peasants. It lashed out at Park Minju, if you don't want to die, get up now. There are things coming to grab territory, and the guild needs cannon fodder. If you can hold for 10 minutes, today's pay will be doubled. Cannon fodder? Park Minju trembled all over. Though she knew going would mean death, if she didn't go, this manager monster would eat her right then. I will go. She shivered as she got up, urged to move towards the first floor along with a few other surviving players. When they were awkwardly driven to the defense line in front of the guild's main door, Park Minju looked through the glass door and saw a scene she would never forget in her life. Inside the mall. In the center of the huge, luxurious, fragrant first-floor hall, a layer of golden light curtain enveloped everything. That was the guild's soundproof protective shield. Inside the light curtain, Su Qianqian was sitting like an elegant little princess, holding a small spoon, enjoying a piece of cake. Several beautiful female ghosts were massaging her shoulders and legs. The scene was so beautiful, it felt like an unreal dream. And just a door away outside, thousands of evil ghosts were crazily banging against the guild's defense barrier like a zombie siege. Roar! The leading gluttony demon king was 5 meters tall, waving a giant bone club. Each smash against the barrier brought about a thunderous roar that shook the ground. Ladies inside, listen up. The gluttony demon king roared like a broken accordion, hand over all the valuable things. Also, I smell the scent of delicious living people. That is top quality flesh and blood. Its greedy gaze seemed able to penetrate walls, locking onto the direction of the resting area. The ghost-faced steward stood at the door, holding a black umbrella, a grade A ghost weapon. Its face was as dark as possible. Sure enough, it was attracted by that lady's scent. Not only was it the vitality of humans, but also the spiritual energy released from that Bloody Mary, which served as a searchlight for these hungry wild ghosts in the dark night. Wants to enter the guild? The ghost-faced steward gritted its teeth, only over my dead body. It couldn't retreat. If it died, it would be just a dereliction of duty. But if these filthy things got in and disturbed the one inside, the great lord of the abyss would come down in fury. It would be harder to die. Then I'll help you. Everyone, charge. The gluttony demon king roared, and the tide of ghosts behind it surged like a flood bursting its banks, rushing towards the guild's door. Boom! The first violent collision made the entire guild building shake slightly. Inside the resting area, Su Qianqian's spoon wobbled, accidentally poking the cherry on top of the cake. Ha! She felt the chair shake violently, and through the somewhat off-key piano sound, she seemed to hear a very unpleasant scream. Is this also part of the renovation? Su Qianqian felt a bit restless. She stood up, wanting to pull back the curtains to take a look. Why do I feel something is off? It sounds like someone is arguing? No. Please don't. A nearby female ghost playing the music was so anxious that she pressed her hand on the piano strings. Her fingers were practically bleeding, but she still had to maintain a rigid smile on her face. Miss Su, this is normal. It's just wall demolishing. Yes, they're smashing a load-bearing wall. It's bound to make a lot of noise. But although Su Qianqian was socially anxious, she wasn't foolish. What kind of renovation team smashes walls while crying? Besides, the noise sounded particularly like the kind of chaos she heard in zombie siege horror movies. Could there be bad people? If there really were bad people, the guild had treated her so well, shouldn't she help? Furthermore, this fell under the duties of a patroller, right? Security issues also counted as part of the inspection. A strong sense of responsibility and curiosity drove Su Qianqian. No, I have to go see. Ignoring the ghost's attempts to block her, she stubbornly lifted her skirt and walked toward the door of the lounge. We're doomed. The ghosts covered their faces in despair. They couldn't stop her. They didn't dare to forcibly stop her. Who would dare touch this lady? Maybe they would lose their souls in the next second. Click. The door to the lounge was pushed open. As Su Qianqian stepped out, the sounds that had been shut out became much clearer, even with the barrier weakening. Sounds of fighting, crashing, and heavy objects hitting the ground filled the air. She walked to the edge of the hall and, through the increasingly cracked transparent defense barrier, saw the hellish scene outside. In the square, the ghost-faced butler's tailcoat had been torn, one arm twisted and hanging down, struggling to defend against the attack of the gluttony king. The two two-headed ogre bodyguards were covered in blood, lying on the ground, one head completely crushed. And cannon fodder like Park Minju were curled up in the corner, terrified and crying out in fear from several small crawling ghosts. Is this a demolition team? Su Qianqian's pupils slightly contracted. Although she had been well protected, at this moment, her timid yet clever mind instantly reacted. This is not renovation. This is a robbery. And that big monster's greedy eyes were clearly staring right at her. Stop. Although she didn't know if she could help, seeing her manager, who had just treated her kindly, being beaten and coughing up blood, an unknown surge of courage made her shout out. Although her voice was a bit soft, it had a strange penetrating power on the chaotic battlefield. The Gluttony King, who was frantically attacking the barrier, paused. It looked through the cracked barrier and saw Su Qianqian standing in the center of the hall, wearing a light pink haute couture dress, looking as pure as an angel. Gulp. The Ghost King swallowed hard. Amazing. This was simply a human-shaped elixir. Eating her could not only upgrade to a red robe but might also glimpse into a higher realm of Ghost Kings. So the main character is here. The Gluttony King sneered, completely ignoring the injured ghost-faced butler, raising its blood-soaked bone club with all its might, aiming for the gap in the already cracked defense barrier. With a great smash. Hand her over. It's over. The ghost-faced butler lay on the ground, watching helplessly as the last layer of the barrier was about to shatter, its eyes filled with despair. It couldn't hold on any longer. And at that moment, Su Qianqian faced the towering monster, 3 times her size, radiating a nauseating aura. Her legs trembled with fear. But she did not run away. She instinctively reached into her collar, tightly gripping the iron plate she had brought from home, which her husband said could defend and settle debts. No, you can't bully people. She trembled as she pulled out the greasy supreme black gold token, awkwardly raising it in front of her chest like a sacred shield. You are not welcome here. Get out. With her delicate shout, the Gluttony King's club finally came crashing down toward the seemingly weak girl. Die. However, its roar suddenly halted the next second. Because that black iron plate, which had been in silent standby mode, finally was provoked when sensing the deadly intent locked onto its owner. Boom! There was no explosion sound. Instead, an ultimate darkness erupted instantly from that small iron plate. A massive black hand, seemingly formed from pure abyss shadows, abruptly stretched out from the void, swatting like a fly, grasping the Gluttony King's bone club which never left its side. Gently, a pinch. Crack! The A-grade ghost weapon instantly turned into dust. Immediately after, a lazy voice, with a hint of waking grumpiness, froze all the ghosts and spirits in the place, slowly echoed in this space. Who is smashing my family's food ticket? If you want to die, you don't even need to queue. Chapter 11. Just because of a piece of cake, did you destroy an A-grade ghost king? Dead silence. A suffocating kind of dead silence. In the vast plaza of the Underworld Merchant Association, it was so quiet that even the wind seemed to have stopped blowing. That A-grade ghost weapon, the Bone Smash Soul Stick, in the huge hand of the Black Shadow, looked like a fragile cookie stick, and after a crack, it turned into a sky full of pale white powder, falling gently. Even some of the bone powder fell on the 2 huge, ugly heads of the Gluttony Ghost King, dyeing its originally dark and ferocious face a bit comical. The Gluttony Ghost King's once mighty roar was choked back in its throat. It held its high-raised arms ready to smash down, with 2 eyes like bronze bells glaring fiercely ahead, or rather, glaring at the iron plate that was now emitting a dim black light. Hiss. Its gigantic body started shaking uncontrollably, the purple-black muscles spasming like waves. It felt it. Behind that black shadowy hand, there was a connection to an invisible passage. At the other end of the passage, a pair of eyes, indifferent to the extreme, were casually sweeping over it as though it were a trivial, insignificant bug. Then, that voice echoed again. The voice was not loud, unlike the deafening roar of the Ghost King, it was deep, magnetic, and even carried a hint of lazy hoarseness, clearly resonating throughout every corner of the mall through that supreme black gold token, echoing in the depths of every evil spirit's soul. Just now, did you break the table? The voice paused as if recalling something important, with a glaring hint of displeasure. That Black Forest cake, TSK, I just ordered the ghost chef to make that yesterday, and I couldn't bear to throw away the cherries on top. Actually, this wasn't true at all, but he needed an excuse to protect his own. You ruined it. So take your life, or maybe just a little lighter, let's say 2 of your teeth as compensation. As soon as the words fell, the greed and ferocity in the Gluttony Ghost King's eyes instantly faded, replaced by fear so profound it could shatter souls. It recognized that aura. 1,000 years ago, in the old streets of the Abyss surrounded by countless ghosts, at that moment, it was just a small ghost waving flags in the back. It had witnessed that man, with only a chopstick, pinning the then Abyss overlord to the city wall. That was a taboo for the entire bizarre world. That had long since retired killing God. Thump! A loud bang, even louder than the noise of smashing the barrier earlier.
The A-grade gluttony Ghost King, towering 5 meters tall and commanding ghostly tides, showed no hesitation and directly knelt on both knees. The hard granite floor was instantly smashed to pieces by its knees, and its entire body sank deeply into the ground from this kneel. It didn't even dare to raise its head, even though in front of it stood a little girl who was even shorter than its knees.
Master. The gluttony Ghost King let out a pig-like wail, its voice trembling uncontrollably. I deserve to die. My eyes are blind. I didn't know this was your family member experiencing life inside. Don't mention just a cake. Even if you want this merchant association building, I can carry the bricks away for you, one by one. Bang! 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 It frantically knocked its head on the iron plate in Su Qianqian's hand. Each impact on the ground kicked up a cloud of dust and blood. Soon, its hard forehead was already bloodied and bruised. Su Qianqian. She still maintained a somewhat rigid holding the shield position. Her little mouth slightly opened to form an O shape, and her eyes were filled with extreme confusion. She heard Qin Ji's voice. Hubby? Su Qianqian softly called out, her original fear instantly replaced by a huge surprise and grievance. Hubby, is it really you? From the iron plate, Qin Ji's faint nasal voice floated. Isn't it tiring to hold your hand up so high? Put it down. Oh. Su Qianqian quickly lowered her hand, rubbed her somewhat sore wrist, and then looked at the monstrous figure kneeling in front of her, resembling a mountain. Her little head spun around, seemingly trying to understand what was happening before her. After a moment, she showed an expression of, so that's how it is. Hubby, you're really amazing. Su Qianqian marveled quietly, her eyes filled with admiration. This big guy must owe that mall owner even more money? So when he heard you were the creditor, he got scared like this? In her naive worldview, Qin Ji equals the creditor's agent equals legal collector. This monster equals the malicious debtor equals afraid of being caught. The logic is perfectly closed. On the other side of the iron plate, Qin Ji, lying on the rocking chair, paused for a moment, then a playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Pretty much. At this moment, the Glutton King listened to this couple's flirtation, and cold sweat began to flow like a small river. Although it didn't understand what debts were, that master said, bring 2 teeth as compensation. That master's words were like a decree. If it was a second late, what was lost wouldn't just be teeth, it was the lives of its whole family. Crack! Under the terrified gaze of thousands of evil spirits and billions of live-stream viewers, the Glutton King suddenly stretched out its sharp claws and brutally inserted them into its mouth of one head, pulling viciously. Ah! A heart-wrenching muffled groan escaped. A fawn, half a meter long and glimmering coldly, was pulled out root and all. Blood gushed out wildly. But that wasn't the end. With the same fierce effort, it yanked out the fawn from its other head as well. 2 A-level ghost fangs, core materials enough to exchange for a city in the ghost realm, were thus bloodily held in its hands, tremblingly raised above its head, presented to Su Qianqian. Auntie. This is my apology. The Glutton King was in so much pain it was shaking all over, but it had to squeeze out a flattering expression. This fawn can be ground into powder and steeped in water. It has calcium. The loss of that cake, is this enough as compensation? Su Qianqian looked at the bloody hand and the huge teeth, taking a step back in disgust. So disgusting. I don't want to eat this kind of thing for calcium. She pouted but didn't want to make her husband uncomfortable. After all, this was considered the interest from collecting debts. Forget it, you can throw this into the trash bin over there. The Glutton King. The core fong of an A-level ghost king, thrown in the trash? But it didn't dare to say a word, and immediately tossed the invaluable fong into the nearby wastepaper basket, feeling a weight lifted off its chest. This scene had an enormous psychological impact on audiences worldwide. In the corner, the curled-up South Korean contestant Park Min-ju was looking at Su Qianqian with the gaze of a monster, her nails digging deep into her flesh, nearly going insane with jealousy. Why? That F-level man, what on earth is he? He didn't even show his face, and with just one voice, he scared the A-level ghost king like this? This is unscientific. This must be a script. This is cheating by the Dragon Kingdom. However, what would make her even more broken lay ahead. The ghost-faced butler, who had been lying on the ground, finally found the opportunity. It struggled to rise, covering its bleeding severed arm, limping but moving fast to the front. Hurry! What are you all dawdling for? The ghost-faced butler shouted angrily at the group of evil spirits and security guards behind who were already stunned with fear. Don't you hurry to calm Mrs. Qin down? If you ruin her makeup from being frightened, can you afford it? Boom! Under the guidance of the ghost-faced steward, all employees of B-level and above in the business association bowed deeply to Su Qianqian. Their movements were uniform, even more precise than military training. Madam is frightened. The shout echoed like thunder. Get out, get out. All of you, get far away.
The ghost-faced steward turned back and viciously drove away the group of poor relatives outside the frenzied hungry ghost army. Take your filthy slime 500 meters away, no, 5 kilometers away.
Don't let the stench get to the madam.
The Gluttony King felt like he had been granted a stay of execution, scrambling to take his little brothers away like a receding tide, disappearing without a trace in seconds, leaving behind a scene of ruin.
The square finally quieted down. That earlier overwhelming crisis, as if it could destroy the world, was snuffed out like a joke.
In the iron plate, the shadow of the abyssal hand gradually faded away. Qin Ji's voice rang out one last time, with a hint of casual concern.
All right, finish buying the things and come back early. The food in the pot will get cold.
Su Qianqian held the iron plate in her arms, nodding like a chick pecking at rice, her face blooming with an extremely sweet smile.
Got it, husband. I'll finish buying right away.
She raised her head to look at the ghost-faced steward in front of her, who was bowing low, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant.
Manager?
Su Qianqian pointed awkwardly at the broken glass door and the bloodstains on the ground. Your mall's security really works hard.
Although that monster ran away, my job as an inspector isn't finished yet.
The ghost-faced steward looked at her innocent and naive expression, wanting to continue working, and his mindset completely shattered.
If you ask her to work again, this mall would likely be flattened by tomorrow. Madam! My dear great-aunt! The ghost-faced steward burst into tears. Please spare us. Let today's shift end here. I beg you, consider it a request from our mall to accept today's wage. Oh no, there's also a bonus. Triple 10 times the bonus. It cried while turning back to frantically wave inside. Quick! Push out the shopping cart.
As long as the madam is willing to leave work, the whole mall she can empty it if she wants.
Chapter 12, as long as you leave, the whole mall can be cleared out.
In the mall hall, the air still lingering with a suffocating scent of blood after a life-and-death catastrophe. But strangely, at this moment, the atmosphere was not grim, but rather exuded an almost absurd warmth.
Really not staying for dinner? Madam? Not going to inspect a little longer?
The Vengeful Spirit lingerie department on the second floor and the Human Skin Home Textiles area on the third floor have prepared the latest seasonal exhibits for you. The ghost-faced steward covered its severed left arm, which was barely held together with ghost energy, and forced a radiant smile like a blooming chrysanthemum on its pale face.
Although it politely urged her to stay, those narrow eyes clearly wrote two enormous words, "Get lost."
Don't get it wrong, it wasn't disrespecting Su Qianqian. It was so respectful that it even felt its own breath was desecrating this lady's family. More importantly, the cautionary tale of the Gluttony King was right there. Just seconds ago, that gentleman had crushed the A-level weapon of the Ghost King. If this lady stayed here for another minute, what if she accidentally bumped into something, or felt the air wasn't fresh enough? The ghost-faced steward felt it would need 100 heads not to be crushed by that abyssal lord. Su Qianqian naturally didn't pick up on the steward's roundabout thoughts. She only felt like she had really encountered a good person today. Not only was she not bullied by bad people, but this seemingly eerie manager was also so warmly wanting to keep her for dinner.
No, really, no need.
Su Qianqian waved her hand a bit shyly, remembering the voice from Qin Ji that came through the iron plate.
The corner of her mouth couldn't help but curl into a small arc. My husband said dinner is already prepared.
If I don't go back, he will surely worry.
And she glanced at the two ogre guards lying on the ground like dogs that had done something wrong, still recovering from the shock, and said somewhat apologetically, "And it seems your mall is quite chaotic right now. I don't want to add to your troubles." Listen. What considerate words. If it were a different scene, the ghost-faced butler would surely be moved to tears. But right now, it only felt like a divine pardon. Madam is right. Family is waiting at home, we cannot let them worry.
The ghost-faced butler felt as if it had received a great reprieve. It immediately turned around, straightening its back that was slightly bent from pain, and roared at the group of ghostly store clerks who had also survived the ordeal behind it.
What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear the madam wants to go home? Where are the shopping carts? The gifts? Are they all dead? Bring out the best things we have in stock. Ha? Su Qianqian was taken aback. Gifts? Absolutely. This is the rule of them all.
The ghost-faced butler said with great righteousness, "You have been frightened here, though you actually weren't, and not only did you not hold us accountable, you even helped us drive away the troublemakers, though it was your husband who acted.
This is compensation for mental distress. And labor fees. Plus the year-end bonus."
Under its saliva-spraying command, accompanied by a series of rolling sounds from wheels, 20 shopping carts stacked like small mountains were pushed out from the VIP passage by a group of eager faceless ghost clerks, all neatly lined up in front of Su Qianqian. The global audience was dumbfounded. The viewers from Long Nation pressed their eyes against the screen. What those carts held were not some ordinary supermarket chips and cola.
In the first cart, there were half-transparent capsules emitting a deep blue glow. Deep-sea spirit oil, A-level potion.
Extracted from the brain marrow of the abyssal whale, it can greatly enhance mental capacity and even repair soul damage.
It is a lifesaver for ghosts and a mind-opening miracle for humans.
In the second cart, there hung several sets of clothes shimmering with colors, as light as moonlight.
Nether River Shark Silk Dress, S-level armor.
Though it looked like an ordinary dress, its physical defense was comparable to tank armor, and it could clean itself, keeping warm in winter and cool in summer, even resisting full-force strikes from level red vengeful spirits. In the third cart, there were various gemstone jewelry pieces, red as blood, green as ghostfire, each one highly priced in the bazaar catalog. Blood jade soul-soothing bracelet, ghost bone relic necklace.
As for the carts behind those, they were all packed full of top-grade ingredients from the underworld.
The thickness of an arm extreme cold ice silkworm, though it looks like a worm, it tastes excellent, still twitching dragon heart slices, and even a few jars of Yellow Springs brew buried for 100 years. These things combined could buy 10 such commercial associations. But in the eyes of the ghost-faced butler, these external items were really nothing compared to life. It even felt they were not enough since it was sending away not just a person, but a nuclear bomb launcher that could explode at any moment.
This is too valuable. Su Qianqian looked at the mountain of materials, and her first reaction was not greed, but fear.
As the daughter of a billionaire, she could tell that these things were extraordinary. Though the so-called deep-sea fish oil looked a bit strange, the fabric of those dresses was definitely better than anything in her high-end fashion collection.
I didn't do anything, how can I accept this? Su Qianqian rubbed her fingers together anxiously.
Her mother taught her not to take things from strangers, especially something so valuable.
Oh my dear lady. Please just accept it. The ghost-faced butler was nearly ready to kneel down. Its face was filled with a desire to survive. These things here are our inventory. Overstock. Things that can't be sold. If you dislike them, we can only throw them in the trash.
Please, help us clear our stock.
Inventory? Throw it in the trash? Su Qianqian looked suspiciously at the shiny S-class armor skirt. Could it be that the aesthetic and quality standards of this strange world are really this high? Are these all leftover discounted items? Yes. Look at this skirt, the color is all faded, it's not. And this fish oil, it's about to expire, it has a shelf life of 1,000 years. The few clever female ghost attendants quickly chimed in, desperately trying to tarnish their top-tier products. Well, then I'll pick some practical ones. Su Qianqian still felt she shouldn't take everything, it would be too rude. She walked to the shopping cart and picked a large bunch of items that looked like ingredients and snacks. After all, her husband seemed to like to eat. She also took 2 bottles of deep-sea fish oil, thinking her husband's pale face needed some nourishment. Finally, her gaze fell on a blood-red bracelet that looked quite beautiful, so she took one as well. That's it, you can keep the rest to sell. Su Qianqian said obediently. The ghost-faced butler felt a wave of pain, not from the things being given away, but from the anxiety of what couldn't be sold. Seeing Su Qianqian not taking more, it had a sudden idea and directly stuffed the rest into the 3 originally empty boxes and the bags that couldn't hold more. Don't be polite. These are all freebies. Buy 1 get 10. Under its firm yet humble operation, the 3 boxes Su Qianqian brought were filled to the brim again, and there were even 5 huge woven bags added. Su Qianqian looked at this stack of loot, taller than herself, lost in thought. But, there's so much, I can't carry it. She said awkwardly. Although she was strong, she only had 2 hands. What's so difficult about this? The ghost-faced butler sneered, turning to look at the 2 ogre security guards who were seriously injured but could still work as long as they were alive. Useless. Why are you still lying there? Didn't you hear the lady's troubles? You don't even know basic service like delivering goods? The 2 A-class 2-headed ogres, once feared bullies in this area, now bore tears, determined to crawl up even with broken legs. Deliver. It must be delivered. Madam, feel free to leave empty-handed. If you have to lift even a finger, we'll twist off these 4 heads and use them as balls for you to kick. They rushed to carry the huge woven bags, with one of them holding 2 boxes, standing behind Su Qianqian like the most loyal servants. The scene in the live broadcast became incredibly magical from that moment on. Su Qianqian held a cup of unfinished drink, cradled the supreme black gold token, and carried a cute ghost fire doll she snagged from the store, walking easily ahead. Behind her, 2 terrifying ogres labored as movers, heaving this pile of invaluable outdated products, while being careful not to disturb the little ancestor in front. And the backdrop to all this was the players from various countries who were forcefully conscripted as cannon fodder. They were huddled in corners, their bodies covered in blood and dust left over from the earlier battle. Park Minju covered her swollen face, watching Su Qianqian's glorious departure like a bride, tears mixed with blood rolling down her cheeks. It's not fair, this is just not fair. Her voice was hoarse, sounding like a crow. Why can she get so many things without doing anything? Why can that person make the Ghost King kneel with just one word? What on earth is that iron badge? Smack! Just as she complained, a spiked mop handle swung down heavily in front of her. The ghost-faced butler, who had originally been smiling like a blooming flower in front of Su Qianqian, turned his face and instantly became eerie and terrifying. His body was filled with resentment with nowhere to vent, and he just happened to see this group of blind fools. What are you looking at? The ghost-faced butler said ominously, licking the wound where his arm was severed. That lord has left. Do you think you can leave too? Didn't you say, as long as we hold on for 10 minutes, the pay would double? A player asked tremulously. Ha! The ghost-faced butler revealed a cruel smile. The pay has doubled, but the floor is dirty, cleaning fees will be deducted. He pointed to the bloodstains all over the hall, both from the Ghost King and the bodyguards, a mess left by the explosive Deep Abyss hand earlier. Since you all like watching a show so much, why not stay and work overtime? Before anyone dares to stop while cleaning this blood from the cracks of the tiles, I will stuff them into the meat grinder to make tomorrow's special meat buns. What? Lick, clean? Park Minju looked at the thousands of square meters of the hall and the corrosive ghost blood still emitting toxic gas, her eyes darkened, and she completely collapsed. On one side was the glamorous zero-cost shopping queen, and on the other was the pitiful worm forced to kneel on the ground, cleaning up the battlefield with her tongue. This extreme contrast made all the viewers in front of the screens fall into silence. Even the most saintly person at this moment could not utter a word of sympathy looking at the tragic state of the contestant from the Grand Han Kingdom. Because they still remembered that just half an hour ago, this woman had been viciously cursing Su Qianqian to be smashed into a meat paste. The gates of the Underworld Merchant Association closed heavily after Su Qianqian left, leaving hell inside. And outside in the blood-soaked fog, Su Qianqian breathed the murky yet free air outside, glancing back at the two tall bodyguards following her obediently. She touched the cold iron tag in her pocket, feeling a sweetness and pride she had never felt before swell in her heart. This collateral given by my husband is surprisingly valuable. It seems he must have done a lot of good deeds before, lending money to others that everyone would respect him, or fear him. She quickened her pace. Although the way home was still long, just thinking of the slightly old yet warm little courtyard and the man who was few in words but always gave her a sense of security at critical moments. And that promised dinner. Su Qianqian felt that this terrifying and bizarre world didn't seem so difficult to endure anymore. Chapter 13, Going Home. How could this broken manor be more comfortable than a 5-star hotel? At the entrance of the Abyss Old Street, there was an invisible boundary stone. When Su Qianqian crossed that invisible line, the noisy roar from the outside, the strong smell of blood, and the pervasive sense of oppression seemed to be cut off by some divine power, replaced by slightly murky yet peaceful air, and the low chirping of unknown insects. Ha! Until she saw her own dilapidated wooden door and 2 dim yellow lanterns, the nerves that had been tense all afternoon finally relaxed completely. Even though this place was rated as an F-level ruin by the system, at this moment in her eyes, not even the presidential suite could compare to a corner of this little courtyard's eaves. Ma'am? Behind her, there were 2 tremulous loud sounds. These were the 2 ogre bodyguards carrying large and small bags, and at that moment, they actually knelt down together. They were not bowing, instead, their legs had gone soft. As sensitive A-class demons, they could clearly sense the terrifying presence lurking in the seemingly tranquil courtyard ahead. Every breath emanating from there suffocated these high-level monsters, an absolute crush on the level of life. The front is the forbidden zone. Step in half a step, and it will turn to ashes. We will stop here. The ogre on the left trembled with its teeth, gently placing the huge woven bag on the bluestone slab. The road inside, with our lowly status, we are not worthy to dirty it. Ha! Aren't you going in for a drink of water? Su Qianqian felt a bit guilty. These bags are quite heavy. No. Not tired. Not tired at all. The 2 ogres shook their heads wildly, quickly piling all the luggage at the door like they were tossing hot potatoes, then bowing deeply at the gate of the yard. Even though the gate was closed, they didn't dare to show any disrespect. Madam, enjoy your meal. After saying this, these 2 bodyguards, who were ferocious in the marketplace, ran off on all fours like rabbits chased by wolves, disappearing into the mist in the blink of an eye, as if a flood or savage beast was chasing them. This is really strange. Su Qianqian scratched her head, looking at the pile of supplies on the ground like a small mountain. Is it really that scary here? The environment seems quite nice. Woof! Woof woof! At that moment, a familiar dog bark came from inside the yard. The door gap was pushed open, and a black mud dog wagged its tail and rushed out, rubbing against Su Qianqian's legs, even very adorably picking up a handbag for her. It was Wang Kai, the hellhound, single-head disguise version. Wang Kai! I'm back! Su Qianqian squatted down and rubbed the dog's head hard, even though it was a bit prickly.
For some reason, this dog was very hot, as if it was carrying a furnace, making it especially comfortable to hug in this cold, gloomy world.
Wang Kai's inner thought,
Madam, please rub gently, I just swallowed a clueless A-grade fierce ghost in the backyard, my temper hasn't calmed down yet. With Wang Kai's help, actually, it was Qin Ji controlling the gravity remotely, making the bags lighter. Su Qianqian struggled to drag these spoils of war into the yard bit by bit. As soon as she entered the front hall, a strong and domineering smell of food hooked her soul. It wasn't the smell of takeaway pre-made dishes, but a real, smoke-filled stir-fry aroma, mixed with a unique sweetness of rice, making Su Qianqian's stomach, which had just been full from a Bloody Mary, surprisingly feel a bit hungry again.
"You're back?"
Qin Ji's voice came from the backyard.
Su Qianqian dropped the luggage and ran through the hallway, lifting her skirt.
Under the great trellis, a 1,000-year-old demon plant, Qin Ji had already set up a stone table. He wasn't wearing that loose sleeping robe, but a black shirt, the sleeves casually rolled up to his elbows, revealing a section of smooth forearm. He was casually sitting on the stone bench, with blood-red, eerie grapevines overhead, holding a white porcelain bowl, serving soup.
That scene had a kind of indescribable contrast beauty.
It was like an immortal exiled from the world, yet tainted with the smoke of the mundane.
"Hubby."
Su Qianqian ran over, the strength she had been holding up outside instantly melting away, and her voice softened by several degrees. "I completed the mission and came back.
Look, I brought back so many things, and didn't spend a single coin."
She looked like a student who had scored full marks and was seeking praise, her eyes full of expectation. Qin Ji put down the soup bowl and looked up at the girl in front of him, who seemed bright and beautiful but still had a bit of a messy hair. He of course knew what she had gone through. He also knew how she had treated herself as a human-shaped accessory without even realizing it. But looking at her lively appearance, completely unfazed by the fright, Qin Ji's lips curved slightly.
Impressive."
He casually pulled open a stone bench next to him. "Sit down and eat."
"Wow."
After Su Qianqian sat down, her gaze was immediately drawn to the dishes on the table. Although it was just a simple 3 dishes and 1 soup, it seemed so out of place in this strange world.
A plate of stir-fried pork kidney, slices of the abyss dragon's kidneys.
Stir-fried with fierce flames, each slice contains a powerful energy capable of cleansing an ordinary person's insides. A plate of stir-fried vegetables, actually, it's the emerald fairy vine that grows by the Wangchuan River, crisp and refreshing, with a strong effect on calming the heart and soothing the mind. A plate of braised pork, this is real 500-year taisui meat, fatty yet not greasy, prolonging life. And that bowl of soup, with milky white broth rolling with a few red dates, exuding an enticing fragrance.
"What is this?"
Su Qianqian, although unable to discern the essence of the ingredients, could tell at a glance that these were extraordinary items. "How much did this cost?"
"Are we not saving money to live?"
Qin Jiman casually placed a piece of kidney into her bowl. "All of this is wild game from behind the mountain, and the vegetables are homegrown.
It costs nothing." In reality, the dragon that was trying to fly over the abyss last night was slapped down by Qin Jiman and its meat became leftovers for dinner. "Oh, so we can hunt and farm here?"
Su Qianqian had a new misunderstanding of the resources in this F-level area. "Then it seems we don't have to worry too much about living expenses in the future." She became unreserved and picked up a piece of meat to put into her mouth. At the moment it entered, the soft and chewy texture exploded on her tongue, followed by a warm current sliding down her esophagus into her stomach, rapidly spreading to her limbs. The earlier tension from being at the mall and the heart palpitations from the oppressive evil spirits vanished in an instant under this warm flow. So delicious. Better than those Michelin 3-star meals. Su Qianqian was eating with her eyes squinted, her pale face regaining its flush. The audience in the live stream was feeling hungry. Other countries' competitors are still eating compressed biscuits and cold water, but she is eating braised pork? This is no national fortune game, this is simply the life people yearn for. Did you notice that after she finished that meat, her whole spirit changed? I suspect that's not ordinary pork. Of course. Whatever Qin produces is high quality. Even if it's pork that has evolved. Full and satisfied. Su Qianqian felt invigorated, even capable of running 3 kilometers. She remembered the plaque in her arms and quickly took it out, handing it back to Qin Jiman with both hands. "Honey, here's this back to you. You didn't lie to me. This thing is really super useful." Su Qianqian excitedly gestured. "I just lifted it once, and all those fierce monsters knelt down. That manager didn't even dare take my money and gave me a bunch of freebies." She lowered her voice, leaning toward Qin Jiman with a look as if she had discovered a shocking secret. "Honey, honestly, were you mixing it up here before?" She made a cutting fingers gesture. Qin Jiman took the black gold token, still stained with grease, glancing at Su Qianqian's eyes full of imagination, he raised his eyebrow. "Sort of." He casually threw that sacred object capable of commanding the Abyss Merchant Association under the table, continuing to serve as a footrest. "This neighborhood had poor security before, I managed things for a few years and collected some protection fees.
Those people were quite reasonable. Su Qianqian nodded in total belief. Sure enough. Although her husband seemed laid back now, he must have been the kind of intimidating big boss when he was young. This explains why everyone is so scared of him. Feeling safe. By the way, Su Qianqian suddenly remembered something and hurried over to rummage through the pile of spoils. After a while, she returned holding 2 crystal-clear dark blue small bottles. This is what the manager gave me, that deep-sea fish oil. She proudly handed the bottles to Qin Ji, her eyes full of concern. I specifically asked, this is very good for the body. Honey, look how pale your face is, you usually don't move, you must be a bit, physically weak. Remember to take it on time. Strive to get your health back soon. Qin Ji looked at the 2 low-level elixirs in his hand, which were less valuable than candy beans to him. He glanced again at Su Qianqian's sincere eyes. Weak? He, the great abyss evil god, with an indestructible body, this girl actually thinks he is weak? Qin Ji ground his molars, wanting to prove his strength tonight. But seeing her innocent look, he finally just sighed helplessly and put the bottles away. All right. I'll take it. Then don't just stand there. Qin Ji stood up and pointed at the counter in the room. The task is done, the system's reward should be in now, right? Go to that cabinet and pick out a few pieces of scrap paper yourself. Scrap paper? Yes, items mortgaged by people who used to owe debts. I'm too lazy to collect them, you go get a few, in case you encounter unreasonable people when you go out again, it can serve as proof. Chapter 14, The Husband's Gift. What are all these scrap papers in this drawer? Under the great pergola in the yard, the evening breeze is cool. The well-fed black dog Wonkai is lying under the stone table, happily nibbling on the unfinished magic dragon bone, occasionally letting out a satisfied grunt. Su Qianqian was about to clean up the table when a series of crisp and pleasant system alert sounds suddenly rang in her mind. Ding! Congratulations to Longwa player Su Qianqian for successfully completing the first force task. Task rating, SSS level, perfect. Evaluation, you not only completed the inspection work at the Underworld Commercial Association without a scratch, but also received substantial supplies worth millions of Underworld coins willingly offered by an A-level spirit. Your dominance and authority made the strange trembling with fear. Hearing the words dominance and authority, Su Qianqian's small face turned red, feeling a bit embarrassed. It was obviously that manager who was too polite, insisting on gifting local specialties. How could that be called dominance? Reward distribution, soul nourishing pill times 1, S-level quality, national luck value plus 100, a B-level spiritual rain will fall within Longwa. As the system voice fell, a delicate small white jade bottle appeared in Su Qianqian's hand, shining with radiance. Before even opening the lid, a refreshing fragrance wafted out, just smelling it made one feel invigorated, as if one's soul had been cleansed. Soul nourishing pill? Su Qianqian looked at the pill bottle in her hand, and a description of it automatically popped into her mind. S-level supplement, can significantly nourish the soul, repair soul damage, a supreme holy medicine for spirits, and a longevity elixir for humans. Longevity. Repair damage. Su Qianqian's eyes lit up suddenly. She instinctively turned her head to look at Qin Ji, who was sitting in a rocking chair, using the moonlight to crack walnut shells, actually cracking 2 demon eyeballs. Although Qin Ji looked very powerful now, able to carry a suitcase with one hand, and had several underworld friends who feared him, his pale face, which had long been away from sunlight, and his past experiences of mixing in society. He must have suffered a lot of injuries, right? And now he stays at home all day without going out, his body foundation must be very weak. Honey. Su Qianqian ran to Qin Ji with both hands holding the white jade bottle like a treasure, this is for you. Qin Ji's hands cracking walnuts paused slightly as he lifted his eyelids to look at the bottle. That meager reward from the system didn't even seem worth his time to glance at. He probably had tons of such pills in his warehouse, all sent as snacks by those small sects wanting to rely on him. What is it? He asked casually. It's a reward from the system, said to be a great supplement. Su Qianqian seriously stuffed the bottle into Qin Ji's hand, her beautiful peach blossom eyes staring at him, afraid he would refuse. I looked at the instruction manual, it's especially suitable for nourishing the body. You must accept it, take it along with that fish oil from before, it will definitely help restore your body to strength quicker. Qin Ji. Another body supplement? He looked down at the bottle in his hand, then looked back at Su Qianqian, whose eyes were full of concern. The blue veins on the temple subtly twitched. Although being treated like a patient was a bit unpleasant, this was, after all, the reward earned by this girl from her first task, fighting tooth and nail. In the bizarre matchmaking rules, players can gift rewards to their partners, greatly increasing their affection and triggering a reciprocal gift mechanism. Alright, I'll accept it. Qin Ji casually stuffed the S-class elixir, which could cause a bloodbath in the outside world, into his pocket, actually tossing it into a different space to gather dust, then pointed to the old rusty metal cabinet shrouded in shadows at the back of the living room. Since you're so filial, I can't be too stingy.
Qin Ji's tone was lazy. Go to that cabinet, the second drawer. There are some promissory notes and scrap paper I got back from collecting debts.
You can pick a few, they might come in handy later when you go out. Scrap paper? Su Qianqian blinked.
Her husband was quite particular, he wanted others to choose his gifts.
But since it's a promissory note, it should be something like a loan slip or a voucher, right? She curiously walked over.
That metal cabinet looked very old, with rusty red stains all over the handle, even tangled with a few circles of black threads that looked like spider webs. Actually, it was a sealing spell to prevent malevolent energy from leaking.
Su Qianqian reached out and gently pulled open the second drawer. Creak.
Accompanied by the teeth-gritting sound of friction, the drawer opened.
In that instant,
although no light shot out, the audience in the Dragon Nation live stream behind Su Qianqian felt a chill running down their spines through the screen. Inside the not-so-large drawer, it was a chaotic mess filled with all sorts of crumpled paper, tokens, and even blood-stained cloth strips. It looked like a garbage bin, with no classification, focused solely on randomness. Su Qianqian casually grabbed the topmost wrinkled sheet parchment, which looked like it had been crumpled many times. The paper unfolded, revealing a string of sinister ghostly symbols written in bright red ink, or blood, along with a huge seal radiating a faint dark energy stamped below.
Su Qianqian couldn't understand those words, but that didn't stop the live stream system from automatically translating it for the viewers. As the line of text was translated, the entire Dragon Nation live stream's bullet screen disappeared for a full 3 seconds. Land deed, Netherworld Grand Hotel. Owner's rights, 100% ownership of this S-Class Bazaar Dungeon. With this deed, you can summon all personnel below the red robe level in the hotel at any time, including but not limited to having the head chef cook himself to entertain you. Remarks, this is the debt the little ghost running the restaurant lost to me last time. Boring, not as good as street food. Holy crap. Netherworld Grand Hotel?
That's one of the 10 most dangerous places in the abyss. They say those who enter are left with nothing but bones.
Is this scrap paper?
That's the ownership of an entire S-Class dungeon.
What did I just see? That wrinkled paper looks like the conductor's certificate for the Yellow Springs train? And that? Order of the Night Parade of 100 Ghosts?
However, as the person involved, Su Qianqian reacted very calmly since she couldn't understand the ghostly script and Qin Ji had already called it scrap paper.
This picture is of a house? Su Qianqian pointed at the invaluable land deed and turned to ask Qin Ji with some confusion, husband, is this a hotel stay voucher?
Qin Ji lay in the rocking chair, eyes closed, and muttered, sort of. The previous owner couldn't pay his debt, so he mortgaged the hotel to me. If you encounter that hotel while doing tasks in the future, bring this, and you can not only stay for free but also have someone serve you tea and water.
Oh. That's great. Su Qianqian's eyes lit up.
She was socially anxious, and the most dreaded thing about going out was dealing with the front desk, having to squabble and handle the check-in process. If she had this super stay voucher.
Just slapping the contract on the table to check in is simply too hassle-free. Then I'll take this one.
Su Qianqian happily folded the contract that made countless Ghost Kings envious twice, and stuffed it into her little cat pain bag, also conveniently grabbing a nice-looking black whistle.
Let's take that too.
Qin Ji seemed to sense the energy of the whistle, casually saying, that was left by a train conductor.
Blowing it can summon a car, so you won't have to squeeze into the bus next time you go out. Awesome. A car-hailing gadget. Su Qianqian was even happier. Although this husband was weak and lived far away, I have to say, his connections, IOUs, are really broad. Even the train driver owes him money.
Watching Su Qianqian casually stash away those top-tier tools that could cause bloodshed in the strange world, treating them like discount coupons in ride-sharing apps, Director Zhang, the special commentator from Long Country, trembled as he took off his glasses.
Dear viewers,
Director Zhang's voice was dry. I now seriously doubt that we made a huge mistake in our assessment of the F-level area.
What abandoned land? This is clearly the treasury of the strange world. Who is this Qin Ji? On the other side of the screen. In the live broadcast room of Dahan Country, the atmosphere was entirely different. Park Minju was kneeling in a damp and dark cave. In front of her was her intended partner, the furious D-level Iron Arm Gibbon. The Iron Arm Gibbon was smashing the stone wall wildly because the earnings Park Minju brought back this time were just a few low-level ghost stones, which she had picked up while cleaning the toilets. Waste. You can't even earn back your meal money. The Iron Arm Gibbon kicked Park Minju to the ground, its eyes flashing with fierce light. Don't hit. Husband, don't hit.
Park Minju screamed as she covered her face. It's not that I'm not trying.
It's that Dragon Country woman. She cheated. She has a divine artifact. Divine artifact?
The Iron Arm Gibbon paused, its greedy beastly nature overtaking its rationality in an instant.
Yes.
She has a black ion card that can make Ghost Kings kneel.
And I just watched her livestream.
Park Minju's eyes were venomous as she gritted her teeth and said.
She just got a contract for the Yin Ming Grand Hotel. That's an S-level dungeon. If we can snatch that piece of paper, you will be the owner of the hotel, husband. S-level, owner? The not-so-smart mind of the Iron Arm Gibbon instantly filled with blood. In the strange world, territory is everything. If there's that hotel, why is it still cramped in this broken cave? Good. Very good. The Iron Arm Gibbon let out a chilling laugh. Rob. Next mission, if we encounter her, no matter what, grab that thing for me.
The same scheme was brewing in the skeleton castle of Sakura country. That shattered skull demon man was polishing his chainsaw, watching Su Qianqian's delicate form on the live broadcast, focusing on the corner of the contract peeking out from her bag.
What a perfect bride's body, what a rich dowry. The waste of Dragon Country doesn't deserve to have these. The next time we meet, it will be her death day.
The storm was coming. And in the eye of the storm, Su Qianqian was completely unaware. She was happily closing that priceless metal cabinet, holding that accommodation voucher, and running into the yard to massage Qin Ji, who was basking in the sun.
Husband, this voucher looks a bit old, the letters are almost unreadable. What if they don't recognize it later? Qin Ji enjoyed the gentle, delicate hands massage, not even lifting his eyelids. Don't recognize?
He chuckled lightly, his tone carrying an indifferent chill.
Don't worry, they don't dare. Unless, they want to become a dish on the menu. Chapter 15, The Conspiracy of Dehan Country. As long as we grab that piece of paper, we will be the S-level masters. In the strange world, Area 4, the stony wasteland.
Here, a knife-like black wind blows all year round, and no grass grows on the ground.
In a huge stinking cave. At this moment, it was like a volcano about to erupt, filled with a brutal aura. Useless.
Worthless thing.
Roar.
Accompanied by a furious roar, Park Minju was violently thrown against the rock wall like a ragdoll. Her face, already swollen from being beaten at the Underworld Merchant Association, was now a gruesome sight, with blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Before her, a degrade creature called the Iron Arm Ape was frantically smashing the few stone bowls and stone pots in the cave. Standing at 2.5 meters tall, its body was covered in steel-like black fur, and its crimson eyes were filled with a mad greed that could not be satisfied. In this forced mission, it had eagerly given its only life-saving item, demon energy, to this human woman, hoping she could bring back even an E-grade ghostly item or several hundred underworld coins to improve their lives.
And what was the result? This useless woman only brought back the stench of a morgue and a body full of injuries. Please, stop hitting me. My lord. I have important information.
Park Minju, ignoring the pain, crawled up and clung to the Iron Arm Ape's leg covered in coarse fur, her eyes flashing with a deadly light of desperation. I may not have brought back money, but I have brought back an opportunity to become superior. Park Minju's voice was hoarse and her words came out in a rush. Do you know the Dragon Kingdom woman, Su Qianqian? She revealed a deed in her livestream. It was a land deed. Roar. The Iron Arm Ape paused its raised hand, a hint of suspicion escaping from its snout. It's the land deed of the S-grade dungeon, the Underworld Grand Hotel. It holds 100% ownership. Park Minju shouted almost deliriously, you are a native, you must know what that means, right? With that, you will no longer be a wild ape in this broken cave, but the lord who controls a territory. Even the red-dressed fierce ghost would have to bow to you. The Underworld Grand Hotel? The Iron Arm Ape's pupils suddenly contracted. Of course, it had heard of it. It was a legendary place in the abyss, said that every tile there was made of gold, and just one dish could sustain its cultivation for 10 years. Such a treasure was actually in the hands of a powerless little human girl? Not only that. Seeing the Iron Arm Ape was interested, Park Minju seized the moment. Moreover, I have contacted players from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. That Skull Crusher Lord is also very interested in this matter. Skull Crusher? The Iron Arm Ape stiffened. That was an S-grade big shot, it was just a little brother in front of him. Do not worry, we can cooperate. Park Minju said with a sinister grin, her swollen face making her look even more fiendish. That Skull Crusher is a pervert, he only wants Su Qianqian's flesh and body. He looks down on simple things like running a hotel. As long as we help him, once Su Qianqian is killed, the hotel will belong to you, and the woman to him. Also, Park Minju pulled out the next mission announcement issued by the system from her chest, her eyes full of scheming. The next team mission will most likely lead to the area where the hotel is located. In the dungeon, everyone is in competition, it will be perfectly justified for us to kill and loot. Roar. Roar, roar, roar. The Iron Arm Ape excitedly pounded its chest, letting out an ear-splitting roar. The huge greed clouded its mind. If it was usual, it wouldn't even dare to touch Qin Ji. But Park Minju brainwashed it by saying, Qin Ji is just a lucky trash picker, and with the backing of the S-grade demon, it felt it could do it.
The lowly woman from the Dragon Kingdom.
Park Minju leaned against the dark, damp rock wall, looking at her lord's bloodthirsty gaze, a cruel smile curling on her lips. This time, without that mall manager to protect you, let's see how you die.
At the same time, in the Abyss Old Street, the number 10 grocery store. Compared to the storm brewing outside, this is simply a paradise on earth.
Su Qianqian was squatting on the steps in the yard, curiously fiddling with a small black whistle she had just taken out from the drawer, illuminated by the warm light of 2 red lanterns. This whistle was made from some unknown animal bone, completely black and icy cold to the touch.
An ancient train engine design was engraved on it. My husband said this is a ride-hailing app? Su Qianqian tilted her head and examined it.
As someone with severe social anxiety, she used to rely on a dedicated driver for transportation. If she had to squeeze into that terrifying skeletal bus to go to strange places in another world, she would definitely have nightmares. If only blowing this whistle could actually summon a car, preferably one that's fully enclosed, where I can't see the outside, and I don't have to talk to the driver. Su Qianqian mumbled, bringing the whistle to her lips, puffing her cheeks ready to blow.
Wait.
A hand suddenly reached over from the side and gently pinched the end of the whistle.
Su Qianqian looked up and met Qin Ji's somewhat helpless gaze.
He held a cup of Su Qianqian's freshly brewed deep-sea concentration oil tea, which was actually just high-end tea, standing above her on the steps, looking down.
Don't blow it in the yard.
Qin Ji's voice was calm, carrying an undeniable authority.
Why not? Su Qianqian took the whistle down, puzzled. Is the whistle too loud? Will it disturb the neighbors? Qin Ji.
It was more than just disturbing the neighbors.
That was the whistle of the train conductor from the underworld.
If blown, the ghost train that rampaged through the underworld would tear through the space barrier and come straight over. With the conductors, actually a 10,000-year-old ghost dragon, reckless driving style, if it came to give a ride, it would probably plow a deep groove through his carefully arranged little yard. The red spider lilies he had just planted 2 days ago and those few A-class bloodthirsty ghost locusts would be crushed into pulp under its wheels.
The sound is very unpleasant.
Qin Ji casually found a reason. It's like amplifying the sound of nails scraping a blackboard 1,000 times. If you blow it, the flowers in this yard will wilt in fear.
So ugly?
Su Qianqian was so scared that she hurriedly tucked the whistle into her bosom, covering it tightly, her face full of fear. She couldn't stand that kind of sound, it would further weaken her social anxiety nerves. Then I'll wait until I really have to go out next time to use it. Su Qianqian obediently nodded, then stood up and brushed the dust off her skirt. Husband, when do you think the next mission will be? I just looked at the system panel, and it seems to have turned red again. Qin Ji glanced at the sky filled with red light. With his status, he could clearly sense the malice directed at him from miles away. Those ant-like conspiracies, greedy gazes, and the so-called alliances. In his perception, it was like a swarm of flies buzzing before the rain, annoying but nothing more than that.
Soon.
Qin Ji turned to walk back inside, his voice still calm and steady, but there's no need to worry, it's just some self-important clowns putting on a show. He paused, looking back at Su Qianqian, who was folding the hotel deed into little squares, trying to stuff it into her wallet.
Keep that coupon safe.
This time when you go out, you might need to use it not just for meals and lodging, but also to clean up some trash.
Su Qianqian didn't understand the deeper meaning behind the last sentence.
She just nodded while struggling to shove the slip of paper in.
I know. Wealth shouldn't be flaunted. I'll hide it well, no one but the shop owner will see it.
Qin Ji looked at her serious expression, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. Those who were plotting to kill and loot in the dark corners probably could never imagine.
The artifact they yearned to seize
was being treated by its owner like a supermarket discount coupon, folded into a corner to save space.
Go to sleep. Qin Ji waved his hand. Tomorrow is another day of nuclear peace. A night without words.
Only in the black mist outside the old street of the Abyss, a few little demons, lacking vision, attempted to approach, and in the instant they touched the guard range of the yard, they silently turned to ash. That was Wang Kai, the hellhound, sneezing in its dream.
The next morning,
the blood-red system countdown finally reached 0 on all players' retinas.
Full announcement. The second forced mission has begun. Mission location, S-Class Forbidden Zone, the Netherworld Hotel. Mission objective, obtain a formal job in this instance and survive for 7 days. Special reminder, this area is an absolute neutral zone, chaos, destruction of facilities is prohibited, but personal grudges between players are not forbidden. The last sentence was bloody,
full of hints and provocations.
Su Qianqian was awakened by the system's notification sound. She rubbed her eyes, and before she could speak, she saw the live stream chat already filled with disturbing messages. Qianqian, be careful.
I saw that the Great Han country is sharpening their knives. I heard this time it's an S-Class hotel, and the chefs inside are man-eaters.
Plus, personal fights are allowed. Park Minju is allied with that demon from Sakura country. Where's my husband? Where's Master Qin Ji? Quickly let him see this notice. Su Qianqian was a little flustered. S-class? Survive for 7 days? And personal grudges are allowed? That's way too targeted at people. She hugged her blanket and looked at Qin Ji, who had just finished washing up and stepped out. Husband. Su Qianqian raised the system panel that said S-Class Forbidden Zone, her voice trembling. The place we have to go seems very dangerous, and we have to work for 7 days, can we not go? Qin Ji held a toothbrush, crafted from deep-sea silver, glanced at the so-called S-Class Forbidden Zone. The Netherworld Hotel. Oh, he remembered. The owner of that place was a female ghost called Red Madam. 1,000 years ago, she was ostracized by other ghosts in the abyss for being too ugly, and Qin Ji had casually given her a skin to help her run an inn to make a living. At that time, the female ghost was so grateful that she insisted on giving him the deed to the whole inn and vowed that this inn would be Qin Ji's backyard in the future. Go, you must go. Qin Ji rinsed his mouth and put the cup down. He looked at Su Qianqian, for the first time showing a hint of seriousness in his gaze, actually thinking of the hotel's special dish. The chef there makes stir-fried dragon liver quite well. You should stay a few days and just bring back my teacup. As for whether it's dangerous. Qin Ji took out a lighter from his pocket and casually tossed it. You're going to be the boss, not a waitress. Who would dare to give you a hard time? Just tell them to scram. Chapter 16, S-Class Forbidden Zone? That's a shop run by the stray cat I casually fed hundreds of years ago. The next morning. The mist of the old street in the abyss had not yet dissipated, and the blood-red countdown hanging in front of all players finally reached 0 without any emotion. Announcement. All players, please pay attention. Rest period is over, the second forced survival mission is about to begin. As the system's announcement fell, the originally calm livestream chat instantly exploded. Everyone held their breath, staring fixedly at the task details slowly appearing. This time, the red font looked especially glaring, as if dripping blood. Mission location, S-Class Forbidden Zone, the Netherworld Hotel. Instance level, S-Class, extremely dangerous / unhealable area / slaughterfest. Mission objective, obtain a formal job position in this instance and survive for 7 days. Special reminder, this area is a chaotic neutral zone. Not only is there powerful native spirits, but it also allows players to engage in limited competition, meaning, as long as it doesn't end in death. If the previous Underworld Merchant Guild was just a place to bankrupt people, then when the 5 words Ghostly Underworld Hotel appeared, even the loudest barrage from the Great Cold Nation instantly quieted for 3 seconds. Then, an explosive wave of information and panic erupted. It's over, it's the Ghostly Underworld Hotel? I've read about this, it's a famous black shop in the abyss. I heard the owner is a red-dressed female ghost who only likes to skin people and make lanterns. She's extremely eccentric. Not only that, but the customers staying there are all fugitives from various forbidden zones. Asking players to work as waiters there? Isn't that just sending them to their doom? And this time the system clearly said competition allowed. Park Minju is definitely going to make a move. The panic spread like a plague. At this time, in the number 10 general store, Su Qianqian, wearing a fluffy little bear onesie, was holding a toothbrush, with foam in her mouth, staring at the blood-red interface in front of her. She was so frightened that her hand trembled, and the toothbrush almost fell into the sink. S-level Forbidden Zone? Survive for 7 days? And also have to compete for a job? Su Qianqian felt her vision go black. Although she had some money, referring to supplies, and a bit of courage, thanks to her support, the word S-level was simply too intimidating for humans. The previous Underworld Merchant Guild seemed to only be A-level? And it already had terrifying ogre security guards. Wouldn't S-level zones be full of man-eating monsters? Ugh. I don't want to go. Su Qianqian's face twisted in distress. No matter how unwilling she was, she knew that if she didn't go, she'd be directly erased. She spat out the foam, didn't even bother to wash her face, and shuffled in her slippers to the main room to find the backbone of the situation. In the main room, Qin Ji was doing his morning exercise, lying on the armchair, spinning a black folding fan with 2 fingers. His leisurely appearance was in sharp contrast to the apocalyptic atmosphere outside. Hubby. Su Qianqian held up the task interface that frightened her, her voice trembling clearly. The system released a new task. This time, we have to go to a place called the Ghostly Underworld Hotel. It's an S-level forbidden zone, extremely dangerous. And it seems, we have to fight other people for a job. Upon hearing this, Qin Ji's finger froze momentarily as he spun the fan. Ghostly Underworld Hotel? He repeated the name, a fleeting look of nostalgic recollection passing through his deep gaze. Oh, he remembered now. It had indeed been around for quite some time. Probably 1,000 years ago?
Back then, he hadn't fully retired, and the abyss was at its peak. A very ugly little ghost, with her face completely burned, had been shunned by her own kind for her appearance. At the brink of losing her soul, she crawled to the door of his general store to beg for food. At that time, Qin Ji was in a good mood and thought that although the little ghost was ugly, her eyes were very stubborn. So he casually gave her a top-grade face paint from the abyss and directed her to open a small inn on the edge of the commercial district. Later, that inn grew bigger and bigger and became the so-called S-level hotel. And that ugly little ghost became the now infamous Red Madam. Qin Ji remembered, hundreds of years ago, the Red Madam, in gratitude, insisted on offering herself, but after Qin Ji kicked her out, she cried and shoved the entire hotel's deed into his drawer, saying that from then on, the hotel would be her benefactor's garden, free to stay and take money whenever he wanted.
It's just a place to eat and sleep.
Qin Ji snapped out of his reverie and casually commented, completely ignoring the system's warning of extremely dangerous.
Eat and sleep?
Su Qianqian widened her eyes, but the barrage says the owner is very fierce and likes to skin people.
That's for outsiders.
Qin Ji interrupted her worry and smiled with a meaningful curve at the corner of his lips. For you, she should be an overly enthusiastic waitress. After all, if that female ghost saw this girl holding the deed, representing both debtor and benefactor, it seems like he can't wait to pack the entire hotel and give it to her as a dowry.
Really? Su Qianqian couldn't believe it a bit. Have I ever lied to you? Qin Ji retorted.
Su Qianqian thought for a moment, from the stray dog Wonkai to the meal money discount iron plaque from the Underworld Merchant Association.
Her husband seemed to say it's nothing every time, and the result was always absurd yet smooth. I believe you. Su Qianqian nodded vigorously, her small face reigniting with the light of hope.
She hurried back to the room, rummaging through the layer of her most treasured pain pouch for the wrinkled paper folded into a tofu block from yesterday.
Deed, Underworld Grand Hotel, 100% equity transfer.
Although she couldn't understand the words on it, Qin Ji had said it was a coupon or a voucher.
Luckily, I brought this. My husband said it can get discounts or even free meals.
Su Qianqian treasured the note and tucked it into her pocket, even more securely than the black whistle. Seeing her cautious and silly look, as if afraid of losing the coupon and not being able to afford a meal, Qin Ji helplessly shook his head. He stood up and walked to the nearby antique shelf. The shelf was filled with various items brought back from forbidden zones. He surveyed the area and finally paused at an empty space.
That spot once held a dark red small teacup, seemingly made from some ancient clay.
But he found that color too gaudy and later seemed to have casually given it to that red-haired lady for decoration.
Wife.
Qin Ji called out to Su Qianqian, who was stuffing chips into her suitcase.
Ah. Su Qianqian immediately looked up. What's wrong, husband? Do we need to bring anything else? No need to bring anything.
Qin Ji pointed to the empty space, his tone still lazy, just like casually reminding his wife to buy scallions on her way to the market. When you go to that hotel, pay attention. The lady boss should have a red small teacup with a pattern of spider lily carved on it.
Huh? A teacup? Su Qianqian froze. Yeah.
That cup was used by me to drink water before, later, I lent it to her as decoration.
Qin Ji said blandly, I want to drink new tea recently, and I'm missing a cup. Remember to get it back from her when you go. Just say. I asked you to bring it back.
The live stream audience heard this and had a row of question marks pop up over their heads.
A red cup? It can't be another magical item, right? Taking a guess, this cup must be more than just a drinking glass. Is it some kind of ghost device? But this task is too mundane, right? Going to an S-level horror dungeon just to get back an old teacup? However, no one knew.
That so-called red teacup
was called Soul-Taming Blood River Cup, half-step artifact.
It was the core of the entire Underworld Grand Hotel's formation, ***. Deep underground in that hotel lay a blood spring connected to the tributary of the Underworld River, and a terrifying entity named the Corpse King of Drought, which had been asleep for thousands of years.
That cup was the only seal used to suppress that Corpse King and prevent it from breaking free to destroy everything. Once the cup was taken away, that S-level hotel would instantly turn into an erupting volcano at any moment. But Qin Ji clearly didn't care about these consequences.
For him, even if that Corpse King really crawled out, it would merely be a matter of slapping it back down again. Letting his wife fetch the cup was purely to give her a bit of side quest to do, so she wouldn't feel this trip was too boring.
Alright. A red cup, right? I remember.
Su Qianqian had no idea she was about to pull out the safety pin of an S-level dungeon.
She took out a small notebook and earnestly wrote it down. 1. Check in at the hotel, work. 2. Use the coupon to get free meals/lodging. 3. Help husband get back the old teacup he lent out.
After finishing, she closed the notebook with satisfaction, slung the iconic little cat pain pouch over her shoulder, and once again pulled up her 3 large suitcases.
Am I leaving now?
Su Qianqian stood at the door, though still a bit nervous. She was much more composed than the first time she went out.
Husband, you wait for me at home, okay? This time I'll be back in 7 days. You have to remember to eat, and don't forget to feed Wankai some jerky.
Qin Ji leaned against the doorframe, holding 2 walnuts in his hands.
Go ahead.
His gaze swept over the wall of the courtyard. He could clearly feel that in the distant wilderness of Zone 4, several malicious auras were gathering towards the same point.
They were Park Minju, the Iron Arm Ape, and those restless ants from Sakura country. By the way,
just as Su Qianqian was about to step out of the teleportation circle, Qin Ji suddenly seemed to remember something and added.
If you run into some troublemakers or annoying flies over there. Su Qianqian turned back, huh?
Qin Ji's lips curled up into a faint, yet bloody cold smile.
You are holding the land deed, you are holding a voucher. In other words, you are going to be the boss, not the waiter. Who dares to give you a hard time? You just tell them to roll. Even if it's that female ghost boss, it doesn't matter. Su Qianqian nodded, as if she understood. Oh, so it's about complaints, right? I got it. Customers are like gods. Qin Ji. Alright, complaints it is. Anyway, if that red lady dares to make Su Qianqian frown, his after-sales service will definitely check on her in person.
A flash of white light.
Su Qianqian's figure disappeared from that spot.
And at the same moment,
at the entrance of the Howling Wind at the ghostly Grand Hotel,
Park Minju, who had already been lying in wait, was staring intensely at the teleportation point, tightly gripping the temporary worker recommendation letter that the Iron Arm Ape had bought at a high price, her mouth curling into a sinister smile.
Su Qianqian, this time, let's see how lucky you are. Your S-Class hotel land deed is mine now. Chapter 17, is hell mode starting before I even enter? Sorry, I have a voucher.
In Zone 4 of the Abyss World, at the outskirts of the ghostly Grand Hotel. It was a bone-chilling black forest, eerily silent. The trees had no leaves, their dry branches resembling black and ghostly hands clawing up from the ground, flailing in the eternal gloom. Occasionally, the hoarse cawing of crows broke the silence, accompanied by a faint sound in the distance, like bones being crushed. A strange mix of moldy odor and the extravagant scent of powder filled the air, an aroma unique to that S-Class den of vice ahead. Buzz. As several beams of light descended, the players of this round finally arrived at this deathly forbidden zone. The first reaction of the contestant Park Minju from the Great Cold Nation after landing was not to observe the surroundings but to quickly pull out a yellowed envelope from her chest, which exuded a faint smell of corpse oil. She clutched the envelope tightly as if it held her life. It was the temporary worker recommendation letter her strange husband, the Iron Arm Ape, had purchased with half a lifetime of savings, even adding in the funds earned by murder and plunder, from a passing Grim Reaper, C-Class item, temporary worker recommendation letter. Recommendation letter effect: the holder of this letter can obtain an interview opportunity for the janitor/cleaner position at the ghostly Grand Hotel and has one life exemption within the lobby area.
Finally I don't have to die like a headless fly.
Park Minju looked at the faint glow on the envelope, trembling with excitement. Last time in the mall, she was blind and treated like a pig or a dog. But this time was different, she was here with credentials.
Park, you seem very well prepared too.
A slightly cold voice came from beside her. The contestant Inoue Sakurako from Sakura country, dressed in a black tight-fitting outfit suitable for movement, slowly walked over, holding a pair of scissors still dripping with blood. That was the D-level ghost artifact, broken finger scissors. Although it was not high in rank, it was still a big killing weapon in front of low-level ghosts. The two exchanged a glance, showing a tacit and sinister smile. In the past few days outside, their husband had already communicated and reached an agreement on a target, that oblivious woman from Dragon Country.
This is an outdoor instance, also a chaotic zone.
Inoue Sakura licked her lips with a cruel gaze. That Su Qianqian, as long as she dares to come, even if she is a golden canary for some big shot, in this lawless place, if she dies, no one can say anything.
That's natural.
Park Minju touched her face, which was still not completely swollen, with resentment almost spilling from her eyes. This time, I'm going to get back what she owes me from the mall, with interest. Just when they were boosting each other, feeling that their dragon riding on someone's face couldn't possibly lose. Clatter, clatter. A series of extremely uncoordinated, modern industrial rolling sounds abruptly echoed through the silent black forest path. The two were taken aback and turned around. In the depths of the mist, a girl in a light yellow dress, carrying a cute cat bag, was struggling to drag 3 massive pink suitcases, step by step towards them. Because the suitcases were too heavy, she was panting, with beads of sweat on her forehead, looking less like she was there to survive, and more like a lost rich girl wandering in the wild.
It was Su Qianqian. Park Minju and Inoue Sakura were both stunned. This was way too relaxed, right? Is this the legendary woman with a god-level background? She looked like a little fatty who wandered into a wolf pack. Su Qianqian.
Park Minju gritted her teeth, took a step forward, and blocked Su Qianqian's path, mocking her tone to the extreme.
What's wrong? Is the young lady here on vacation?
Dragging so much junk, are you afraid the monsters in that hotel won't have enough to eat, so you specially brought takeout for them? Su Qianqian was startled by the sudden appearance of the person and quickly stopped, guarding the 3 suitcases behind her. She recognized this woman from the big cold country. Last time in the mall, this woman had been staring at her, and later she heard that the kind manager kept her for overtime. Who would have thought she was still alive? I brought daily necessities.
Su Qianqian replied softly, her voice gentle with a hint of natural timidity. My husband said we'll stay outside for 7 days, so it's inconvenient to bring less.
Heh, husband?
Park Minju sneered, her piercing gaze scanning Su Qianqian from head to toe. Especially around her neck and chest. Last time in the mall, Su Qianqian relied on that black iron plate hanging around her neck to kill without mercy. But now, Su Qianqian's collar was empty, and that rope was nowhere to be seen, nor was there that suffocating pressure from ghosts. A jolt ran through Park Minju's heart, followed by overwhelming joy. Could it be that the man didn't give it to her? Of course. How could a lowly mortal casually bring a divine artifact of that level out to run around? Last time was probably just a one-time experience card. To confirm, Park Minju deliberately provoked loudly. Hey! Where's that plate from last time? Why aren't you waving it around? Is it broken? Or has it been taken back? It was too heavy, so I left it at home. Su Qianqian answered honestly. That was the truth. The black gold token was pure metal, and hanging it around her neck was indeed a bit heavy, and this time, since the stay at the hotel was mainly for lodging, her husband gave her the discount coupon, land deed, so she probably didn't need to use the token, right? Left, at, home? Park Minju repeated it, unable to help but let out a sharp laugh. Ha 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 ha. This is just hilarious. Inoue-san, did you hear that? This fool actually left the only life-saving token at home. Does she think this place is what? An amusement park? Sakurako Inoue also smiled slightly, and with her scissors, she made a snip sound in the air. Since the sign is gone, it's just a piece of good meat. In the live stream, the viewers from Longwa were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Come on, Shan. That's a divine artifact. It may be heavy, but it can save your life at a critical moment. It's over. This time she really came out bare. With 2 opponents against her and a sea-level item, how can she fight? No. Don't forget, Shan still has the waste paper given by Lord Qin in her pocket. That's the hotel deed. Don't be silly upstairs. What kind of deterrent can that kind of paper have? They won't even give you the chance to take it out. Facing the 2 approaching, Su Qianqian was indeed a bit scared. She instinctively took 2 steps back, her hand unconsciously covering her clothing pocket. There, it held the neatly folded paper that Qin Ji had given her. What do you want to do? Su Qianqian said nervously, this is a no-fighting zone. Besides, I'm not empty-handed. Oh? What do you have? Park Minju proudly waved the envelope in her hand that emitted sea-level ghost energy, with a smug face. See? This is a sea-level item recommendation letter. With this, I can officially become an employee of the hotel and be protected by the hotel's rules. Even those S-level evil spirits dare not kill me. What about you? Do you want to bribe the boss with the chips from your suitcase? Ha ha ha. Su Qianqian looked at the shiny but foul envelope in the opponent's hand, then touched the thin, dull paper in her pocket. Her heart sank even further. The other's item looked so advanced, and it even glowed. The one her husband gave her really looked just like a supermarket receipt, crumpled and lacking any color printing. Could it really compete with theirs? I have a coupon. Su Qianqian's voice grew softer, clearly lacking confidence. A coupon? Park Minju laughed until tears almost came out. In this place that devours people without a bone left, you want to use a coupon to spend? I reckon you think you are being served on a platter. Just as both sides were in a standoff. Dong. A dull bell suddenly came from beyond the forest, interrupting their quarrel. The bell sounded as if it struck at the human soul, carrying a chilly yet noble authority. The mist dispersed. A magnificent and breathtaking huge building gradually revealed its true form in front of everyone. Yumming Grand Hotel. It was a high-rise building with dozens of floors, entirely in dark red, embodying Chinese architectural style. Blood-dripping human skin lanterns hung from the pointed eaves, each sealing a tormented soul that wailed in pain.
The enormous red gate stood wide open. There were no welcoming hostesses at the entrance, but two statues made of countless bones that formed a four-armed ghost general, quasi-red level. Even from 100 meters away, the unique despair and oppressive aura of the S-level dungeon hid like a mountain pressing down.
This is the S-level hotel. Sakurako Inoue's scissors trembled slightly in her hand.
In front of this colossal structure, her little cleverness and items felt so insignificant.
Don't be scared. We have the recommendation letter. Park Minju, though her legs were weak, tightly held the envelope as if grasping a lifeline. This is our amulet. As long as we show it to those two gatekeepers, we will be considered one of our own. Having said that, she cast a fierce glare at Su Qianqian. Longwo woman, your time of death is coming. During the interview later, I will let you know what the harsh reality of society is.
Park Minju and Sakurako Inoue seemed to turn their fear into motivation, holding their heads high, and took the lead toward the eerie and terrifying door.
Su Qianqian was left standing alone.
She looked at the horror hotel, then at the suitcase in her hand.
So scary.
She whispered softly, her fingers repeatedly rubbing the edge of that paper in her pocket.
My husband said this is to become a boss, not a waiter. And I need to take that red cup back.
Though her heart was racing with fear, the thought that if the task failed, she would be erased, and if she didn't get the cup, her husband wouldn't be able to drink tea.
That strange sense of responsibility named Madame Qin once again took hold. Forget it. Even if it's waste paper given by my husband. Su Qianqian gritted her teeth and tightened her grip on the suitcase. Let's go. I refuse to believe that such a big hotel won't accept coupons.
Amid the flying ghost money and the cold winds, Su Qianqian braced herself, like a little warrior set to complete an impossible task, pattering along behind those aggressive players, heading towards the ghost gate that could swallow everything.
And she had no idea. At the very moment she approached the grand door.
In the most luxurious office on the hotel's top floor, a shareholder's register that had been sealed for ages suddenly opened on its own with no warning, bursting forth with dazzling golden light. The red-garbed female ghost general manager, working in the office, suddenly raised her head, displaying a face full of horror.
The presence of the major shareholder? That esteemed one has arrived? Chapter 18. Sorry, I'm not hiring waiters, I'm hiring ancestors.
On the first-floor lobby of the Hell Hotel, the opulence was suffocating. The decor style was not the cold, modern aesthetics of the Underworld Commercial Association, but filled with an ancient, decayed yet utterly extravagant Chinese beauty. Giant vermilion pillars coiled with golden dragons that seemed like they would come to life at any moment, actually sealed dragon spirits, the floor paved with translucent blood jade, each step revealing what seemed to be countless wronged souls drifting beneath. In the center of the lobby, there was a massive long table made entirely from polished human bones. Behind the long table sat a middle-aged man dressed in a dark red gown. If not for the rotting half of his face, revealing skeletal remains and writhing maggots, he would look like a shrewd accountant from the Republic of China. This was the head of the Human Resources Department of the Hell Hotel, quasi-red attired level. He was the first ghostly barrier for all creatures wishing to sneak into the hotel to survive.
Next. The supervisor didn't even look up, holding a blood-soaked brush, marking on the register.
His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, like sandpaper scraping against a table. At the front of the line stood Park Minju from the Great Cold Nation. Though she had been somewhat disheveled by a series of previous setbacks, at this life-and-death moment, she still forced herself to straighten up.
Hello, supervisor.
Park Minju presented the envelope she had bought at a high price with both hands, her face carrying a flattery-filled and confident smile.
This is my recommendation letter. I have come to your esteemed hotel to apply for a job under the guidance of a distinguished lord. She deliberately emphasized the words distinguished, casting a sidelong glance back at Su Qianqian, who was only shaking in fear while hugging her cat. See? That's confidence.
The supervisor extended a bony hand to take the envelope, a hint of dark yellow ghostly light flashing in his one remaining eye. He opened the envelope and sniffed the scent of corpse oil on it.
C-grade recommendation letter, still has some weight. The supervisor nodded and made a mark in the register.
Park Minju was overjoyed.
Got it. Based on the system prompt and the value of this envelope, she could at least get a team leader position or, at the very least, an easy front desk job? That was a good job where she could drink tea and direct others safely. Since there's a recommendation letter, I will break the rules and hire you. The supervisor tossed out a stained wooden plaque. Take this and report to the washing room in the backyard. Your job is to clean out all the toilets and chamber pots in the hotel of their accumulated waste. Park Minju's smile froze on her face. Huh? Clean the toilet? Sir, did you make a mistake? This is a recommendation letter. Is there a problem?
The one-eyed supervisor coldly stared at her, half of his rotting face twitching slightly, looking particularly hideous.
A C-grade recommendation letter only guarantees you won't be eaten as food.
The washroom, although stinky, is the only non-combat zone in the hotel and absolutely safe.
What? You don't want to do it? Then go to the kitchen to be food. No. I'll do it. I'll do it.
Park Min-ju was terrified, her soul almost leaving her body, quickly grabbing the dirty wooden board.
Although this job was extremely disgusting and even humiliating, she endured it to survive.
She held the wooden board and retreated to the side, but her resentment grew deeper inside. Cleaning toilets is better than being sent to death. When that woman from Long Country comes, she won't even get to clean the toilet.
She'll just be a plate of food. Next was Saki Inoue from Cherry Blossom Country.
Without saying a word, she directly offered up her D-grade ghost weapon, the finger-cutting scissors.
Please give me a job. The supervisor accepted the scissors but still wore a cold expression. No recommendation letter, just a tool? Fine, I'll consider you to be sensible. Go to the food delivery department, responsible for delivering meals to the VIPs on the top floor.
Remember, while delivering, don't get delivered yourself, the customers there have bad tempers and might ask for seconds.
Saki Inoue's face turned pale. A food delivery person? This was the job with the highest mortality rate. One could be eaten at any moment.
But she had no other choice. After dealing with these two who showed a bit of sincerity, the supervisor's gaze finally fell on the girl at the end of the line, who looked out of place and had been quietly standing there.
Su Qianqian took a deep breath, dragging her 3 big boxes to the table. The atmosphere in the lobby instantaneously dropped to freezing point. Park Min-ju and Saki Inoue watched coldly from the side, their lips curling into smirks full of schadenfreude.
They clearly saw that Su Qianqian had nothing in her hands, not even that iron plate.
What about you?
The supervisor put down the brush, and the rotten half of its face did not even hide its greedy appetite. It looked up and down at Su Qianqian.
Such delicate and tender meat.
This kind of spirited young human girl would surely be a delicacy when made into sashimi. If offered to the general manager, Lady Hong, perhaps she could even win a reward.
Do you have a recommendation letter? The supervisor knocked on the table, its voice chilling. Su Qianqian shook her head. Do you have any sacrificial items?
The supervisor narrowed its eyes, beginning to emanate dark ghostly energy, the pressure similar to a mid-level red-clothed ghost bearing down on Su Qianqian like a mountain. Su Qianqian stepped back in fear, her little face turning pale, shaking her head again.
Ha! The supervisor let out a chilling laugh. You dare come to the hellish Grand Hotel with nothing? What do you think this place is? Your backyard? Since you have nothing to offer. The supervisor suddenly stood up, and in that instant, its body seemed to swell to twice its size, its nails instantly turning into black blades, reaching for Su Qianqian's neck. Then I'll take your flesh.
Just right, tonight there's a banquet missing a main dish live donkey, living sashimi.
Ah! Su Qianqian screamed in fright.
The terrifying ghost claw was closing in on her face, the rotten wind pressure nearly suffocating her.
Park Min-ju couldn't help but laugh, she's dead for sure. This time, it's really over. She deserves it. Just as the ghost claw was only 10 centimeters away from Su Qianqian's face. Wait. I have something.
The strong desire to survive left Su Qianqian's mind blank as she frantically reached into her clothing pocket. Without thinking, she pulled out a piece of paper that Qin Ji had given her.
I have a coupon. My husband gave it to me.
Su Qianqian closed her eyes and held up the folded, slightly crumpled piece of paper in front of her face, shouting.
Coupon?
The supervisor's actions did not completely stop, he just hesitated for a moment.
In his mind, what kind of worthless coupon could be used here? This place only accepts lives as payment. He originally wanted to tear both the paper and the person apart. But, just as his fingertips touched the edge of that seemingly ordinary paper, buzz. A wave of obscure, ancient, and absolutely oppressive energy emanated from that piece of paper. The supervisor's finger felt as if it had been burned by an ultra-high temperature, letting out a hiss of smoke, instinctively retracting. What is this? The supervisor was stunned. The paper emitted no ghostly aura, not even a hint of spiritual power. But that material? That was the Abyss Soul contract paper that had long since disappeared from the underworld. This kind of paper only appeared thousands of years ago, specifically used to record the highest level contracts that would lead to soul annihilation if violated. Su Qianqian felt the other party had not attacked and cautiously opened her eyes a crack, then carefully handed over the paper. Can this be discounted? Can you not eat me? I just want to stay at the hotel. The supervisor said nothing. His gaze was fixed intensely on the paper unfolded by Su Qianqian. This was an ancient contract. The writing was vigorous and powerful, written in the long-lost ancient god and demon script. If an ordinary little ghost saw these characters, they might go blind at once.
But this supervisor had lived for hundreds of years and was in charge of personnel, so he vaguely recognized some of them. His single eye widened more and more until the corner split open, and tears of blood flowed, unbeknownst to him. On the crumpled paper, it was boldly written:
Yin Ming Grand Hotel 100% ownership transfer contract. Transferee, Qin Ji, number 10.
Transfer description: this deed holds the highest effectiveness. Seeing this deed is like seeing the Abyss Lord in person. From this day forth, all assets, employees, and life and death powers of this hotel belong to the deed holder. What froze the supervisor's soul the most was
the signature at the bottom of the contract. It was 2 characters. A blood-red personal seal, as if pressed with lips red dress, the current manager's name. And a note that was humbly dirt-like. This is a little token of my heart. As long as the benefactor does not mind, this hotel will be your backyard. Come play anytime. Boom. It was as if an invisible thunder had erupted in the supervisor's mind. He felt as if his head was about to be blown off. This paper is real. And the aura on it was one that even the manager, Madame Holland, had to humbly curry favor with. And this seemingly soft and easy to bully little girl in front of him was actually holding the 100% stock ownership of the hotel? What's wrong? Su Qianqian saw this frightening uncle staring at the paper trembling and felt even more uneasy. Could it be that this coupon has expired? Or was it too wrinkled and the other person wouldn't accept it?
If it can't be used, that's okay. Su Qianqian cautiously tried to retract her hand. Then I will. She wanted to say, then I will just pay with gold bars.
But her hand hadn't been pulled back. Slap.
The supervisor suddenly slapped himself hard without warning. This slap was so powerful that it directly knocked his already shaky, ruined face askew, causing one of his eyes to fall out.
Then, in the dumbfounded gaze of everyone present,
the supervisor, who just a moment ago was fierce and vicious and wanted to turn people into living sashimi,
thud, knelt down on the ground.
Not only did he kneel, his entire upper body was pressed to the ground, prostrating fully, wishing to bury his face in the cracks of the tiles.
I am blind. I deserve to die. I didn't know it was.
He stuttered for a long time, truly not knowing how to address this deity holding the entire hotel ownership.
Call him boss? Wouldn't that offend the manager? Calling the guest? Isn't that looking for death? Finally, it had a flash of inspiration and remembered the chilling subordination written on that paper. It trembled and shouted with all its might. I don't know if it's the chairman has arrived. I'm doomed. How dare I reach out to you? I'll chop off this pair of hands to entertain you.
While shouting, it really raised its thin, ghostly claw and without hesitation, slammed it onto the fallen severed finger scissors on the ground. Crack. It broke the finger that had almost touched Su Qianqian just moments ago. The whole place fell silent. Park Minju held the toilet brush, her chin already dislocated.
See, Chairman? What international joke is this? This is a bizarre dungeon. Where did the chairman come from? But Su Qianqian herself was even more confused. She looked down at the crumpled piece of paper. Then she glanced at the manager kneeling on the ground like a quail. Is the chairman the name of that expensive package? She asked seriously, is it that kind of VIP in the middle of P?
The manager, upon hearing this, almost choked on a mouthful of ghostly air and ascended directly to heaven.
Good heavens! You are not just a VIP, you are our ancestor. Yes. It is indeed the most honorable package.
The manager, not daring to explain that this was an equity document, could only follow this seemingly not very smart, but with a terrifying background, ladies lead.
With this coupon, the entire hotel, no, the entire dungeon. You can stay wherever you want. Eat whatever you want. All covered. Even we are under your command. Really? Su Qianqian covered her mouth in surprise. Her husband is amazing. Then, could you please get up first? Su Qianqian pointed at the eyeball on the ground. Your eye fell on the ground, it looks a bit unhygienic. Yes. I'll pick it up right now.
The manager hurriedly shoved the eyeball back into its socket, and after getting up, the humble and flattering attitude was even more exaggerated than that of the manager from the Underworld Chamber of Commerce.
It didn't even dare to glance at Park Minju and Sakurako Inoue beside it, directly shouting towards the back hall. Come. Quickly come.
Open the heavenly number 1 room, no, open that sealed for 100 years underworld presidential suite for me.
Also, roll out the red carpet. Scatter the petals of the corpse flower.
If even a speck of dust lands on the honored guest's skirt, you all should kill yourselves.
What?
A few ghostly servants just came out from the back, still unclear about the situation, wearing confused expressions.
Underworld presidential suite?
That's a forbidden place only the benefactor of the general manager has the right to stay in.
Over the years, even the Ghost King could only stay in ordinary suites. But looking at the manager's expression, as if seeing a close relative, even closer than a real father, all the ghosts realized one thing. Heavens, the world has changed. Today, in this hotel, a truly unapproachable divine being has arrived. Chapter 19. Are you here to inspect work, or to acquire the hotel? On the first floor lobby of the Underworld Grand Hotel, with the personnel department manager's shrill and cracking roar, it seemed to instantaneously turn into a boiling pot of water. Red carpet. Isn't it spread yet? Where are the corpse flowers? Go pick them for me. Even if I have to make the hotel's back garden bald, fill it up. The manager kicked the few still stunned zombie servants beside it like crazy. Half of its rotten face turned purple from extreme excitement and fear. The surrounding lost souls and wild ghosts, even a few little lords eating, were stunned by this scene. What's happening? Even during the last collapse of the Underworld Chamber of Commerce, which didn't happen, the personnel manager wasn't this anxious. Is he crazy? Spreading a red carpet for a human? In the corner, Park Min-ju, who had just received the cleaning bucket and toilet brush, was now frozen. She glanced at the C-level recommendation letter she bought at an exorbitant price in her hand, then looked again at the group of evil ghosts crowding around. With an innocent face, Su Qianqian's head buzzed. This must be fake, this must be an illusion. Park Min-ju murmured, digging her nails into the wooden handle of the toilet brush. How could this happen? That woman clearly brought nothing. That paper must be fake. When the general manager arrives, she will definitely expose her. As if to respond to her expectations. Ding. In the center of the lobby, the long-sealed golden elevator, said to lead directly to a mysterious area on the top floor, suddenly emitted a crisp bell sound. Immediately after, a rich, nauseating, yet dangerously alluring scent of blood instantly swept through the entire lobby. All the lights turned into a dim and dangerous dark red in an instant, the temperature dropped suddenly, and the ground began to ooze tiny beads of blood. The general manager is coming. The HR manager shivered, originally directing the carpet laying, and then suddenly knelt down with a thud, burying his head low. The other ghostly waitstaff were so scared they didn't dare to breathe, all kneeling on the ground in unison. The elevator doors slowly opened. A pair of bright red high heels stepped out. The newcomer wore a fitted cheongsam woven from blood, her figure elegant, with long hair like a waterfall. She held a fan painted with 100 demons, partially covering her face, revealing only a pair of captivating yet icy cold eyes. Red-clothed Spirit Hotel General Manager, top red/half-step Ghost King. This is the legendary witch, fickle in emotions, who turned her suitors into lanterns hung at her door. At the moment Park Min-ju saw the Red Lady appear, a malicious hope rose in her heart. She is known for being ruthless. It is said she hates anyone making trouble in her establishment. If Su Qianqian waves around a fake land deed, won't she be torn to shreds? The Red Lady glanced around the messy lobby, her brows slightly furrowed, her tone lazy yet filled with murderous intent. What's all the noise? Don't you know I'm up on the top floor catching up on some beauty sleep? If someone can't provide a reasonable explanation, there will be extra dishes at tonight's dinner. General Manager. The HR manager trembled as he raised his head, his finger shaking as he pointed at Su Qianqian standing in the center of the crowd, and the paper in her hand. You look at that. The Red Lady followed his finger and looked. At first, her expression was one of impatience. A human girl? She looked quite pretty, but what was there to be so surprised about? But in the next second, when her gaze landed on the wrinkled, even folded into a square, yellowed paper in Su Qianqian's hand, the fan in the Red Lady's hand fell to the ground with a thud. She didn't even care about her beloved fan. Her originally cold and proud beautiful eyes instantly widened, her pupils violently trembling, filled with a complex mix of extreme shock, ecstasy, and deep nostalgia. She smelled it. On that paper lingered the scent she had missed for 1,000 years. It was the scent of the only man who had never looked down on her during her ugliest, most humble times, but instead had given her rebirth. This handwriting. This paper. And this seal? The Red Lady seemed to be enchanted, her figure turning into a red shadow, instantly teleporting from the elevator entrance to in front of Su Qianqian. Ah! Su Qianqian only felt a flash before her eyes, a pleasant fragrant breeze rushed towards her, and the sister in the cheongsam stood right in front of her nose, scaring her to take a small step back, clutching the coupon even tighter in her arms. Let me see. Quickly, let me see. The Red Lady's voice trembled, showing none of her usual authority, instead sounding like a little fangirl meeting her idol, reaching out to touch the paper. But just as her fingertip was about to touch it, she suddenly pulled back as if afraid of dirtying her hands, desecrating a sacred item. Su Qianqian was a little scared. Although the sister looked beautiful, her eyes seemed like they wanted to eat people, excited. She hesitated for a moment but still obediently handed over the folded paper. Here you go. This is from my husband. He said it can, well, waive the bill. Husband?
These two words were like a heavy hammer, smashing into the heart of the Red Lady. She looked incredulously at this soft and harmless-looking young girl before her.
This is the person chosen by the benefactor? The benefactor is actually married?
Though a sour feeling, actually more of self-loathing, rose in her heart, the Red Lady felt no jealousy, only a deeper reverence. To be chosen by that one, even if she was a mortal, meant that she was truly the mistress of this hotel. The Red Lady took a deep breath, trembling as she received the paper, slowly unfolding it.
Sure enough. On it was the flamboyant and arrogant handwriting of that person.
And below, there was the lip print seal she had made 1,000 years ago, mixing ghost blood with vermilion, even using her lips to stamp it.
Undoubtedly.
This was the 100% equity transfer agreement she had forcefully given to that great person to repay a favor.
It's real, it really is real.
The Red Lady's eyes turned red.
1,000 years.
She had thought this paper had long been casually thrown away by that great person.
Unexpectedly, he had kept it all along. And even had his wife bring it. What is this? This is the great person not forgetting her. This is the great person acknowledging that this hotel is still his property. Woo woo woo. In the gaze of thousands of stagnant evil spirits.
That fearsome Red Lady general manager suddenly covered her mouth, letting out an extremely inappropriate, emotional sob.
What's wrong? Su Qianqian panicked even more. Is it expired? That, if it doesn't work, it's fine. I can actually. No. It hasn't expired. It will never expire.
The Red Lady suddenly raised her head, blood tears on her face, but showing an extremely brilliant and respectful smile. What happened next completely stunned Park Min-ju, who had just crawled to the sink. The illusory red general manager slowly lifted the priceless blood-colored cheongsam skirt, facing Su Qianqian.
Deeply kneeling, performing the most ancient and revered greeting of all. I am red clothing, humbly welcoming the chairman's wife. For you to have graced this poor establishment is the fortune cultivated over several generations. You are not here to waive the bill, you are clearly here to inspect the property.
The Red Lady straightened her waist, and although she did not kneel, because that was the male lead's rule, forbidding random kneeling, that ingrained respect and flattery was even more shocking than kneeling. She even turned around directly, kicking over the human resources supervisor who had just stood up. Are you blind? The lady has been standing here for so long and you don't know to move a chair? Bring my armchair. With that dragon hide cushion. Yes, yes, yes. The supervisor rolled and crawled to move the chair. Su Qianqian felt dizzy all over. Chairman. Chairman's wife? She remembered Qin Ji's words, taking the coupon means going to be the boss. So, the boss her husband mentioned referred to this chairman? But, isn't this chairman packaged service too good? Even the general manager calls her madam? There's no need to be so troublesome. Su Qianqian was confused by this enthusiasm, clutching the edge of her skirt. I actually just wanted to find a job, earn some money.
It's a system task, after all. Work?
The Red Lady felt her vision go black.
Letting the benefactor's wife, the owner who held 100% equity of this shop, work at her own store? If this got out, would she, Red, still be able to mix in the abyss? Would that great person turn her into a lantern? No. Absolutely not.
The Red Lady resolutely refused, and then her eyes turned as she remembered Su Qianqian's mention of a task.
Indeed, that lord asked the lady to undergo training. Since a task needs to be completed, there must be a position. Then how about this?
Lady Hong displayed an extremely bright smile on her face.
Our hotel happens to be lacking a position, and only you can handle it. What is it? Su Qianqian asked curiously. Chief Sleep Experience Officer.
Lady Hong waved her hand. Your job is to sleep in our most luxurious room.
Sleep for 12 hours a day to clock in. The rest of the time, taste our delicious food. Review our service. If you feel someone's service is poor, just lift a finger, and we'll toss them into the oil pot. Just sleep, and eat? Su Qianqian's eyes lit up. This was too suitable for her. That's right. And it comes with paid leave. Before Su Qianqian could react, Lady Hong immediately turned around and shouted. Remove all the idle people. That toilet cleaner, pointing to Park Min-ju, her voice is too unpleasant, gag her. Open the top VIP elevator. I will personally escort the lady to her room to rest. On one side, Park Min-ju, who was being gagged and dragged away with a wooden sign, watched as her hard-earned opportunity became a joke, with jealousy and despair nearly overflowing from her eyes. On the other side, Su Qianqian was escorted by the red-clad general manager, walking into the golden elevator like a star surrounded by the moon. At the moment when the elevator door was about to close, Su Qianqian suddenly remembered something and turned to Lady Hong. By the way, sister, my husband asked me to get something. He said he borrowed it from you before, a red teacup? Red teacup?
Lady Hong's smile slightly stiffened, a hint of bewilderment flashed in her eyes, then turned into deep shock.
That is... Genu Blood River Cup? That was the focal point used to suppress the ancient zombie king beneath the hotel.
But the next moment, Lady Hong gritted her teeth, a look of determination appearing in her eyes.
No problem. Since it's what the benefactor wants, even if I have to tear down this hotel, I will get it for you. The elevator doors slowly closed, blocking out the dropped jaws scattered all over the lobby. Chapter 20, Working in the Presidential Suite, This Job is Too Hard. Ding. Accompanied by a delightful sound, the VIP elevator made entirely of pure gold, carved with the totem of 100 demons, steadily stopped at the top floor of the ghostly hotel, the 18th floor. The air here was completely different from the rotten and bloody environment below. As soon as the elevator door opened, the floor was no longer cold stone tiles, but thick, soft, cloud-like snow monster velvet. Every 3 meters along the corridor stood a long-lasting lamplit with merman oil. The light was gentle, exuding a calming fragrance. Here was quiet, luxurious, and imbued with a forbidden majesty. Madam, this way please. Lady Hong retracted all the fierce and malicious aura from her red attire. At this moment, she resembled the most professional personal butler, slightly bowing and leading the way with one hand. Behind her, 2 rows of stunning female ghost waitresses all bowed their heads, holding golden trays and jade cups, following closely behind without daring to make a sound. Su Qianqian, hugging her cat pain pouch, which contained that unbeatable land deed, felt like Cinderella stepping into a fairy tale castle, her eyes wide open. The walls here seemed to be glowing. She whispered in awe. Lady Hong smiled and explained, that's the Abyss Night Pearl ground into powder for the walls. Not only does it glow, but it also wards off evil and enhances beauty. If you like it, I can have someone scoop a few pounds for you to take home and paint your bedroom. No. That would be too destructive to public property. Su Qianqian hurriedly waved her hand, but in her heart, she thought, the owner here is really too polite. No wonder they are friends with her husband who have a life and death bond, as she imagined. Soon, they arrived at a huge double black gold door. There was no keyhole on the door. Only a fierce beast head relief appeared. When Madame Red approached, the relief surprisingly came to life, its 2 eyes flashing red light, just about to roar and check her identity. Madame Red lifted her eyelids slightly, a cold killing intent flashed by. Shut your mouth, this is the chairman's wife. Beast head. It very tactfully swallowed back the roar and instantly turned into an eager expression like a pug. Its mouth opened, the grand door quietly sliding open to the sides. Hell King's Presidential Suite. This is the hotel's absolute forbidden zone. For 100 years, only Qin Ji has ever rested here for a night. As Su Qianqian stepped inside, she was struck by a sense of awe, as if she was on a cloud. One entire wall of the room was made of transparent crystal floor-to-ceiling windows, through which she could overlook the dim, twisted yet magnificent ghost city. In the distance flowed a river of blood, and nearby was a sinister black forest, a breathtaking scene only found at the top of S-class forbidden places, all now in sight. In the center of the room stood a large bed about 3 meters wide, the bed curtains made of shark silk, moving on their own without wind. On the table was a spread of steaming delicious food. This time it was not ordinary meals, but top-tier ghost feasts like steamed ghost crab, stir-fried dragon liver, soulflower dew, and so on. Wow. Su Qianqian put down her suitcase, standing a bit lost on the carpet. Manager sister, is this is my employee dormitory? Yes. Madame Red said without changing her expression, as our chief sleep experience officer, to test the hotel's highest-end sleep quality, you must live here. Then do I have specific KPIs? Like writing reports or something? Su Qianqian, being a rich girl who had once seen her company's management documents, instinctively asked a very professional question. Madame Red was taken aback for a moment, then said seriously. Of course. Your KPIs are very heavy. She pointed to the soft big bed. First, you must lie in bed for at least 12 hours a day, or else 1 minute less will result in performance deductions. There won't be any. She then pointed to the table full of food. Second, you must try everything you want to eat every day, and if anything is not to your taste, you must immediately criticize the head chef, make him roll. Third, if anyone makes you unhappy, you have the right to dismiss them directly, physically exorcise them. Su Qianqian listened in stunned silence. This job sounds so hard, not. This is clearly a paid vacation, enjoyment. Okay, I will work hard. Su Qianqian clenched her little fist, feeling that she had taken advantage, but in order to complete her system mission, she decided to sleep well and absolutely not be lazy. Seeing Su Qianqian finally settled down, Madame Red quietly sighed in relief. Finally, this great deity was properly housed. However, the next moment, her heart jumped to her throat. Because Su Qianqian did not immediately pounce onto the big bed or the food, but instead curiously walked over to a black sandalwood antique shelf in the corner of the room. The shelf was filled with various rare antiques.
And in the most prominent, layer upon layer of formations, which Su Qianqian could not see, protected position, sat an unremarkable small cup. The cup was dark red all over, the material resembling some sort of jade, with intricate soulflower patterns carved on it, its rim faintly swirling with a layer of blood energy.
Jingyu Blood River Cup. Su Qianqian's eyes lit up. Ah! This is what my husband was talking about. She turned back to look at Madame Red, pointing at the cup. Manager sister, this cup, is it the one my husband lent you before? Madame Red's smile on her face instantly froze. What had to come still came. That cup was indeed casually thrown to her by Qin Ji 1,000 years ago because he disliked its gaudy color, to be used to settle the house. But Qin Ji might have forgotten, or didn't care. It was precisely because of the suppression of this divine vessel that the ghostly vein connecting the hotel to the underworld had been locked. That head, which had been sleeping underground for thousands of years, the S-Class Drought Corpse King, could not break free from its seal. Once the cup is taken away, it's no longer just a cup issue, it is like pulling the pin from a grenade. The whole hotel could instantly turn into a buffet for the Corpse King. Lady Red's throat was dry, her fingers slightly trembling. She was weighing her options. If she refused, it would mean defying her benefactor and offending the lady in front of her who held a 100% stake. The consequence could be the Abyss Lord descending personally. If she complied, the worst that could happen was the Corpse King breaking free. Although the Corpse King was terrifying, compared to that retired evil god. Forget it, the Corpse King is somewhat cuter. Yes. Lady Red gritted her teeth, forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying. That is Mr. Qin's cup. Since the gentleman wants it, it should be returned to its owner. She stepped forward but didn't directly pick it up. Instead, she awkwardly said, "However, madam, this cup is a bit dirty. Actually, it is stained with too much negative energy. Please don't touch it directly with your hands. I will find you a special box to store it. When you leave in 7 days, I can hand it to you personally. Would that be acceptable?" She was trying to buy time. At least for these 7 days, let her first move the other guests in the hotel a little, or reinforce other seals. Otherwise, if the cup is taken, everyone would be doomed together. Su Qianqian was a reasonable girl. Hearing the cup was dirty, she immediately retracted her hand. All right. Then please help me clean it a bit. My husband has a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Lady Red felt bitter inside, yet had to appear grateful, tears flowing. No problem. I will ensure it is sparkling clean, but I really can't clean it. Now, madam, will you work? I am going to start working now. Su Qianqian looked at the table filled with delicious food, and her stomach conveniently growled. She sat down at the table and picked up the chopsticks. Thus began her arduous first day of working life in the S-Class Horror restricted area. At the same time, in the backyard of the Underworld Hotel, a stinking wash area. It was piled high with all the night pots, toilets, and even sheets stained with unknown slime used by the ghostly guests of the hotel. The air quality here, if measured with PM 2.5, probably exceeded the scale by 10,000 times. Ugh. Park Minju knelt on the floor, holding a brush, dry heaving in front of a toilet that was continuously spewing green water, tears streaming down her face. Her Chanel suit had long since turned into a rag, and her delicate makeup was a smudged mess. Beside her, a toad ghost responsible for oversight was brandishing a whip, patrolling. Hurry up and scrub. What are you dawdling for? If you don't finish today, you won't get to eat. Crack. A whip struck Park Minju's back, causing her to scream in pain. Why is this happening? Park Minju cried as she mechanically scrubbed the toilet, the resentment in her heart gnawing at her sanity like a venomous snake. The live stream displayed this scene in split screen. On the left, Su Qianqian was dining on heavenly delicacies, staying in a room more luxurious than a palace. On the right, she was scrubbing a toilet and being whipped by a toad. This extreme contrast was driving her nearly insane. Su Qianqian, it's all your fault. You stole my opportunity. Park Minju was convinced that the paper in Su Qianqian's hand was the key to everything. If that paper were in her hands, the person sitting in the presidential suite enjoying herself would be her. No. I can't just let it go like this. Taking advantage of the toad ghost teaching others, Park Minju trembled as she pulled out a palm-sized broken mirror from the pocket of her inner wear. This was the only connection tool given to her by the Iron Armade before entering the instance. Although she couldn't interact live within the instance, this mirror could contact her eerie husband one way. She bit her finger and quickly wrote a line of blood on the mirror. Husband. Save me. She's in the presidential suite on the top floor. That deed is real. It's truly 100% ownership. But I found out she's alone. That man didn't come. That terrifying butler didn't come either. This is the best opportunity.
Every night at midnight, the hotel has a night parade of 100 ghosts, and that's when security is weakest. Please bring people, kill her. Take back our hotel. After writing these lines, a red light flashed across the mirror, and the words disappeared. Park Minju knew the message had been sent. She lifted her head and glanced at the hotel's towering top floor, that window still glowing. Her eyes sparkled with a crazy desperation. Su Qianqian, how will you eat now, in a few days? I'll make you vomit terribly.
7 days?
No, you won't survive past the 3rd day.
The night grew deeper. The lanterns of the ghostly hotel lit one by one.
On the top floor, Su Qianqian cuddled with her Kirby plush toy, rolling comfortably on the bed said to be woven from clouds.
Not far away, on the antique shelf,
that red teacup sat quietly in the darkness, its bottom seemingly filled with a thick plasma slowly surging, as if craving some kind of release.
The real crisis was just beginning to brew. Chapter 21, is this called inspecting work? My idol is the maid who mops the floor.
The morning sun, no, the bizarre world had no sunlight. But in the ghostly hotel's 18th floor, King of Hell presidential suite, a massive artificial warm sun orb, taken from the heart of an S-rank fire demon, hung from the dome, emitting warmth and brightness comparable to real sunlight. Su Qianqian woke up on the big cloud bed that could fit 5 people, rubbed her drowsy eyes, and reached for the nearby Kirby plush toy to cuddle it.
So comfortable. The blankets here were soft like cotton candy, and there was a faint floral scent in the air. If she didn't look outside at the blood-red sky and the rolling black mist in the distance, she would even think she was still vacationing at her own manor.
Good morning, madam.
Do you need breakfast now?
Outside the door, 4 girls in pink palace garments, who were supposed to absorb people's energy, stood with washing water, towels, mouthwash cups, and a breakfast menu, waiting respectfully. Their smiles were so standard it looked like they measured with a ruler, and even if Su Qianqian coughed once, they would be scared to kneel and tremble.
No need for all this trouble. Su Qianqian awkwardly took the towel to wipe her face. Is this the treatment of the chairman's wife? Although it was pleasant, but isn't this a bit too decadent? After finishing an even more sumptuous breakfast than last night's, juice-exploding ghost-eye lychees, blood-bird's nest porridge, etc., Su Qianqian sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in a daze. Sleeping for 12 hours and having breakfast, it seems I've completed half of my KPI? She took out a little notebook and took a glance. Task objective, survive 7 days, obtain formal employment. But everyone seems so busy. She recalled the monsters she saw in the lobby yesterday, queuing to check in, and those foreign players who, despite wearing brand-name clothes, were sent to scrub toilets. In comparison, her position as the chief sleep experience officer really seemed to be one of coasting along and wasting time. No way. I can't embarrass my husband.
Su Qianqian clenched her small fist. Husband said this is his business, wrong, so I must do my part.
I need to go inspect work. Real inspections can't just focus on the good, I need to look at the grassroots.
She stood up, lifted her skirt, and walked towards the door. The lead girl of the demon maids, who was tidying up the dining table, turned pale in fright. Madam?
Where are you going?
I'm stuffed and want to go for a walk, along with checking the cleanliness of other floors.
Su Qianqian said boldly. Walk?
Then I will notify Madame Red to clear the bottom 3 floors and arrange 2 teams of ghost soldiers to escort you.
Stop. No. Su Qianqian hurriedly stopped her. She has watched TV dramas, and if disguised visits were conducted with such a big show, what real situation could there be to see?
And she has social anxiety, most afraid of being stared at by hundreds of eyes.
I'll just wander around, don't follow me. And don't tell Sister Hong. This is an order. Su Qianqian rarely had a tough moment, pulling out her landlady authority.
The female monsters looked at each other, wanting to stop her but too scared to do so, only able to watch this little ancestor, carrying that cat pain bag, walk alone into that elevator to hell, oh no, to the downstairs golden elevator.
Ding! The elevator stopped on the 4th floor.
According to the elevator's floor sign, here is dining and entertainment area, public.
The instant the elevator doors opened,
a strong, noisy clamor mixed with the sharp smell of smoke and alcohol, cheap perfume, and the stench of burnt meat rushed at her face immediately.
Cough. Su Qianqian was choked to cough twice and quickly covered her nose. The atmosphere here was a stark contrast to the fairyland on the 18th floor.
In the dim corridor, the wallpaper on the walls had peeled off, exposing dark red mold spots that looked like still wet bloodstains. The carpet on the floor was greasy, making a weird squelchy sound when stepped on. Coming and going were not handsome men and beautiful women, but all sorts of bizarre creatures. There were tycoons with pig heads wearing suits, toad monsters with big bellies, and a ghost floating with only half a head. They were loudly noisy, holding bottles of alcohol, their eyes filled with that kind of violent and indulgent look from the social bottom, though they seemed invincible to players.
Su Qianqian felt a bit regretful. How scary. She shrank her neck, wanting to retreat back into the elevator. But the elevator doors had already closed. And she had come this far. This is the real state of the hotel.
Su Qianqian encouraged herself, reaching into her pocket and gripping that voucher. I have a coupon. I am here for inspection, I'm not afraid. She tried to stick close to the wall and walk through the corridor to see the regular guest rooms over there. All the way, many evil spirits cast greedy and lewd gazes. This delicate and tender little human girl seemed like a wandering creamy cake, particularly tempting in this place full of stinky meat. But maybe it was the S-level jellyfish dress, delivered overnight by the Red Madam last night, she was wearing, or the high-level aura she had clung to after coming down from the 18th floor, that made these low-level evil spirits somewhat cautious, daring only to look but not to act. Until Su Qianqian passed in front of a door named Pleasure Room. Bang! A loud crash suddenly rang out, as that thick wooden door wrapped in soft leather was violently kicked open from the inside. Ah! Accompanied by a scream that suppressed extreme pain. A thin figure was thrown out of the room like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against the hard wall of the corridor, then sliding down to the ground like a puddle of mud. Crash! That was the sound of a wine bottle shattering against the wall. Su Qianqian was so scared that she let out a scream and jumped aside. She stared closely. The one who was thrown out was a human. A woman in a ragged maid outfit, covered in wounds, hair disheveled, with her bare feet still bleeding. She was curled up on the ground, coughing violently, each cough bringing out bits of blood foam, looking extremely miserable. Pa! What are you pretending to be noble? The wild boar bully, high-level evil spirit, walked out of the room. It was holding a half-full dark green wine bottle, with pieces of meat from who knows which animal hanging from its tusks, its face full of drunkenness and cruelty. I paid for it, letting you keep me company is considering you. The pig-headed bully stepped on the woman's hand. Crushing hard, in this broken place, being a waitress, do you still think of yourself as someone important? Lick this bottle clean for me. Otherwise, I'll swallow you whole right now. The woman on the ground trembled in pain, but she bit her teeth tightly, not begging for mercy even when her fingers were crushed and deformed. She struggled to lift her head, revealing a face that, though stained and bloodied, still held a trace of determination. It was the stubbornness of wanting to keep the last bit of dignity, even in hell. Get lost. Her voice was hoarse, but each word hit like iron. At this moment, Su Qianqian, who had initially just wanted to quietly pass by and avoid trouble, found her feet suddenly nailed to the ground. She stared blankly at the woman on the ground, feeling an extremely familiar yet unbelievable sensation swell in her heart. In her memory, that senior sister stood confidently in the university recruitment area, always in her training outfit, splitting 5 bricks with one hand, smiling as she said to her, if someone bullies you, just report my name. That legendary figure, Lin Yun, who had entered the bizarre world as one of the first volunteers when the National Luck Game began a year ago, and then disappeared, mourned by all the students with candles. She is still alive? But, how did she end up like this? Once the invincible goddess of war in Su Qianqian's heart, the only idol she dared to hide behind for protection during her social anxiety, now she was being trampled like a dog? Su Qianqian's eyes immediately turned red with tears. Not from fear, but from an indescribable heartbreak and anger. Where did this little snack come from? The pig-headed bully noticed Su Qianqian, who was dazed in the hallway. His bleary eyes lit up, and with a lewd grin, he removed his foot from Lin Yun's hand and staggered towards Su Qianqian. What luck, running into such a fresh beauty. The last one was too tough, no fun. Come here, little sister, come drink with your big brother? Your big brother will give you something good to eat. The pig-headed bully reached out his greasy hand, wanting to grab Su Qianqian's shoulder. On the ground, Lin Yun heard the commotion and struggled to open her blood-soaked eyes. When she saw Su Qianqian's delicate and innocent face, her eyes, once deadened, suddenly widened in shock. It's her? That underclassman who didn't even dare to speak loudly? The young lady of the Su family? How did she get in here? Run away. Lin Yun didn't know where her strength came from. She suddenly lunged forward, clinging tightly to one of the pig-headed bully's legs, shouting with a hoarse voice, Su Qianqian. Run. Don't look back. Go find the hotel manager, looking for death. The pig-headed bully, infuriated by being clung to, turned around and kicked Lin Yun hard in the stomach. Lin Yun was kicked to the ground, rolling several times, spitting out a large mouthful of blood, unable to get back up. Senior! Su Qianqian cried out, tears streaming down her face. The pig-headed bully kicked Lin Yun away, grinning as he approached Su Qianqian, stinking breath spewing, run? In this ghost hotel, apart from that red lady, no one can meddle in my business. Come in obediently with me. The filthy hand was less than 10 centimeters from Su Qianqian's face. Su Qianqian was trembling. Her social anxiety made her instinctively want to scream, to run away, to hide. But looking at the senior sister on the ground, who had been beaten to the brink of death to save her, a surge of unprecedented anger erupted from Su Qianqian's soft character for the first time.
She did not retreat.
Instead, she took a deep breath and flung the little pain bag behind her. Then, she trembled but firmly reached into her clothes pocket.
You bad pig. This is a hotel. Not a slaughterhouse.
Su Qianqian shouted with a choked voice, though it came out a bit whiny and fierce. But at this moment, he showed no weakness.
I won't let you bully her. You are fired.
The pig-headed bully froze for a moment, then burst into wild laughter.
Fired? Ha ha ha.
Are you scared, silly?
Who do you think you are? You think you are. However, before its laughter faded away,
Su Qianqian had already pulled out that wrinkled piece of paper she regarded as a lifesaver, but the whole world saw as the Grim Reaper's notice.
Deed, Underworld Hotel, 100% equity transfer document. The moment the paper unfolded,
an invisible will, towering above all living beings, from that figure on Old Street of the Abyss, even without intentional activation, was enough to instantly freeze the air of the entire floor.
And in that instant, on the top floor,
the Red Madam, applying a face mask, seemed to sense a world-destroying alarm, and suddenly jumped up from her chaise longue. In her enchanting eyes, a heart-stopping blood-red light erupted instantly, and murderous intent surged like a tsunami.
Who dares to touch that little ancestor in my shop? Want to die? Chapter 22, The Red Madam's Wrath.
That piggy hand, greasy and bristly, did not pause for a moment due to Su Qianqian's fired.
Fired? Ha 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 ha.
The pig-headed bully laughed so hard that its blubbery body quivered, full of contempt in its eyes. Little sister, have you gone silly with fear?
In this underworld hotel, who has the right to fire me? I am a distinguished VIP here. Just as its hand was about to touch Su Qianqian's pale little face, suddenly,
the wrinkled deed paper tightly gripped in Su Qianqian's hand, the blood-red lit print seal, seemed to sense some kind of encroaching offense, and flickered subtly.
Then, buzz.
An extraordinarily terrifying pressure did not come from that paper, but shot down from the top of the building, instantly penetrating the 18 floors, precisely locking onto the corridor on the 4th floor like a falling meteor. The lights in the entire corridor went out in an instant, replaced by a shrill blood red. The temperature in the air dropped to freezing point, and the originally noisy demon patrons fell silent like chickens with their necks grabbed, cowering in the corners, trembling in fear.
What's happening?
The pig-headed bully's laughter abruptly stopped. It was terrified to discover that its hand, the one reaching towards Su Qianqian, had stopped midair, unable to move.
Not just unable to move.
It felt as if the surrounding air had turned into solid cement, crazily crushing its bones.
Crack crack.
The painful sound of bones breaking echoed from its wrist.
Who is it?
The pig-headed bully was in so much pain that it was drenched in sweat, trying to turn its eyes to find the attacker.
In the next second,
at the end of the once smooth corridor, the freight elevator door, used for transporting waste, boomed open with a massive explosion. Because it was too slow, someone couldn't wait for the elevator and broke open the spatial barrier violently. Thick red mist gushed out from the burst elevator shaft, and within the red mist, a delicate, white hand with crimson nails slowly reached out. This hand seemed weak and boneless, but at this moment, it seemed to contain a violence capable of tearing apart the heavens and earth.
Who do you want to fire? A lazy yet bone-chilling female voice exploded in the pig-headed bully's ears. The pig-headed bully didn't even see the figure clearly. Slap! A loud crash echoed throughout the entire floor. All the sneaky demons gasped, covering their mouths in shock.
The pig-headed bully, who had advanced strength and ruled this floor, was like a green-headed fly selected by a fly swatter.
It was directly slapped away.
Its body traced a residue of shadow in the air, crashing through 2 load-bearing pillars before heavily embedding into the concrete wall at the end of the corridor.
You can't peel it off. Put.
A mouthful of black blood, mixed with chunks of internal organs, sprayed out from the pig-head's mouth.
The red mist dissipated.
A stunning figure in a blood-red cheapao stood before Su Qianqian with a frosty face. Her long hair, once neatly styled, now danced wildly as if in a storm, and behind her, a huge ghostly face began to manifest. This was a sign that the lady in red was completely raging out of control.
Madam Red, General Manager, Furious State. Manager.
The pig-head bully hanging on the wall had its eyes nearly popping out. It could not comprehend why the usually high and mighty Madam Red, who seldom showed herself, would suddenly appear here and be so furious.
It's a misunderstanding. Madam Red. I'm your. Shut up. With one fierce roar, Madam Red's voice shattered all the glass decorations along the corridor.
She didn't even spare the pig-head a glance. Trembling, she suddenly turned around. The killing aura she had just moments ago vanished without a trace, replaced by an intensity of extreme fear and heartache that could shatter minds.
Madam. Are you all right?
Madame Red disregarded the blood on the floor, directly kneeling on one knee before Su Qianqian, trembling as she reached out, wanting to check if Su Qianqian was hurt, yet hesitating to touch her.
Is your dress dirty? Did that trash's stench get to you? Damn it! I came late.
I shouldn't have put on that face mask. I should have left both pairs of eyes on you. At this moment, Madame Red had not an ounce of her S-level ghostly dignity left. She looked like a caregiver who not only lost a child but also came close to letting a wolf snatch the child right before her eyes, her face etched with despair as if saying, "I'm doomed, and the benefactor will kill me." Su Qianqian still clutched the crumpled land deed in her hand, clearly startled by the sudden twist in events.
Sister Hong? Why are you here?
She sniffled, and only then did the tears she had been holding back finally spill down her cheeks. Woo-woo, that pig was so scary, it wanted to hit people. That woo-woo completely broke Madame Red's composure.
It's over. She's crying.
The chairwoman got scared and cried.
If that man from Abyss Old Street finds out.
Madame Red felt a chill in her neck, as if she could already see her own end.
Don't cry. Please, don't cry. If the pearls fall, it won't look good. Madame Red fumbled to pull out a silk handkerchief embroidered with golden threads, an S-level defensive treasure, now reduced to a tissue, and carefully wiped Su Qianqian's tears. Once Su Qianqian was soothed, Madame Red slowly stood up. She turned her head and looked again at the wall where the pig-head bully was half alive. The killing intent in her eyes could almost solidify into a blade. What did you just say, you wanted her to do?
Madame Red stepped toward the wall, each step making the floor tremble, her bright red high heels leaving bloody prints. The pig-head bully was completely stunned at this moment. It looked at Madame Red's humble attitude, then at the girl hugging the cat and crying. Even with a thick head, it understood that it had kicked a hard board. I said, to ask her to drink alcohol. The pig-head bully trembled, trying to justify itself.
Drink alcohol?
Madame Red let out an extremely ridiculous cold laugh. She walked up to the pig-head, reached out her slender hand, and plunged it straight into the wall, grabbing the pig-head by the neck and lifting it up as if it were a dead dog.
Have you lost your dog eyes? How dare you ask her to drink?
How dare you breathe the same air as her?
Bang!
Madame Red slammed the pig head down hard, crushing one of its tusks with her foot.
Don't say it's you, this filthy bug from the sewers. Even if the 8 ghost kings of the ghost realm gathered. Even if the lord of the Yama palace came. In front of that one's wife. Bow your head to the dust. Just raising your head to take a glance is sacrilege. Lady Red's voice was sharp and piercing, echoing throughout the entire floor. You actually want to lay a hand on the benefactors, people? Are you in such a hurry to die and have your soul scatter completely? The benefactor?
Lying on the ground, Lin Yun was struggling to hold her eyelids open. Her whole body was in agony, but the shock from the scene before her was so intense that it even surpassed the physical pain.
What was she seeing?
That big boss, Lady Red, who ruled like a queen in the abyss, and whose presence made even S-rank players from all countries avoid her.
Now she was beating a vicious bully to death for Su Qianqian? And... Lady? Benefactor?
In Lin Yun's mind, she couldn't help but picture that little junior who always hid behind her, even needing to psyche herself up just to make a call to the delivery person. And the husband who loves to play games that Su Qianqian had mentioned on the phone before.
Who, exactly is that man?
Lin Yun muttered to herself, her worldview starting to crack bit by bit at this moment.
No, please spare me. Lady Red, please spare me.
The pig-headed bully on the ground finally broke down, begging desperately, I failed to recognize the mountain.
I'm willing to compensate. I'll give all my money. 1 million ghost coins. All of it. Lady Red didn't even pay it any attention.
She elegantly straightened her cheongsam, which had been disheveled from the earlier beating, then turned around and returned to that gentle, almost servile expression as she looked at Su Qianqian.
Madam.
Lady Red respectfully bent her body, her voice so soft it could drip water.
This filthy thing has upset you. What should we do with him? Should we follow hotel rules and throw him into the corpse evolving pool? Or chop him up and turn him into tomorrow's char siu bao? Or light him up like a lantern and hang him at your door for illumination?
All the ghosts hiding in the shadows shuddered.
So cruel.
Lady Red's methods truly lived up to their reputation. But all the ghosts knew, the fate of this pig-headed bully was no longer in Lady Red's hands, nor in his own hands. It was entirely in the hands of the, seemingly harmless, even tear-streaked, silly girl who was looking at him now.
Su Qianqian froze for a moment.
She looked at the ever-smiling Lady Red, then at the pig-headed bully on the ground, bloodied and already wetting his pants from fear. Finally, her gaze landed on Lin Yun, who was still collapsed on the ground, looking at her with shock in her eyes.
Su Qianqian's eyes shifted slightly. I don't want char siu bao, it's a bit too greasy.
She frowned, seriously rejecting the suggestion, then gave a disgusted glance at the pig-headed bully.
He's so dirty, and he beat my senior like that. I don't want to see him in this hotel anymore. Just such a simple sentence.
But it was like a supreme pardon, a pardon of death. Lady Red's lips curled into a cruel smile.
Understood.
If you don't want to see him, then let's make him completely disappear. The smell of blood filled the hallway, suffocating.
Don't want to see him? All right, very well.
Lady Red's red lips curved into a stunning arc. She didn't even glance at the pig anymore, only slightly turned her head and waved to the several ghostly security guards already trembling in the shadows, waiting for orders. That motion was light and casual, like asking a servant to sweep away a pile of garbage from the corner.
No! Don't kill me!
Feeling the shadow of death closing in, the pig-headed bully finally snapped out of his shock.
The strong will to survive gave him a burst of energy.
Ignoring his broken spine and shattered teeth, he used all four limbs to crawl desperately toward Su Qianqian like a giant, dying meatworm. He was an old hand at surviving in the strange world, and he knew full well the situation he was in. The Red Lady is the knife, and the one holding the knife is this little human girl in a luxurious silk dress before me.
Miss Su. No. Mrs. Su. Madam.
The pig-headed bully crawled and desperately kowtowed, each thud heavy on the floor, causing the blood jade flooring to echo with a loud bang.
I was wrong. I'm a beast. I have eyes but no brains. I have money. I have an estate in District 4.
I also have 10 million ghost coins in savings.
And 3 B-level ghost weapons.
If you spare my life, no, my pig life.
All of these are yours. All of it.
It even pulled out a bloodstained key and a few black gold cards from its pocket, trembling as it tried to hand them to Su Qianqian's feet, all smeared with greasy black blood. These were the entirety of its wealth accumulated over centuries through exploitation and plundering. It was enough to make any ordinary anomalous player instantly rich, even enough to turn some greedy, powerful ghosts against each other.
The ghosts peeking from both sides of the hallway couldn't help but swallow.
10 million ghost coins, that's a life-buying amount, enough to save anyone. Even Lin Yun, who was lying on the floor, became a bit more conscious upon hearing this number. She had struggled for a year in the anomalous world, fighting for every task, and her account balance had never exceeded 100.
10 million, what kind of concept is that? It's enough to buy an entire safe zone here. However,
Su Qianqian looked at the outstretched hand, mixed with blood, dirt, and unknown sticky fluids, and those cards, though valuable, were equally filthy. There was no greed in her beautiful peach blossom eyes.
Only unconcealed disdain.
She shrank her foot back as if she had seen some extremely disgusting dirty thing, her spotless S-level fish-scale silk dress swaying with ripples, afraid of picking up even a speck of dust.
Don't come closer. Su Qianqian covered her nose with her hand, genuinely repulsed, it smells terrible.
These simple 2 words immediately blocked all the pleas the pig-headed bully had prepared behind them.
The Red Lady's gaze turned cold. Did you hear that? The madam thinks you stink. In this hotel, madam's likes and dislikes are the law. Your money?
Humph, do you think the chairwoman of the whole hotel would care for those copper coins that smell like shit?
With a single kick, the Red Lady sent the pig-headed bully's bank cards flying, scattering the precious wealth like trash across the floor.
But I don't deserve to die. The pig-headed bully wailed in despair, still trying to make a final struggle. I'm a customer.
I'm a gold member. I'm a VIP. The hotel rules say VIPs can't be casually killed.
It tried to use the rules to bind the Red Lady. But the Red Lady only looked at it with the kind of pity reserved for someone already dead.
Rules?
You seem to have forgotten whose name is on the deed to this hotel.
Since madam said she doesn't want to see you.
The Red Lady slowly bent down, her slender fingers lightly tracing the air, her voice soft but cruel.
It's not just about throwing you out.
Not wanting to see you means there should be no trace of your existence in this world.
Take it away. The meat grinder in the kitchen was just fixed. Remember to grind the meat well and feed it to the corpse-eating rats in the sewers, don't waste it. Understood. General Manager.
From the shadows, 4 towering execution ghost guards, each wrapped in bandages and nearly 3 meters tall, stepped forward. They gave the pig-headed bully no chance to resist, directly impaling its shoulder blades with iron hooks made of an unknown material, dragging it across the floor like a dead dog, leaving long streaks of blood.
Ah! Su Qianqian. You won't have a good end. Even as a ghost, I won't, woo-woo.
Before it could finish cursing, one of the ghost guards roughly shoved a spiked iron ball into its mouth.
All curses turned into desperate whimpers. The sound grew fainter and fainter. Until it completely disappeared into the depths of the freight elevator. The corridor returned to its dead silence. All the ghostly guests who had witnessed everything, at this very moment, none dared to make a sound. They didn't even dare to breathe heavily, afraid that some scent or a single detail of their appearance would upset that landlady. Because everyone had just witnessed a truth. Here, that girl's sense of beauty was the judge of life and death. If she said someone was dirty, that person would have to die. Who? After seeing that terrifying pig-headed figure finally disappear, Su Qianqian slowly lowered her hand that had been covering her nose. She looked at Madame Red a little embarrassedly. Did I go a bit too far? She asked in a low voice, seemingly uneasy for not accepting the ransom from the other party just now. Mom always said one should be more magnanimous, but he really beat Senior badly, and he really did look like that homeless man who hadn't bathed for days. No. Not at all. Madame Red answered firmly, her expression almost fanatical. Madame's mercy, which wasn't there, has already moved me. Dealing with this trash in such a manner, this way of handling is simply too elegant. Too dignified for someone in power. What a joke. If Qin Ji were here. The moment that pighead tried to touch Su Qianqian, his soul would have been refined into oil and used for a sky lantern, no chance for nonsense. Senior Lin. Su Qianqian no longer dwelled on the disappearing pighead and hurriedly lifted her skirt, running toward Lin Yun, who was still slumped in the corner of the wall. Lin Yun was covered in blood, her maid outfit torn in half, and her once delicate face was now bruised and swollen. She struggled to lean against the wall, her eyes blankly staring at Su Qianqian, who had crouched down in front of her. Just a few minutes ago, she had been desperately shouting for Su Qianqian to run. She thought this fragile junior would be dragged into the room like she was, suffering inhumane torture. But now, that bully who had been so overbearing in the instance was now minced meat in a meat grinder. And the red-dressed general manager, who was like a god and made players from all countries tremble, was now carefully helping Su Qianqian lift her skirt, afraid it would touch the blood on the ground. Qianqian? Lin Yun's throat was as dry as if she had swallowed razor blades. She stared at the white, glowing face before her in disbelief. Is this really you? She couldn't connect the Madam Chairman who could decide life and death with the timid, little transparency who used to hide in the corner at club gatherings drinking juice. It's me, Senior. Su Qianqian looked at Lin Yun's miserable appearance and couldn't hold back her tears. She didn't care about the dirt and blood on Lin Yun's body and directly reached out to grab her hand, which was full of wounds. Hiss. Lin Yun gasped in pain, instinctively wanting to pull her hand back. It was too dirty. Her hand was covered in mud and blood, while Su Qianqian's hand was as white and delicate as spring onions. Right now, she was just a humble slave, while the other was the queen of this place. Don't move. Let me see the wound. But Su Qianqian held on tightly, crying as she turned her head and called out. Madam Red. Hurry and call the doctor. Wait, is there a doctor here? Hurry and bring some medicine. Madam Red's eyes flashed slightly when she saw this. As a ghost who had lived for hundreds of years, she had seen too many people turn ruthless once they gained power. But this girl. After gaining the power to control everything, she didn't hesitate to touch a dirty slave. Her concern in her eyes was not fake. So the benefactor likes this type. Madame Red thought to herself, then immediately stepped forward. Yes. Of course. Madam, please don't cry, these are just minor injuries, actually, the bones are broken. I have some top-quality medicine. She pulled out a small blue and white porcelain bottle from her personal storage space. As soon as the cap was opened, a refreshing smell of medicine instantly filled the corridor. Bone regrowth ointment, grade B. Even if bones were shattered to bits, applying it would heal them completely within an hour, and even strengthen bone hardness. In the bizarre black market, this bottle could trade for half a street. This is... Lin Yun smelled the fragrance and her pupils quaked. Having mixed in the dungeon for a year, she knew the value. This was a holy medicine only supplied to high-ranking officials for healing, and it was actually being used on her, a human slave? Don't move around, this is a gift from the lady. The red lady knelt down, showing no airs as she personally dug out a clump of crystal-clear ointment and applied it to Lin Yun's wound. Bear with the pain a little. Though she said that, the red lady's actions were astonishingly gentle because Su Qianqian was eagerly supervising beside her. The moment the ointment touched the wound, the piercing pain immediately transformed into a soothing coolness. Lin Yun watched in astonishment as her twisted fingers visibly straightened, even the skin that had been trampled was rapidly scabbing and peeling off, growing new flesh. Wow, so amazing. Su Qianqian watched from the side, utterly stunned. Is this also the medicine my husband used to leave behind? The red lady's mouth twitched. No, this came from my own stash. But she still smiled and nodded. Yes, Mr. Qin left behind many treasures. Since she's your friend, feel free to use it, and don't hold back. A few minutes later. Lin Yun tentatively moved her arm and found that aside from feeling a bit weak, the severe injury that had almost cost her life had truly healed. Thank you. Lin Yun struggled to stand up,
unsure how to face Su Qianqian now.
Should she kneel down to express gratitude? Or should she still call her junior as before?
She looked at Su Qianqian, her gaze filled with complex emotions. Just then, Su Qianqian had already helped her up, wearing that familiar and innocent smile as if nothing traumatic had occurred, as if she was simply helping a fallen classmate. Senior, you often helped me fend off those bad boys in school.
Su Qianqian sniffed and said seriously, now it's my turn to protect you. My husband said, this hotel is our family's, not true. In the future, if anyone dares to bully you again.
She glanced at the terrifying human-shaped pit, the result of a pig's head crash.
I'll make them disappear. Lin Yun stared blankly at Su Qianqian.
At that moment, she suddenly felt. In this cruel, dark world filled only with killings and being killed. She seemed to finally see the first ray of light.
Chapter 24, yesterday scrubbing the floor, today turning into the operations director? The hallway is a bit cold.
Su Qianqian sniffed, looking at her senior who, although her wounds had healed, still wore tattered clothes and radiated a foul smell, frowned with some distress. Lin Yun's maid outfit had been torn to shreds, the fabric hanging on her like noodles, revealing her rough, purple skin from years of hard work underneath. More importantly, there were 2 large calloused patches on her knees formed from kneeling for a long time to scrub the floors. That was the badge of survival for a human slave in this man-eating hotel over the past year, as well as a column of shame. Senior, your clothes are all torn, it must be uncomfortable to wear. Su Qianqian turned to look at the ever-ready red lady standing nearby, her eyes filled with hope.
Sister Hong, does the hotel have something, like a staff uniform that's not so easily torn and keeps you warm?
The red lady's gaze flickered slightly.
Staff uniform? Of course there are.
The lowest slaves wear burlap, ordinary staff wear coarse cotton, and only high-ranking officials have the right to wear silk enhanced with ghostly energy.
Who is this person before us?
She is the best friend of the chairman's wife, someone who even the tyrannical Mr. Qin must respect. If she is dressed poorly, it would not only embarrass Lin Yun, but it would also shame Su Qianqian, and above all, it would offend Mr. Qin.
Yes. Of course.
Madame Hong didn't hesitate at all, she raised her hand and gently snapped her fingers in the air.
Snap.
With that crisp sound, several ghostly figures, made of scissors and measuring tapes, instantly emerged from the wall. They held a set of luxurious uniforms that radiated a faint, ghostly blue light.
What do you think of this outfit? Madame Hong took the uniform and shook it out.
It was a deep purple suit dress, exquisitely tailored, with a collar embedded with gemstone-like spirit stones, and the fabric subtly shimmered with defensive magical patterns.
Night Supervisor Uniform, A-Class Armor. Introduction, made from a millennium-old ice silkworm, water and fire-resistant, self-cleaning.
Wearing it means you are an inviolable senior manager of this S-Class hotel. Lin Yun stared blankly at the outfit, her body a bit stiff. She had been in the hotel for a year, so she naturally recognized what it was. It was a battle robe that only those cloud-like figures living on the top floor, the operations directors who were second only to the general manager, were qualified to wear. In the past, when she knelt on the ground to scrub it, even brushing against the hem of this dress would make her tremble with fear and beg for mercy. This is too precious. Lin Yun instinctively wanted to back away. I
don't deserve it. What do you mean not deserving?
Su Qianqian didn't understand these strict hierarchies, she simply thought the outfit looked beautiful and clean, so she reached out to take it, holding it up against Lin Yun.
It looks so good. Senior sister would definitely look amazing in this. Quick, put it on.
Or you'll catch a cold with the wind blowing. Under Su Qianqian's enthusiastic urging, which was actually a polite but intense glare from Madame Hong, Lin Yun had no choice but to slip into the nearby empty booth and quickly change into the uniform.
3 minutes later. The door opened.
A tall, cold-looking woman stepped out. Although her face was still pale from prolonged malnutrition, the uniform symbolizing power, combined with the recent application of B-class ointment, allowed her to quickly regain some of her former elegance and spiritedness as a university elite.
Wow! Su Qianqian's eyes sparkled as she clapped, senior sister is truly the prettiest.
Lin Yun felt a bit awkward as she tugged at her sleeve, she felt like she was dreaming, even the sensation beneath her feet felt unreal.
The clothes are changed, but... Su Qianqian tilted her head, seemingly recalling another issue.
She turned to Madame Hong and quietly asked.
Sister, since you're not allowing that bad guy, referring to the dead pig head, to spend money here, does that mean there are no guests needing to accompany that?
She meant to say accompany and drinking. This term was too jarring for the pure young lady.
Of course not.
Madame Hong replied decisively, such despicable acts will never happen again.
Then... Su Qianqian blinked, does senior sister still have to go back to scrubbing the floor?
That job seems very tiring and not good for the knees.
Can we find her an easier position? She recalled the arrangements in her father's company. How about sitting in an office and reading newspapers?
Upon hearing reading newspapers, the ghostly guards around, who were preparing to clean up, trembled slightly.
Reading newspapers in an S-class horror dungeon? Do you think this is a retirement home? But Madame Hong's eyes lit up. She was just worried about not having the chance to do a favor. This opportunity had just knocked on her door. No need to scrub the floor. How could we let the wife's friend do such rough work? Madame Hong strode to Lin Yun's side, her expression serious and solemn. She pulled out a metallic, gleaming. A nameplate engraved with the words director was pinned to Lin Yun's chest by hand. Lin Yun, right? From now on, I appoint you as the director of executive lounge operations at the Netherworld Hotel. Lin Yun's body shook, and her pupils contracted sharply. Director? Just a few minutes ago, she was a slave that anyone could step on, not even worthy of a name, only a code 089. Now she had become a director? This position's responsibilities are very heavy. Madame Hong spoke seriously nonsense. You mainly need to manage the liquor inventory of the top floor executive lounge. That is to check every day if the liquor is still there. If there is dust, just let the little ghosts below wipe it. If no one drinks, then you just sit and rest, or... She glanced at Su Qianqian and added, or chat with Madame. Then what about the salary? Su Qianqian, the chairman's wife, responsibly started to discuss the pay for the employee. My senior used to be very poor. Can we get a bit more? Of course. Madame Hong extended a hand, gesturing a number, daily salary of 500 yin coins. 3 meals a day, all spiritual food. There is a separate staff suite on the top floor for you to live. All 5 insurances and 1 fund at the highest standard of the Netherworld. Hiss. Not only did Lin Yun take a sharp breath, but even the billions of viewers outside the live broadcast went crazy upon hearing this number. 500 yin coins? Daily salary? I must be hearing things. This isn't working, this is robbing money. I heard an experienced player say that an ordinary ghost only earns 300 yin coins a month. This is absurd. Other countries' contestants risk their lives and break their limbs to complete a task. At most they get 10 yin coins reward. Lin Yun did nothing. Just because she knows Su Qianqian, she gets 500 a day? One person achieves the way, all are uplifted. This is the benefit of hugging the right thigh. I want to kneel and call Su Qianqian mom. Goddess Lin has finally made it through this year of suffering. Boo-hoo, thanks to Master Qin Ji. Thanks to Su Qianqian. This is truly a lifesaver. In the livestream, the viewers from Long Country were both shocked and moved. Watching Lin Yun transform from a slave that could only crawl on the ground into a director dressed in elegant clothes, holding a high salary, this huge identity reversal was simply electrifying. Is this really allowed? Lin Yun clutched the heavy nameplate in her hands shaking. She looked at Madame Hong in front of her, who had once seemed like an unattainable deity in her eyes, now wore a friendly smile at her. And all of this stemmed from... It was all because of the silly girl next to her, who was counting on her fingers how many bags of spicy snacks 500 yin coins could buy. There's nothing impossible. Madame Hong looked at Lin Yun meaningfully and said, in this hotel, and in this entire abyss the Madame's words are law. If she wants you to be the director, you are, even if you cannot read a word, you are still the director. After saying this, she turned around and waved her hand, exuding power. Pass down my orders. The new director of Executive Lounge is taking office. Let all the unassigned foremen come over and line up to welcome. Who dares to slight even a word because Director Lin is human? Humph. With a cold grunt, the temperature in the corridor dropped several degrees again. Yes, ma'am. The fierce and ruthless ghostly employees around all lowered their heads and respectfully called out to the bewildered Lin Yun. Greetings, Director Lin. We pay our respects. The sound was deafening. Su Qianqian was startled by the scene, then she happily laughed, her dimples sinking deeply. Great. Senior, now we are so close. Let's go. We'll go up. I still have a lot of delicious food in my room. You must be starving. She didn't care about any rules, she directly grabbed Lin Yun's hand, like when they would go to the corner shop together after school, pulling along the freshly minted director. Running joyfully towards the VIP golden elevator. Hey! Slow down. Lin Yun was pulled along, stumbling behind. She looked at the figure ahead, who, despite being in hell, still maintained a girlish innocence. Tears filled her eyes. It's been a year. Struggling in hell for an entire year, treated like a beast. She thought she had long forgotten the dignity of being a human. Until today. This warm little hand held hers again. Thank you. Lin Yun silently vowed in her heart. She swore that if Su Qianqian ever encountered danger in the future, even without that mysterious husband, even if it cost her life, she would protect her at all costs. And at this moment, as they rode the golden elevator, chatting and laughing, enjoying life. On the other side of the scene,
in the hotel basement cafeteria, filled with buzzing flies and the stench of rot.
Get out of the way. A hulking butcher demon pounded a spoon on the battered bowl of the Dahan country contestant Park Minju, making a loud clang. Newcomers only deserve this.
It scooped a spoonful of thick, black, foul-smelling sludge from a slop bucket, a mixture of moldy meat that had rotted for who knows how many days, and dumped it directly into Park Minju's bowl.
Eat. You can't work unless you finish it.
Park Minju looked at the wriggling maggots in her bowl, her stomach churning violently. She wanted to vomit but couldn't. Because her gaze was fixated on the corner of the cafeteria, at an old black and white television. It was broadcasting live footage from the hotel lobby. In the footage, that slave Lin Yun, who she had just wanted to ridicule, was now dressed in a uniform more luxurious than anything she had ever worn, being pulled into the elevator that symbolized absolute privilege by Su Qianqian amidst a crowd bowing and paying respect.
Ah!
Park Minju let out a chilling scream, jealousy twisted her face like a vengeful ghost.
That's mine, that should be mine. If those two bitches don't die, I, Park Minju, vow never to be human.
She lowered her head and swallowed that disgusting slop in one gulp. The resentment in her eyes was darker than this abyss.
Chapter 25, I am eating slop, and you are enjoying the Michelin Ghost Feast?
In the evening, the aura of the ghostly hotel grew even thicker. There was no sunset here, only the dark red blood beads slowly seeping from the surrounding walls, marking the passage of time, known as mealtime. In the staff cafeteria on the basement level, it was like a boiling cesspool.
Here gathered the lowest slaves, odd job workers, and a few foreign players struggling to survive in this S-rank instance.
The air was filled with the smell of sour slop, sweat, and despair.
Get away. This is mine.
Dahan contestant Park Minju had completely lost her usual elegance. She wore a janitor's gray robe that reeked of filth, her hair messy, and was madly snatching a moldy, steamed bun from the hands of Sakura Inoue from Sakura Country.
Was that a bun?
Perhaps it once was. Now it was covered in green mold, with half a dead cockroach embedded inside.
But that was the only thing in the cafeteria that even remotely resembled carbohydrates today. Baka. Let go.
I barely stole this from the serving department with my life. Sakura Inoue also looked like a shadow of her former self, having nearly dropped a fried eyeball for a customer due to trembling hands, almost becoming the live meal for that demon chef. The two women, who had maintained a superficial alliance, were now brawling for food that even a dog wouldn't eat, scratching each other's faces mercilessly.
Around them, those lowly demons and zombie slaves picked at their bowls of wriggling viscera porridge. A hoarse mocking laughter echoed in the air.
In their eyes, the human drama of killing each other for survival was not only a feast for the eyes but also particularly entertaining.
Bang!
Just as the two were fighting fiercely, a strong ghostly hand wielding a big spoon slammed down on the table.
Shut up! All of you be quiet.
A kitchen helper ghost covered in sores roared, if you want to roll around, get out.
Don't dirty my canteen.
And today's meat dishes have arrived, only 10 portions. First come, first served. It poured a bucket of dark red mush, mixed with who knows what scraps, possibly the unfortunate players who had sacrificed before or something else, into the feeding trough.
The smell wafted up, nauseating everyone.
However, the already starving Park Minju and Sakura Inoue, along with other foreign players, had their reason replaced in an instant by primal instinct. They ignored the fighting and pounced on the feeding trough like beasts, even foregoing spoons to grab that slimy liquid with their hands and shove it into their mouths.
Dignity?
In this damned place, it had long been swallowed with the first bite of spoiled food. However, just as Park Minju stuffed a mouthful of stinky mush into her mouth and before she could swallow it down.
Ding!
A melodious, clear, and obviously out-of-place bell chime suddenly rang from above. Above the canteen was an open structure, connecting the spiral staircase leading from the first floor to the second in a VIP viewing corridor. That was a place where only high-level members could usually stop. All the ghosts and players instinctively looked up. There, illuminated by thousands of glass ghost fire lamps as bright as day, a group of people walked slowly along the golden corridor.
Silence, clear the area.
8 2-meter-tall ghost generals, clad in black and gold armor, moved ahead, wielding long halberds, pushing away any wandering souls and wild ghosts trying to approach the railing, creating an absolutely clean passage. Then, a striking flash of blood red appeared. It was the hotel manager known for her beauty and cruelty, Madame Hong. At this moment, she was no longer the lofty queen but was slightly bowing, holding an exquisite feather fan and gently fanning non-existent dust for the person beside her. Beside her, protected like a prized gem, was none other than Su Qianqian, dressed in a light yellow haute couture dress, holding a cat doll, looking as pure as a little fairy. On Su Qianqian's other side was Lin Yun, who had not yet fully adapted to her new identity, dressed in a crisp luxurious night director's uniform. The three walked side by side as if strolling in their own backyard.
Burp. Park Minju watched the scene, the spoiled food lodged in her throat, nearly choking her to death. They were both players. Both in this damned S-level instance. They were down below, scrambling like maggots for scraps. And Su Qianqian stood on the dazzling clouds, looking down on all living beings? Sister Lin, it's so noisy down there, and it seems a bit stinky. Su Qianqian did not see Park Minju hiding in the shadows. She just stood by the railing, glancing down at the crowded, filthy canteen, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, innocently asking. What are they eating? It looks black, is it some kind of specialty, sesame paste? Madame Hong glanced at the scene below, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes, but when she turned to Su Qianqian, she immediately became exceptionally gentle. That's not sesame paste, my lady. That is feed for low-level consumables, slaves, to replenish energy. It's unsanitary, don't look too much, or it might turn your stomach. As she spoke, Madame Hong turned to the newly appointed Director Lin Yun. Director Lin, where do you think is a suitable place for the ladies' dinner arrangement? Tonight, there's a batch of S-level ghost-faced fish just airlifted from the North Sea. Why not go straight to your executive lounge? Lin Yun had not yet come to terms with such a huge leap in class. She cast a shy glance at Su Qianqian. Let's listen to Qianqian. Su Qianqian touched her belly. She wasn't hungry, having had a hearty breakfast. However, thinking of how thin Lin Shuijia looked just now, she felt she must treat her to a good meal to nourish her back. Then let's go eat that fish. Su Qianqian seriously contemplated her husband, Qin Ji, usually cooking at home, then turned to Lady Hong, unconsciously entering her Versailles ordering mode. But sister, my husband said seafood must be the freshest. For that fish, let the chef not use too many seasonings, my sister just recovered, so the flavor should be light. Oh right. Also, the sashimi must not have that super spicy green wasabi. She earnestly reminded, as if this weren't a bizarre hotel but a Michelin restaurant. I saw that the house servants used to make that kind of wasabi, the freshly ground kind tastes better, with a hint of sweetness. Do you have wasabi here? If not. She hesitated, reached into her little cat pain pouch, rummaged, and took out a tube of toothpaste-like substance that Qin Ji had carelessly left on the table. I brought this. My husband said it's a seasoning sauce, it can kill germs when eating raw food. Millennium Ambergris Paste, S-Class. Not only can it remove fishy smells and enhance freshness, but it can also directly purify the poison and evil energy in food, elevating the soul with a single bite. Lady Hong looked at the tube of ambergris paste in Su Qianqian's hand, which was worth 10,000 times more than gold, and her eyelid twitched violently. Using this as wasabi? Is this the consumption level of a chairman's family? Yes. It must be. Lady Hong quickly nodded, if not, I'll have the purchasing department go to the medicinal fields in Abyss District 3 to pull some. If they still can't find it, let them smash their heads against the wall until they do. That's good. Su Qianqian smiled sweetly, grabbed Lin Yun's hand, sister, let's hurry. I also brought a bottle of red wine, an 82 Lafite, Dad said it's really good, but I've never dared to drink it. Tonight, let's secretly taste it. That red wine seems to need to breathe? Lin Yun instinctively applied knowledge from the real world. Oh yes. Su Qianqian slapped her forehead and instructed the 2 rows of beautiful ghost servers behind her. Could you please let the wine breathe for half an hour? Thank you. At your service, madam. Dozens of beautiful ghosts replied in unison, their tone even more solemn than a state visit. The group walked away under the golden lights, leaving behind a string of silver bell-like laughter and an overwhelming sense of luxury. Downstairs, in the cafeteria on the first basement level. Dead silence. Those evil spirits were too frightened by the aura above to move. Meanwhile, Park Minju and Inoue Sakura remained frozen in that food-stealing posture, like 2 dried-up sculptures. Breathe, half an hour? Freshly ground wasabi? Sesame paste? Tears mixed with the slop on Park Minju's face dripped into her bowl, making a drip sound. She glanced at the gooey, foul-smelling black mud in her hand. Then remembered Su Qianqian's innocent question, is it sesame paste? Put. Park Minju's anger surged, coupled with the overpowering smell, and she sprayed a mouthful of blood, falling straight back. Park-san. What happened to you? Inoue Sakura shouted in panic. It's not fair. Park Minju lay on the ground, her eyes rolling back, yet she stared fiercely at the already empty upper corridor, her fingers digging a bloody trail into the greasy floor. Kill her. Even if it means we both perish, I will kill that woman. Intense jealousy and hatred completely consumed her reason at this moment. Initially, she only wanted the deed to the land. But now, looking at what she had dreamed of possessing, her life, which had been easily trampled underfoot by the other party. She just wanted to stomp the delicate, beautiful face of Su Qianqian into the mud of this cafeteria. In the shadow, a half-human, half-rat monster, Jack, was quietly watching everything behind the sewer grate.
Seeing Park Minju's breakdown, the monster let out a satisfied sneer.
He, the resentment is enough. Looks like tonight is a good time to make a move. The lord below must be hungry by now, right? At the top floor, in the banquet hall. Unaware, Su Qianqian was placing a piece of crystal clear, jewel-like ghost-faced fish meat into Lin Yun's bowl. Senior, eat. This won't make you fat. A happy smile was glowing on her face. And this smile was the final spark that ignited the midnight crisis of tonight. Chapter 26, The world-class wine you cherish, is my husband's mouthwash? On the top floor of the Helene Hotel, in the private dining room of the King of Hell presidential suite. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows showed the abyssal night view, swirling with black mist and blood-red thunder, while inside the room, it was as radiant as spring, warm and glowing. On a long table carved from thousand-year-old agarwood, lay delicacies that ordinary people could not even imagine. Lin Yun, who had just come up from the hell on the negative first floor, was now sitting awkwardly in a velvet chair. The night director uniform she wore had been carefully pressed, making her look brand new, but her hand, holding the silver knife and fork, was still trembling slightly. Eat, senior. This fish is really super tender. Su Qianqian, like an enthusiastic, silly daughter of a landowner, used a public chopstick to pick up a big piece of crystal-clear fish meat for Lin Yun. It was the finest piece of meat from the belly of the deep-sea ghost-faced fish, melting in the mouth, with no fishy smell, instead carrying a sweetness like deep-sea ice springs. Lin Yun ate a bite with tears in her eyes. It was the most food-like thing she had eaten in the past year. No, it was 100 times more delicious than anything she had eaten before entering this strange world. The fish meat entered her stomach, turning into a warm current that nourished her already depleted body. It's delicious, so delicious. Lin Yun choked, feeling like she had come back to life. If it's delicious, eat more. Su Qianqian smiled with crescent-shaped eyes, then, as if remembering an important ritual, turned to the red lady who had been serving them on the side. Sister Hong, is the red wine we brought earlier properly decanted? Hearing this, the red lady's face revealed an unprecedented serious expression. She clapped her hands. Immediately, two women with stunning beauty, wearing painted skins, came up holding a golden tray draped in red silk. On the tray was not the 1982 Lafite that Su Qianqian had brought. Instead, there was an ancient-style white jade wine pot emitting a warm jade-like glow, and three small, exquisite wineglasses, no larger than a thumb, looking like pieces of art. Madam. The red lady did not touch the wine pot but instead lifted it with ghostly power, her eyes filled with almost fanatical reverence and caution. Although that bottle of Lafite is also a good wine, it's still lacking in flavor when paired with this S-class ghost-faced fish and dragon liver. Actually, ghosts can't drink ordinary wine. Since today is the joyous day of your reunion with an old friend, as your subordinate, I have a treasure that I have kept for 1,000 years, and I wish to present it to Madam to help celebrate. What is it? Su Qianqian asked, curious, leaning forward. The red lady took a deep breath, and even her hand, which could kill without blinking, trembled slightly at this moment. She gently uncovered the lid of the white jade wine pot. Pop, with a soft sound. An indescribably rich, strange fragrance immediately exploded in this hundreds of square meter dining room. It was not just the aroma of wine. It was a fragrance that seemed to contain the essence of hundreds of flowers, the sweetness of morning dew, and even a hint of the charm of the Tao. Even just inhaling a breath, Lin Yun felt her meridians, which had been blocked from long-term labor, instantly become unblocked. Once a somewhat dazed brain became incredibly clear. In the live broadcast room, the system alert box erupted with red warnings. Warning. Detected divine item fluctuations. Item name, Immortal Drunk? Level/incalculable. Description, a legendary brew made from 9 heavens nectar and the Abyss Core's spiritual spring. A mortal who drinks a drop can extend their life by 10 years and cure all diseases. A skilled ghost who drinks a cup can wash away all resentment, reshape their ghost body, and rise one level. The entire Long Country live broadcast room fell silent in an instant, followed by an explosion of comments. Whoa! 10 years of life? Isn't this the divine brew from immortal cultivation novels? After one cup, wouldn't one become an immortal directly? Madame Red actually brought out this hidden treasure? Isn't she being too generous? In the restaurant, Madame Red personally poured 2 glasses, the liquor shimmering amber, thick like honey, swirling slowly in the cup as if it had its own life. This is the divine wine given to me by my benefactor, that is, your husband, Lord Qin Ji, just before he went into hiding 1,000 years ago. Madame Red's voice trembled. For so many years, I only dared to lick the lid once when I ascended to become a red-clothed skilled ghost. Today, since the madam is here, this wine shall return to its rightful owner. Give this to me? Lin Yun looked at the small cup of priceless liquid in front of her, almost jumping up in fright. Though she didn't know the exact effects of this wine, just the special effects were enough to tell her it was definitely a divine object. Drink it, senior sister. Su Qianqian didn't have so many concerns, since it was something her husband left behind, it's basically their own.
She lifted her glass, like a bold child of the rivers and lakes. Come on, to celebrate that we've met alive.
Cheers! Cheers! Lin Yun also excitedly raised her glass and clinked it with Su Qianqian.
Then, both drank down the contents of their cups in one go.
Boom!
At the moment the liquor slid down her throat, Lin Yun felt as if she had swallowed a gentle flame. The flame swiftly spread throughout her body, healing every hidden injury, even mending the cracks deep in her soul. Her skin turned rosy and glossy at a visible rate, and the weak aura of her unusual powers began to surge wildly.
My hidden injuries are all healed?
Lin Yun stared in shock at her hands, feeling full of endless strength, even thinking she could punch a cow to death right now.
This wine is amazing.
Madame Red, seeing this, smiled with satisfaction.
That's right.
This is a holy item left by Mr. Qin. For ordinary humans, it is a miraculous medicine that transforms life.
Surely the madam should also be deeply shocked and her admiration for Mr. Qin should rise another level, right?
She turned to look at Su Qianqian expectantly.
However, the surprise, shock, and touched expression she envisioned in Su Qianqian did not appear.
On the contrary. After finishing her cup, Su Qianqian's delicate little face scrunched up like a bun, her rosy tongue sticking out a little, as if it were spicy or she was quite displeased with the taste.
Su
Qianqian smacked her lips, that familiar, slightly minty, herbal spiciness spread in her mouth.
Sister Red.
Su Qianqian looked up, her clear big eyes filled with pure confusion.
Is this wine really meant for drinking? Of course it is. Madame Red was taken aback. Could it be it's not to your taste? It's not that it's not good, it's just. Su Qianqian hesitated, whispering and gesturing. This taste is exactly the same as the water in that big glass jar on my first floor washstand. Madame Red? Lin Yun? All the viewers?
Su Qianqian continued, I saw my husband every morning would pour a cup of that water from the jar and gargle it in his mouth then spit it out.
I even asked him what that was for. He said it's called special mouthwash?
He said it kills bacteria, freshens breath, and prevents cavities.
A deathly silence fell over the luxurious restaurant.
Madame Red's smile froze on her face, and her beautiful eyes, which had shone with brilliance from presenting a treasure, gradually lost their focus. She looked at the jade pot in her hand, which she had treated as her life, worshipping it for 1,000 years. Then she glanced at Su Qianqian, who had an innocent look and was complaining that the wine was a bit spicy.
Gargle, mouthwash?
This divine drunk that could drive countless ghosts crazy, that could bring people back to life, at Mr. Qin's place, was just used as mouthwash to spit out every morning?
Is this really the case?
Madame Red's voice sounded like it was about to shatter, so that's how it is. Finally, she understood why, 1,000 years ago, when Qin Ji had given her this pot of wine, his gaze had been so casual, as if he were throwing away a bottle of unused detergent. She had thought it was Qin Ji's token of love or heirloom treasure and had even hesitated to drink it in her most difficult times. It turned out, the treasure she had cherished for 1,000 years, in that person's life, was really just the most trivial daily consumable.
Right.
Su Qianqian, unaware of Madame Red's crumbling worldview, added more fuel to the fire.
No wonder her husband's teeth are so white.
It turns out this really works.
But it's indeed strange to drink it as wine, it's a bit like drinking toothpaste water.
She put down her cup and quickly scooped a bowl of seafood porridge to cleanse her palate. Senior Lin, you should also drink more porridge, that mouthwash, oh no, that wine is a bit strong.
Lin Yun.
She looked at the empty wineglass before her, feeling the strong energy inside her, which had healed her wounds but suddenly became a bit awkward. At that moment, she finally had an extremely absurd perception of that brother-in-law she had never met.
Treating S-grade holy medicine as mouthwash? Keeping A-grade evil spirits as dogs? Treating the Hell Hotel as a backyard? Qianqian.
Lin Yun swallowed hard, whispering, what does your husband do exactly? Su Qianqian was drinking porridge. Upon hearing this, she raised her head, her eyes sparkling, clearly proud.
My husband?
He is a very caring, family-oriented man, someone who was mixed in society but now has turned over a new leaf, the owner of a grocery store.
Oh right. Su Qianqian seemed to remember something and put down her spoon. Speaking of which, I've been out for a day, I miss him a bit.
Although the food here is quite tasty, it's not as fragrant as what my husband makes, even if it's semi-finished. She wiped her mouth and took out the black small conch, voice-transmitting conch, a super long-distance cross-border communicator, that Qin Ji had given her before leaving.
I need to call my husband to check in on him. What if he secretly eats well at home without taking me with him?
Looking at the conch, Madame Red took a deep breath, quickly retreated 2 steps, and signaled her subordinates to kneel and stay quiet. Although her worldview had collapsed, since it was that person's mouthwash that needed to communicate. That was something that absolutely could not be disturbed. This wasn't just a check-in call, it was clearly giving a heavy blow to this already stunned world.
Chapter 27, Check-in phone call. Hello, husband, what are you doing? Shoo.
The moment Su Qianqian took out the black small conch, Madame Red, like a cat that had its tail stepped on, had all her ghostly energy suddenly retract to the extreme.
She almost hissed, issuing orders to the surrounding attendants and the newly appointed Lin Yun. Everyone kneel down. Hold your breath. Suppress your heartbeat. If anyone dares to make even a slight noise that disturbs this call, I'll stuff you into this wine bottle to soak. Thud. Thud. The restaurant instantly fell to its knees. The skeleton musicians who had been playing were so frightened that they dropped their instruments, while the zombie waiters lay flat on the ground, not daring to breathe at all. Lin Yun, still holding the wineglass that had just been filled with mouthwash, felt the heavy atmosphere despite her confusion and quickly put her glass down, nervously watching the black small conch. Only Su Qianqian remained completely unaware of this. She looked curiously at the employees in the room suddenly bowing to her and scratched her head. You don't have to be so polite. I just made a phone call. Lady Hong knelt by the table, still maintaining that elegant yet extremely humble smile, gently shaking her head and making a gesture of please go ahead, though cold sweat was nearly ruining her delicate makeup. What a joke. Who was that call for? That was for the Abyss Taboo, the monster who treated S-class divine medicine like mouthwash. If she didn't kneel to listen, Lady Hong feared her legs would be shattered by that invisible pressure. Su Qianqian didn't think much of it. She injected a wisp of spiritual energy, from the excess treasure she consumed, into the sound transmission conch. Buzz. The conch vibrated slightly, its black shell surface rippling with strange spatial waves. There were none of the usual waiting sounds like beep beep. Just 1 second. A faint electric sound flashed by, the signal connected. Dead. Game over. What came out first was a familiar, modern electronic-style game over sound, along with the rapid clicking of game controller buttons. Then, a lazy voice with a nasal tone, obviously dissatisfied with the game's ending, drifted clearly from the conch. Tisk, this boss's second phase actually has invincibility? The person who designed this game must be out of their mind. At that moment, the air in the entire presidential suite seemed to freeze. For Su Qianqian, this was the most familiar voice, filled with the warmth of a homebody. But for Lady Hong, for Lin Yun, and even for the Li Gui hiding outside listening, that voice, though plain, seemed to blend with the roar of the abyss and the echo of rules. Each syllable fell, triggering a tsunami in the depths of their souls. It was a kind of just hearing the voice made one instinctively want to worship it, a dominating pressure. Lin Yun trembled, her face pale. She tightly gripped the edge of the table. Just a single voice made her, a recently promoted extraordinary, feel the weight of life pressing down on her. That man, was he really the ordinary shopkeeper that Qianqian mentioned? Hubby. But Su Qianqian felt no discomfort. Instead, she seemed like a wronged little cat who found her owner, her voice instantly sweetening a few degrees as she cozied up to the conch. Why are you still playing games? Didn't you say you were going to give Wang Kai a bath? From the other end of the conch came a rustling sound, as if Qin Ji had put down the controller and was adjusting to a more comfortable position. I washed him. That dog's fur is really thick. I didn't want to scrub, just tossed him into the backyard pool to soak. Qin Ji casually replied, then asked. Why are you calling now? Are you in trouble? Did someone not have the sense? As soon as he finished speaking, all the sinister energy of Lady Hong almost exploded. She gritted her teeth, buried her head even lower, and frantically prayed, Lady Ancestor, please say something nice. Otherwise, I will be turned to ash. No, no. Su Qianqian quickly denied it, happily glancing at Lady Hong, who was kneeling on the ground. Everyone here is super nice. That manager, Sister Hong, recognized the coupon you gave me. Not only did she arrange the best big room for me, but she also gave me so much delicious food. The service is so considerate. Sister Hong. On Qin Ji's end, he seemed to chuckle, his tone playful. That ugly girl can be called sister now? Fine, as long as she didn't bully you, that's good. Upon hearing the words ugly girl, Lady Hong not only didn't get angry, instead, she was so moved that tears welled up. That phrase ugly girl was proof that her benefactor still remembered her. What an honor this was. By the way, hubby. Su Qianqian seemed to remember something important. I ran into an acquaintance here. It's my senior from university, Lin Yun. She's so impressive now, she has become a director. Oh. Qin Ji responded flatly. He wasn't interested in his wife's social circle, but he still cooperatively said, that's quite impressive. Not really, let her take you out to have some fun. Beside them, Lin Yun, hearing her name mentioned, was so nervous that she almost stopped breathing. She hurriedly bowed towards the conch's direction. Although the other party couldn't see her, she instinctively wanted to express her reverence. And. Su Qianqian brought the conch closer and whispered her progress report. The red cup you asked me to get, Sister Hong has already agreed to give it to me.
But she said that cup has been sitting on the shelf for too long, and it's a bit dirty, also seems quite precious, so she is having someone clean and disinfect it with a special potion, and I have to wait until I'm leaving to get it packed. Saying this, Su Qianqian felt a bit worried that Qin Ji might be unhappy.
Honey, didn't you want to use it to drink new tea? How about I ask Sister Hong to hurry it up? Bang!
Madame Hong's kneeling knee cracked the floor, creating a fissure. Her heart almost jumped out of her throat.
Hurry up? That is, Hell Prison Blood River Cup.
The S+ level Dry Corpse King *** pressing below was frantically crashing against the seal. The reason she hadn't given it immediately these past few days was that she was reinforcing the backup formation overnight, fearing that if she quickly pulled out the cup, the whole hotel would be toppled by the Corpse King.
If it was given now,
then tonight's beautiful evening would turn into a Corpse King demolition site.
The conch was silent for half a second.
It seemed Qin Ji was contemplating the wait between drinking tea and trouble.
Forget it.
After a moment, Qin Ji's lazy voice came. No need to rush her.
Since it's dirty, it should be properly washed.
I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. If it's still dusty when it comes back, I won't want it.
And his voice suddenly became a bit meaningful.
If that cup isn't cleaned properly, it feels cold in your hand, and you won't feel comfortable holding it. Madame Hong let out a long breath, her whole body feeling as if she had just been pulled out of water, collapsing on the ground.
Saved.
It seemed her benefactor knew about the thing pressing below and gave her some time to handle the tale.
I know. I will definitely make sure it's completely clean and fragrant when I bring it back. Su Qianqian vowed firmly. Alright, is there anything else?
The sound of a game console starting up came from Qin Ji's side. If there's nothing else, I will hang up. I haven't passed that level yet, and while I'm still feeling it, I need to go torture that boss a bit more.
There's one last thing. Su Qianqian hesitated, glancing at the softly glowing rune button on the conch.
This conch, from her research, seemed not only able to contact home. There was a special dial pointing to a coordinate she was very familiar with, but seemed out of place in this world, current world dragon country.
Honey, can this conch call Dad?
Su Qianqian asked softly, her tone filled with a longing for home.
Yes.
Qin Ji gave an affirmative answer. That conch is two-way, not only can it reach Old Street, but as long as you have the number, you can call even to the moon.
If you miss home, just call to report peace. That way, that old man won't be crying and making a fuss outside every day.
Note, Su Banchang is not beside Qin Ji, but in the global live broadcast, Su Richman was crying too hard. Qin Ji heard it through some means and found it annoying.
Really? That's awesome. Thank you, honey. You're the best. Moi.
Su Qianqian was so happy she nearly jumped up, giving the conch a heavy kiss.
Hanging up.
Over there, Qin Ji seemed a bit awkward because of that moi, hurriedly disconnecting the call.
Buzz. The red light on the conch extinguished.
The terrifying sense of oppression that enveloped the room.
In an instant, it all vanished into thin air.
Lady Red, as if drained of energy, sat on the ground, gasping for breath, her clothes soaked behind her. At this moment, Lin Yun looked at Su Qianqian with the gaze of someone looking at an alien.
Just now, that voice.
Although it sounded lazy, casual, and even full of life, the indescribable indifference, like a god overlooking all beings, chilled Lin Yun's hands and feet to this moment.
That is Su Qianqian's husband? The F-grade waste who runs a grocery store in Old Street Abyss?
Lin Yun smiled bitterly.
Waste? If that existence is waste, then what are all these gods and Buddhas? Sister Hong, get up quickly. The ground is cold. Su Qianqian hung up the phone, saw Lady Red still sitting on the ground, and hurried over to help her. Oh no, it's all my fault, chatting too long with you. Did your legs go numb?
Lady Red used her strength to stand up, wiped the cold sweat off her forehead, and forced a smile that was extremely strained.
It's fine, I'm happy. Hearing the voice of my benefactor is my blessing. He.
Su Qianqian gave a silly smile, then raised the little conch that had already switched frequency bands, her eyes shining with excitement.
Sister Hong, wait a moment for me. Su Qianqian took a deep breath, as if she was about to accomplish something big.
She turned the dial on the conch, aiming at the rune representing the present world.
I want to call Dad.
Tell him I'm doing well here, so he doesn't need to send all the bodyguards from home, though he can't send them anyway. She skillfully dialed a series of numbers she could remember clearly even in her dreams. That was the private encrypted line of Su Banchang, the richest man in Long Country.
Beep, beep, beep.
This time, what came out was no longer an electronic sound, but a modern waiting tone brimming with the air of society.
And at this moment,
Blue Star, the highest strategic command room of Long Country. A group of frowning big shots, looking at the live broadcast screen in a daze. And sitting in the corner, tears streaming down his face, having not slept for days, was Su Qianqian.
Suddenly,
The red satellite phone, placed on the highest security desk, said to be only ringing when the sky collapses, without any warning.
it vibrated to life. Chapter 28. This call kept the high-ranking officials of Long Country awake all night.
Blue Star, the imperial capital of Long Country. The Bureau of Strange Tactics, highest security strategic command room. At 3 in the morning, it was still brightly lit, the air filled with the strong smell of tobacco and the stench of anxious sweat. The massive circular conference table was filled with military big shots and top expert advisors, as well as a business magnate who looked like he had aged 10 years. That was Su Qianqian's father, the richest man in Long Country, Su Qianqian.
At this moment, where was the usual domineering aura of Su Qianqian?
He stared intently at the huge main screen in front of him, his eyes bloodshot, tightly clutching a warm safety pendant, muttering silently to himself. On the screen was the live broadcast from the Seoul Hotel. Although his daughter was sitting in a room more luxurious than a palace, enjoying exquisite delicacies, and although the terrifying ghost woman named Lady Red looked submissive, in Su Qianqian's eyes, this was like roasting his daughter over an open fire.
That was an S-grade dungeon. That was a monster's den that devours people whole. Who knows if that table full of food is poison? The current safety may just be a ploy to fatten her up for slaughter later? Old Su, eat something.
Director Zhang, sitting at the head, sighed and pushed a cup of hot tea toward him.
Qianqian seems relatively safe for now.
That red-clad ghost's attitude towards her is really strange.
Safe my ass.
Su Qianqian's emotions slipped out of control, his voice hoarse. My daughter has the courage of a needle.
When has she ever seen such a scene? She must be scared to death right now, crying out for dad in her heart. But I can't save her. What good is my trillion-dollar fortune? I can't even make a phone call.
At this emotional moment, this man, over 50, felt tears welling up again. As long as I can let her hear my voice, so she won't be afraid, even if it means losing everything I have, I would be willing.
Those experts around could only awkwardly smile. Make a call? Don't joke.
The strange world and the real world are separated by who knows how many layers of dimensional barriers, even the top quantum signals can't penetrate.
For 10 years, there has been no precedent for any two-way communication. However,
just when this despair and helplessness was about to crush the entire command room.
Zzz.
A very subtle, but in this quiet room, it sounded extraordinarily piercing vibration suddenly rang out. Everyone instinctively searched for the source of the sound.
It wasn't anyone's cell phone, they all surrendered them at the entrance.
It wasn't from the sound effects of the big screen.
That sound came from the very center of the conference table.
It was the National Strategic Emergency Satellite phone, covered by bulletproof glass, glowing red, with a label that read SSS Grade Top Secret. This phone would only ring in a few specific situations. Either a nuclear war breaks out,
or aliens invade,
or the signal from an unknown dimension that is impossible to receive.
How is this possible?
Director Zhang stood up with a start, his chair toppling over. He stared wide-eyed at the shaking phone, the red light flashing on it. There was no number displayed on the screen.
Only a line of hair-raising garbled text, signal from void. Quick! Technical department. Trace the source of the signal. Is it a strange invasion? The command room was thrown into chaos.
At this moment, a psychological expert, who had been staring at the screen, suddenly shouted.
No way. Look at the live broadcast. Look at Su Qianqian's hand. Everyone suddenly looked up.
On the big screen, Su Qianqian was making a dial and wait gesture toward that black seashell. And as her fingers moved, the red phone here.
Ding-ling-ling.
The abrupt ringing sound erupted completely.
Time was perfectly synchronized. No delay. No error. Is it Qianqian?
Su Qianqian was the first to react. He lunged at the table like a madman, not caring that the glass cover hadn't opened, reaching out to grab it.
Old Su. Calm down. It might be a weird trap.
Director Zhang was also shocked, but his professional instincts warned him to be cautious.
I accept the trap too.
Su Qianqian trembled as he pressed the speaker button, then mustered all his strength to lift the receiver, his voice quivering.
Hello? Is it Qianqian? A second of dead silence.
Everyone held their breath, their hearts seemingly stopped.
Then,
from the receiver came that sweet, soft voice, familiar to Su Qianqian's bones, mixed with a bit of electric noise yet crystal clear.
Dad, it's me.
I was counting the time, it should be midnight for you, right?
Are you watching the live broadcast again and not sleeping?
You have to listen to the doctor and rest early, or you'll get dark circles under your eyes.
Boom. Su Qianqian's tears burst forth.
This iron-blooded tycoon, who had ruled the business world for decades, now cried like a 200-pound child, slumping back in his chair, clutching the phone tightly.
Qianqian. It's really Qianqian. My daughter. Dad hasn't slept. Dad isn't tired. Dad just misses you, woo woo woo. At this moment, the entire command room fell into an unprecedented shock.
Not just because of the moving reunion of father and daughter, but also because of what this phone call represented.
Someone had broken the barriers of dimension. And it was not through some national high-tech effort, but simply a small girl holding a seashell that looked like a toy. Dad. Don't cry, okay?
Su Qianqian heard her father's crying from the other end, feeling a bit embarrassed and a bit heartbroken.
I'm really doing great here. Really. I'm staying in a super big hotel, on the top floor. The manager lady is super nice, she rolled out a red carpet for me and prepared lots of delicious food. Oh, I also met Senior Lin. She's here too, working in a big position. Su Qianqian chattered on, like a little girl calling home from a vacation. My husband, Qin Ji, is also doing well.
Though he's a bit homebody, he knows how to take care of people.
He just told me to call you, saying you shouldn't cry all the time, it's bothering his ears. At this point, Su Qianqian lowered her voice, feeling a bit wronged. Dad, does he find you a bit annoying?
But he gave me this conch shell, saying I can call home anytime when I miss you.
So don't worry too much about me. In the command room,
Director Zhang and a group of military big shots looked at each other, seeing the shock and joy reflected in each other's eyes.
Annoying? That man named Qin Ji could be annoyed by the crying sounds of the richest person in Long Country, and even hear Su Banqing's crying across dimensions? What does this mean?
It means that for that man, the boundary between the so-called strange world and the real world simply does not exist.
He is always watching here. Artifact, this is definitely a causal artifact.
One expert from the technology department, trembling with excitement, looked at the device that was still stabilizing the call. No need for a base station, no need for satellites, it directly crosses dimensions point to point.
This technology.
Long Country is at least 500 years ahead of the world.
No. 1,000 years. And all of this was just a toy Qin Ji casually gave to his wife.
On the other end of the call, Su Qianqian was still comforting her father.
Dad, I'll definitely complete this mission.
I have lots of discount vouchers that my husband gave me, so I can get free meals wherever I go.
I
haven't suffered any grievances, just now someone tried to bully me, but the manager lady threw them out before they even made a move.
So you can think of it as me going on a honeymoon, hee hee. Su Banqing wiped his tears while nodding, okay. Honeymoon is good.
Qianqian, please thank Qin Ji for me.
Thank him, my son-in-law.
Tell him, as long as you come back safely, I'll give him half of the Su family's fortune as a dowry.
Oh Dad, what are you saying? It's so embarrassing.
Su Qianqian blushed on the other end and quickly changed the subject, so that's it. The signal is good here, but my husband said this is the frequency borrowed from the Ghost Dragon train. If we talk too long, the driver will get a headache, because he has to withstand the pressure of the dimension to transmit the signal.
So I'm hanging up now, bye-bye, Dad. Love you. Beep, beep, beep.
The call ended. The red light on the display screen went out. The conference room fell silent again. But this time, it was not a silence of despair, but a flame of hope and awe burning in everyone's eyes.
Director Zhang took a deep breath, slowly coming back to his senses from the shock.
He stood up straight, surveying everyone in the room, his tone becoming unprecedentedly serious and solemn.
Everyone.
Immediately re-evaluate the file level for target person number 10, Qin Ji.
Raise the originally planned S-level focus object to.
Director Zhang paused, speaking each word clearly.
SSS level pillar of national security. Notify the propaganda department, starting now, block all negative comments about Qin Ji on the internet.
Anyone who dares to slander him is committing treason. Notify the logistics department, immediately investigate if Qin Ji has any relatives, friends, or unfinished wishes in this world. Mr. Su, this matter still requires your assistance to handle it with highest standards. Su Banqing had completely regained his spirit at this moment, his eyes sharp, nodding vigorously.
Don't worry. Even if he wants the moon from the sky.
As long as money can solve it, I, Su Banqing, will even go bankrupt to get it for him.
And
Director Zhang turned to the strategic analyst beside him.
That so-called Great Cold Nation seems to have been targeting our contestants recently? Even that Park Minju has threatened to kill and rob? The analyst sneered, yes.
According to intelligence, that Park Minju has colluded with a few locals and seems to want to create trouble in that hotel.
Ha!
Director Zhang's mouth curled into a cold arc. It seems some countries still haven't figured out the situation. With Mr. Qin around, that woman from the Great Cold Nation is no longer challenging Su Qianqian. She is digging her own grave. At the same time, in a strange world. In the presidential suite of the Underworld Hotel.
Su Qianqian happily put away the small seashell.
Turning around, she found Lin Yun's eyes shining bright, while Red Lady was staring at her in awe.
What's wrong? Su Qianqian touched her face.
Red Lady trembled, giving a thumbs up.
Madam, that is the item that allows mortals to communicate, also given by the benefactor? Su Qianqian nodded. Yes, it's the seashell.
Red Lady swallowed hard in silence.
Seashell?
That was clearly a fragment of the Abyss Horn. It was a sacred object that could sound the call to war.
And now it was turned into a phone?
Mr. Qin's skill, divine power, truly is a work of art.
Madam must be tired, right? It's time to sleep.
Red Lady quickly changed the subject, feeling that asking any more questions would be disrespectful to that deity. I will turn off the lights for you and let the corpse king let the boiler room underground heat up a bit.
Sleep. Su Qianqian climbed onto the soft big bed.
That night, she slept incredibly soundly.
However, she did not know.
Just dozens of meters below this luxurious suite, in a secret corner connected to the building's ventilation ducts, two pairs of eyes filled with resentment and greed were staring at her floor through the gaps in the grates.
Contact made.
A half-human, half-rat monster, old player Jack, whispered, holding a crude hotel structure map in hand. That stupid woman Park Minju has already dealt with her idiot husband, Iron Arm Monkey, and the pervert from Cherry Blossom Country. Tomorrow is the Blood Moon Festival.
It's also the time when this hotel is most vulnerable. It extended its claws and fiercely marked an X on the map right on Su Qianqian's room on the top floor.
As long as we smash that red teacup and release the drought demon underground. Even if that man has incredible abilities, he won't make it in time to save her. In the chaos, the property deeds belong to us, and that woman is the Corpse King's snack. The lights of the Underworld Hotel do not reach the depths.
This is the dirtiest, most secret area of the hotel underground sewage channels.
All the leftovers that even evil spirits cannot digest, the toxic blood, and some indescribable waste from the entire S-Class hotel finally converge here, forming a foul-smelling black river that slowly flows toward the unknown abyss.
Cough cough ugh.
Park Minju was standing in sewage that came up to her knees. Her once proud hands were now covered with frostbite and festering wounds, holding a shovel made of unknown animal bones, mechanically clearing the entrails stuck in the grates. There was no light here. Only some corpse moss growing on the walls emitted a faint green light, casting shadows on her already twisted and deformed face.
Why, what on earth?
As Park Minju scooped up the nauseating filth, she gritted her teeth and cursed. Although she couldn't see the live broadcast, she could hear the sounds coming from above her head. The laughter and joy from upstairs that came down through the pipes, along with the faint aroma of top-quality ingredients, were like dull knives, repeatedly cutting at her heart.
Su Qianqian was sleeping soundly above, calling her dad. I'm down here digging up shit, eating dead rats. Damn it.
This cursed world. This cursed game. Intense jealousy had already driven her mad. Right now, she was like a barrel of gunpowder ready to explode at the slightest spark.
I'm really not willing to accept this. Just then,
a hoarse voice, like a rusty gong scraping, suddenly echoed from the dark depths of the sewer.
Who?
Park Minju's hands shook in fear, causing her shovel to fall into the water, splashing up a cloud of stinking water. She turned in terror, looking into the pitch-black darkness where she couldn't see her hand in front of her face.
Don't be afraid, little girl. I, like you, am also abandoned by that woman in this hotel, a pitiful creature. Accompanied by a screeching clawing sound that could make one's teeth ache. A hunched figure slowly crawled out from a huge abandoned sewage pipe. With the green glow of moss, Park Minju finally saw the figure clearly and gasped, almost screaming in fright. That could hardly be considered a human. He still wore tattered pieces of camouflage, vaguely revealing he was a tall western white male. However, his left side had completely mutated, covered in dark gray rat fur, and his left hand had turned into a huge, sharp rat paw. His face was also severely distorted, half of it looked human, while the other half had rodent whiskers and protruding incisors. Jack, former Beacon State SEAL Team / cursed survivor. A veteran player who had survived in the Phantom Hotel for 3 years, he devoured the flesh and blood of abyssal magic rats to survive, and not only did he not die, but he also transformed into a half-human, half-ghost monster. You are human? Park Minju covered her mouth, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit.
The smell from him was more overwhelming than the sewage water here.
Human? I suppose so.
Jack used his rat paw to scratch at his rotting scalp, his pair of green, oily eyes flashing with cunning and madness.
He didn't care about Park Minju's disgust.
After staying in the abyss too long, dignity had long since been fed to the dogs. He now only wanted to accomplish 2 things: survive and take revenge.
I heard everything down below. Jack wasted no time getting to the point, you hate that woman from Long Country named Su Qianqian, right? You also hate the red-haired female ghost, Red Madam, who forced you down here, right? Hate. Of course, I hate. Mentioning this, the fear in Park Min-ju's eyes was instantly replaced by deep resentment. I wish I could eat her flesh. Drink her blood. Very good, that's the foundation of our cooperation. Jack grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp, yellow teeth, laughing ominously. You want to kill that woman, I want to ruin this hotel. We are natural allies. Park Min-ju frowned, although her hatred was overwhelming, she wasn't foolish. Cooperate? Just relying on us? She looked mockingly at Jack's nearly lifeless state. Haven't you seen the live broadcast? That Su Qianqian holds the property deed. Even the Red Madam kneels before her. The hotel is full of her lackeys. How do you plan to kill her? You can't even crawl out of this sewer. Property deed? Ah, just a piece of waste paper. Jack suddenly burst into laughter, his voice echoing in the empty pipe, ringing with madness that declared he alone was sober among the drunk. You haven't been in this hotel long enough to know its secrets at all. Jack limped towards Park Min-ju, a glint of greed showing in his single good eye. That property deed is indeed real, it can command those stupid ghostly creatures. But rules can be broken. As long as this hotel ceases to exist, what use is the property deed? What do you mean? Park Min-ju's heart skipped a beat. Jack lowered his voice as if sharing a shocking secret. I've lived in this sewer like a rat for 3 years. Even a wicked spirit like the Red Lady couldn't catch me. Because I knew where the foundation of this hotel was. He extended his claw and pointed upwards, towards the direction of the presidential suite on the top floor. Do you know why the ghost in a red dress has never left the hotel? Do you know why there are earthquake-like tremors coming from the underground of the hotel from time to time? Park Min-ju shook her head, her expression turning tense. Because. Jack's eyes turned wild and terrifying. This hotel is essentially a prison. It was built here to suppress the dark energy I connected to the main vein of the River of the Dead. And inside the energy I is sealed a creature that even the King of Hell dares not claim S-class, Corpse King, **. Corpse King? Park Min-ju shivered. That's right. Jack licked his lips. To suppress this monster, the Red Lady placed a divine artifact, a red jade teacup, at the very core of the hotel formation, which is in that presidential suite on the top floor. Hearing the words red teacup, an idea suddenly struck Park Min-ju like a thunderbolt. She remembered. Just before entering the instance, Su Qianqian, that F-class husband, had specifically told her. When you leave, bring that red teacup back. I want to drink tea. That cup, is it the formation eye? Park Min-ju murmured, her face turning pale. That man with the surname Qin wants that cup? Does he want to release the Corpse King? Who knows? Maybe that man is also a madman. Jack didn't know Qin Ji, he only cared about his own plan. That teacup is called Blood River Suppression Cup. As long as this thing leaves its original position, even just for a moment outside of the formation. Boom! Jack made an exaggerated gesture. The seal underground will shatter. The Corpse King will rush out. The entire order of the hotel will collapse in an instant. At that time, what Red Lady, what ghostly security guard, they will all die. Everyone will be busy escaping, who will have time to protect that woman from Dragon Country? Park Min-ju's breathing became rapid. Chaos, absolute chaos. Without the protection of rules, Su Qianqian is just a powerless weakling. And in the chaos, she will have every chance. But, that teacup is in the hands of the Red Lady, even in Su Qianqian's suite, how can we get it? Park Min-ju raised the most realistic question, we don't even have elevator access to the top floor. That's where you come in. Jack pulled out a crude map drawn on human skin from his tattered clothes, marked with dense red lines. This is the ventilation duct network I explored for 3 years. He pointed to one of the red lines. This duct, though filled with corpse poison gas that can corrode wicked spirits in red clothes, leads straight to the air vent of the presidential suite. Ordinary people can't enter, but you have that iron arm ape, giving you poison-resistant props or evil energy, right? Note, Park Min-ju had not used up the items previously, and the iron arm ape could support her through remote trading. Tomorrow is the hotel's Blood Moon Festival. Jack's eyes sparkled. As per tradition, all high-ranking executives at the red dress level and above, including the Red Lady, must go to the altar on the 3rd floor underground to reinforce the outer seal, in order to pacify the Corpse King. This is the moment when the suite's defenses are most vulnerable. As long as we crawl in, smash that cup, or take it away, the gates of hell will open. Jack stared intently at Park Min-ju. So, what do you say? Dare to take a big risk? When chaos erupts, you kill that woman and seize the deed. I just need to eat the Red Lady's heart after injuring her to recover my human form.
Park Min-ju looked at the map, listening to the mad plan. Her heart raced wildly, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. This was a path to destruction. If she failed, she would be tortured to death. But if she doesn't, she will have to scrub toilets here for a lifetime, watching Su Qianqian live like a princess. Jealousy is the most terrifying poison in the world. Drink! Park Min-ju suddenly raised her head, her swollen face looking incredibly hideous under the green light. As long as it can make her die, what's the harm in releasing the demon? Even if we perish together, I will drag her to hell with me. She pulled out the mirror from her chest, quickly contacting her strange husband and the always-watching demon from Sakura country. The plan has changed. Wait for my signal at midnight tomorrow. As long as the red cup shatters, go all out to attack the hotel. Kill. Loot. This night. Dark currents surged beneath the ground, and the conspiracy fermented. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Su Qianqian was still immersed in the sense of peace after talking to her father, completely unaware that the tea item she was tasked with had already become the death switch in everyone's eyes. Chapter 30, Pull It Out. The real demon is locked underneath. Hell Hotel, 18th floor. The blood-red thunder outside the window was more violent than ever, the heavy dark clouds pressing down on the city, as if foretelling an ominous arrival. In front of the bookshelf, the Red Lady held a wiping cloth made from 1,000-year-old merman's tears, gently and almost reverently wiping the dark red jade teacup again, Jail Blood River cup. Her movements were so light that she didn't dare to breathe too heavily. Because she could clearly feel that every time her fingers touched the cup's wall, the towering S-level building beneath her feet emitted a faint, almost imperceptible, painful tremor. That was the angry roar of the Drought Corpse King, suffocating deep from thousands of meters underground. Red sister, is it not cleaned yet? From behind, Su Qianqian's slightly frustrated voice came. The Red Lady's hand trembled, almost dropping the priceless wiping cloth onto the floor. She turned around, quickly putting on a humble smile. It's cleaned, it's cleaned. It's just, this is an old item used by Mr. Qin, the benefactor. I was thinking of giving it as spiritual maintenance, so it doesn't look too old when I take it back. Su Qianqian was kneeling beside the big bed, struggling to stuff the messy souvenirs Qin Ji had given her into the suitcase. Hearing this, she sighed. Actually, it's unnecessary. My husband is a very laid-back person, just a little dishwashing liquid is enough. The main thing is, I'm about to complete that 7-day survival task, so I want to pack up early to avoid rushing later. The Red Lady's heart was bleeding. Dishwashing liquid? This was the divine artifact that suppressed a region's formation. A drop of dishwashing liquid in the cup's spiritual essence would probably self-destruct on the spot. Madam is right. The Red Lady's heart was bitter, but she could only force a smile. After tonight, tomorrow morning, I will pack it into a box and bring it to you. She had already made up her mind. Tonight was the Blood Moon Festival, and she had to personally go to the core of the formation on the 3rd underground floor, overdrawing her original ghostly energy to reinforce the outer seal. Only then could she secure about half an hour to allow Su Qianqian to safely evacuate after the teacup was removed. As for the aftermath, after Su Qianqian left, and the Corpse King, now unsuppressed, broke out. That was the fate of her red-clad life. For the sake of repaying her favor, she accepted this price. Tonight. The Red Lady glanced at the round moon outside the floor-to-ceiling window, now turning crimson, her eyes serious. Madam, tonight is the day with the most energy. You must stay in this suite. No matter what noise you hear, do not open the door, and do not go out. This room has the aura left by Mr. Qin Ji, from years ago to protect you. It is absolutely safe. Su Qianqian, holding her star Kirby, obediently nodded, got it. Am I the kind of person who runs around? I'm just going to sleep in bed to meet my KPI. Looking at the innocent sleeping face of the girl, Lady Red felt a bit at ease in her heart. As long as she doesn't leave this room. Even if the sky falls, this last pure land is also safe. However, at the same time, deep in the sewage pipes dozens of meters underground. Absolutely safe? Jack's mutated large rat ear twitched slightly, giving off a sharp mocking laugh. In this ghostly grand hotel, there has never been an absolutely safe place. He squatted on a moldy broken table, using his only remaining human hand to draw a winding red line on a crude map. At midnight tonight, when the blood moon is the reddest, that red-dressed female ghost must leave the top floor and go underground to reinforce the seal. That is when her power is the weakest, and also when that teacup defense mechanism is at its lowest. Jack turned his head, his small green eyes fixed on Park Min-ju, who was wrapping herself in cling film, as a makeshift protective suit. Our path is right here, through the central air conditioning's main ventilation shaft. Jack pointed at the huge fan opening above, still dripping with black sticky liquid. This leads directly to the presidential suite on the 18th floor. But it is filled with the corpse gas created by thousands of rotting bodies. Ordinary spirits that enter will dissolve into pus in 3 seconds.
Do you really want to go through here?
Park Minju looked at the opening spewing yellow-green toxic gas, her stomach churning, and her face pale.
If you don't want to spend your life cleaning toilets, then crawl.
Jack coldly threw a gas mask at her. This was a crude filtering device made by modifying the alveoli of some marine creature.
Don't forget the medicine your husband gave you. Keep all of it in your mouth. As long as you can hold out for 5 minutes, we can crawl to that woman's head. Park Minju trembled as she took the mask. She thought of Su Qianqian eating exquisite delicacies.
She thought of her own days of eating scraps. In that moment, jealousy overcame fear.
I'll go.
Park Minju's eyes reddened like a gambler betting it all. As long as I can get the land deed, as long as I can kill her.
I am willing to crawl through a dung pit. Very good.
Jack grinned, exposing his sharp fangs, pulling out 2 finely sharpened bone daggers from behind.
Remember our goal.
We cannot beat Su Qianqian, after all, she has that perverted iron card, nor can we kill Lady Red.
All we need to do is one thing. His finger slammed heavily on the top position of the map. Sneak into the room. Find that red cup. Knock it over. Smash it. Or throw it out the window. As long as the cup leaves its original position, the formation will break.
The drought corpse king crushed under it for thousands of years will awaken immediately.
At that time, the entire hotel will collapse under the corpse gas. Lady Red will be heavily injured by the backlash. All the ghosts will go crazy. Jack let out a chilling low laugh. Chaos is the ladder.
In the face of such world-ending disasters, what the hell, chairman, what privileged class, will all cease to exist.
Only we rats that survive in the gutter can eat the last bite of meat on that ruin. Boom.
A muffled thunder echoed from a distance. The blood moon hung high, midnight had arrived.
Action.
With Jack's command, Park Minju put on the mask, gritting her teeth, and like a dirty maggot, she crawled into that deadly pipe leading to heaven.
Half an hour later. At the top of the ghostly Grand Hotel.
As Lady Red left with a large number of elite guards to head to the underground altar, the entire 18th floor fell into an unprecedented silence. Only the long-lasting lights in the corridor flickered due to unstable voltage. Inside the King of Hell presidential suite, Su Qianqian had already, according to the work requirements, burrowed into bed early. Perhaps the scent of the aromatherapy was too strong today, or perhaps the bed was too soft. She slept very deeply, even letting out slight snores.
And that contract for 100% equity, coveted by countless people.
Just casually placed on the nightstand, it pressed against a half-empty fruit plate.
In the corner of the room.
That blood river cup, sitting on the antique shelf, suddenly began to tremble slightly after the oppressive ghostly energy of the Red Lady faded away.
The room.
The originally exquisite designs of the other shore flowers on the cup's wall began to writhe like blood vessels, slowly turning into an ominous black. A trace of extremely fine, yet terrifying black gas oozed out from the gap at the bottom of the cup.
It seemed to sense something. That was malice from its kind. It was also from the impending destruction. Sizzle, sizzle. From the central air conditioning vent, hidden behind a gold-threaded camphor-wood decoration, a very faint sound, like a mouse gnawing, suddenly echoed. A drop of foul-smelling green liquid dripped through the grate, landing perfectly on the valuable snow monster velvet carpet below, corroding a small black hole. Immediately after, a pair of bloodshot, greedy human eyes peered down through the gap, greedily observing the lavishness below. Park Minju had arrived. Hanging in the ventilation duct, her body was corroded by toxic gas, covered in red spots, and the pain nearly suffocated her. But upon seeing Su Qianqian, who was sleeping soundly on the big bed, seeing the land contract carelessly placed on the table, and that red teacup glowing, seemingly inscribed with "I am important," the corners of her mouth twisted up to her ears, smiling silently. Su Qianqian. Your good days are over.
She slowly extended her ulcer-ridden hand to twist the loose screw. At this moment, the Grim Reaper's scythe silently hung above the sleeping girl's head.
Chapter 31, The Mouse in the Vent and the Cracked Teacup. Tick-tock, tick-tock.
It was the sound of corrosive green slime dripping from the intricately carved ceiling gaps onto the $1,000,000 snow monster velvet carpet. The pure white carpet instantly emitted black smoke, burning holes that looked ugly, like a once flawless canvas splattered with ink dots, shocking to behold. Inside the infernal king's presidential suite, apart from the slight sound of corrosion and distant thunder, it was dead silent. The grate of the ventilation duct was silently removed by a hand covered in sores. Then, a face from hanging upside down, deeply marked by a long-worn crude gas mask, swollen and rotten on one side, emerged. Park Minju tightly bit the mouthpiece of the respirator, her eyes bloodshot. Though separated by air filled with corpse poison, she could still see through the blurry goggles the maddeningly envied scene in the room. On the gigantic cloud-like soft bed, the once certain to die Su Qianqian was now hugging a pink plush toy, her cheeks rosy as she slept.
She even blissfully kicked the blanket, revealing half of her fair leg, resembling a lotus root.
On the nightstand, that plate of amethyst grapes, picked from the ninth layer of the abyss, had only been half eaten, the rest casually left there, with some juice even staining the nearby folded waste paper, that hotel land contract worth countless lives. Why can you dream beautiful dreams here while I crawl in a cesspool? The resentment in Park Minju's eyes was nearly tangible. She felt that every filtered breath she took was like blades scraping through her lungs.
Hurry up, don't dawdle.
In the pipes behind her, the very faint yet urgent voice of the mouseman Jack urged her on.
I feel it, there's a suffocating scent in this air. Don't waste time, move quickly.
Although Jack was an experienced player, he did not possess the same perception as the Red Lady, and he could not feel that it was the divine breath left by Qin Ji. As a rat's instinct sent chills down his spine, he clung tightly to the wall of the pipe, not daring to poke his head out, only wanting to use Park Minju like a gun. Park Minju took a deep breath, like a gecko, enduring the intense pain as she crawled down from the ventilation duct.
Thud.
She landed on the soft carpet. The stench from her already rotten cleaner's uniform instantly spread throughout the room, filled with elegant and calming incense.
Su Qianqian. This is what you forced me to do.
Park Minju ignored the peacefully sleeping Su Qianqian. Although she hated her, she also remembered Jack's warning: before the formation was broken, she couldn't harm Su Qianqian in the slightest. Her goal was clear.
In the corner, standing lonely on the black ancient shelf, was the Hell Suppression Blood River Cup.
Tonight was the Blood Moon Festival, and that teacup was currently emitting an eerie scarlet glow, as if it were alive, breathing in brightness and darkness.
That was the source of everything. It was the heavy stone pressing on everyone's heart. Park Minju crept closer, each step leaving a muddy black footprint on the expensive carpet. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter.
When she stood in front of the ancient shelf, the terrifying pressure from the S-class formation made her bones creak.
It was a warning from the depths of her soul: don't touch it. It was forbidden.
Park Minju's hands trembled. She wanted to reach out and grab it, but just as her fingertips were half a foot away from the cup, an invisible red barrier suddenly sprang up.
Zing! Her fingertips felt as if they had touched high-voltage electricity, instantly turning black. Ah!
Park Minju was in so much pain that she almost cried out, covering her mouth tightly to swallow her scream.
Damn it!
The Red Lady actually set up a touch barrier around the cup. Although this barrier had weakened because of the festival, it wasn't something she, with her D-class power, could directly break through.
Waste. Use something to hit it.
In the ventilation duct, Jack anxiously shouted in a hushed voice, just find something, hit it.
No need to break it, just move it from that base. Yes. As long as it's moved.
Park Minju frantically scanned her surroundings. Her eyes landed on a large decorative blue and white porcelain vase on the nearby table.
That vase was half a person's height and very heavy. Go to hell.
Park Minju didn't even know where her strength came from as she suddenly lifted the heavy vase. A twisted, manic smile appeared on her face, as if she could already see the hotel collapsing and Su Qianqian tragically dying in the rubble. With all her might, she hurled the heavy bomb in her arms towards the red teacup.
Whoosh!
The vase tore through the air with a whistling sound.
In that instant, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Jack in the vent held his breath.
The Red Lady, chanting incantations in the underground altar, felt a sudden jolt in her heart.
And far away in the abyss old street, Qin Ji, watering the ghost flower, paused slightly, his brow raising. Clang!
A sharp, crisp sound. But it wasn't the sound of the teacup shattering. The blue and white porcelain vase that Park Minju threw, upon striking the Hell Suppression Blood River Cup, shattered into countless pieces like tofu crashing into a mountain. The dark red little teacup remained completely unharmed. It was a demigod-level vessel, mere mortal impacts could hardly harm it in the slightest.
However,
although the immense force couldn't destroy it, it was enough to disrupt the subtle balance. The red teacup wobbled on the base twice, like a drunken person.
Then, tap. A gentle sound.
It shifted about 2 centimeters to the left, not even falling, just slightly tilting. At the bottom of the cup, the originally tightly sealed formation note against the antique shelf revealed a thin gap as fine as a hair.
It is this tiny gap.
For the horrifying existence suppressed beneath the hotel, it was like a hole not opened by ants on a dam.
Enough to cause a catastrophic disaster. Boom!
It was not an explosion, but a low-frequency vibration that made the soul feel dizzy, coming unexpectedly from deep underground. This vibration ignored the laws of physics, instantly spreading throughout the entire 18-story building. In the presidential suite, the antique shelf, which was originally as stable as a mountain due to the barrier, began to shake violently, causing the antiques on it to fall and shatter.
On the wall, the abyss pearl coating started to crack like spider webs.
Beneath the floor, a wind sounded like the cries of 10,000 ghosts, as if some ancient giant beast was awakening, taking its first deep breath.
Ha ha ha. It's done. I did it.
Park Minju was thrown to the ground by the shock, blood streaming from her 7 orifices due to the terrifying corpse energy impact, yet she was laughing crazily.
She felt it.
That evil aura, 100 times, 1,000 times more horrifying than the Red Lady, was surging out from that gap, like a high-pressure water gun.
It was the resentment of the S+ level Drought Corpse King, accumulated for thousands of years.
In the ventilation duct, Jack, who was still watching the scene, changed his expression drastically.
How could it be so strong?
As a seasoned player who had lived in the sewer for 3 years, he thought that a little leakage of corpse energy would just cause chaos. But he severely underestimated the importance of that cup, and the level of what was below.
This is definitely not a ghost. This is a demon god.
Jack let out a sharp scream and turned to escape.
However, it was too late.
A thin, extremely weak gray-black fog, the breath of the Corpse King, floated up through the ventilation duct, just lightly brushing against Jack's tail.
Squeak!
His scream was cut short. This elite player, who had survived for 3 years in an S-level instance, was immediately like cotton candy thrown into a strong acid bath, bones and flesh dissolving into a stinking black liquid, dripping down from the ceiling.
Tap, tap, tap.
The black liquid dripped onto the carpet. As the instigator, Park Minju, although partially protected by the S-level gas mask given by the iron-armed ape, had the goggles explode instantly, making her eyes hurt so she couldn't even open them. But she still laughed, laughing like a madman. She stretched out her bleeding hand, pointing at the cloud-top big bed that was already being shrouded in black fog, yelling at the girl who finally furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly about to awaken amid the vibrations.
Wake up! Su Qianqian. Stop dreaming of being the chairman's wife. Look! This is the feast I prepared for you. In front of this real monster, your real estate contract is worthless. Your red sister can't save you either.
You are dead for sure. We are all dead for sure.
Ha 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 ha. Crack. The most expensive floor in the presidential suite could no longer withstand the violent force from below, splitting open a dark crack.
A dry, bluish-gray, gigantic ghostly hand, with nails nearly a meter long, entwined with broken hellish chains. Filled with the hatred to destroy everything, it slowly reached out from that crack.
Chapter 32, the S+ level Drought Corpse awakens. Is this the end of the world?
If one had not witnessed the collapse of the abyss, no one could imagine the scene happening on the 18th floor of the Netherworld Hotel at this moment. It was not an ordinary earthquake, nor merely a building collapsing. It was a conceptual, space annihilation. As the blood river lamp of suppression tilted to the left by 2 centimeters. That anchor point sustaining the balance of this S-level instance for hundreds of years shattered completely. Boom! A dull, heart-stopping roar echoed. As if a million giant beasts beneath the earth were beating war drums at the same time, instantly shattering all the invaluable glassware in the presidential suite, and crazily transmitting down through the steel and bones of the building. 17th floor, 10th floor, 5th floor, down to the core altar of the underground 3rd floor. Underground 3rd floor ceiling altar. This was originally the most tightly guarded place in the hotel, and it is now the location of the Red Lady. Hundreds of elite ghost guards were arranged in formation, while the Red Lady sat cross-legged at the center of the formation, exhausting her source ghost energy, desperately maintaining the crumbling seal. Hold steady. Everyone, hold steady. Cold sweat covered the Red Lady's forehead, and her blood-red chipa was rustling wildly from the overflowing ghost energy. She was still calculating the time, as long as we can hold on until dawn, as long as the lady can sleep soundly through tonight. However, at the very next second, in the center of the altar, the black gold dragon pillar symbolizing the suppression core suddenly cracked without warning. Crack! It broke into 2 halves from the middle. Immediately after, a terrifying air current, dark purple and carrying a despairing odor of decay and ancient wildness, burst forth like a nuclear bomb exploding in a confined space, erupting from the deepest depths of the earth. Poof! The first to bear the brunt, the Red Lady couldn't withstand even a second, and directly spat out a large mouthful of original black blood toward the sky. Her stunning face turned as pale as gold paper in an instant, and her whole body was slammed against the wall like a kite with a broken string by the corpse energy storm. It's over. The Red Lady fell to the ground in despair, not even bothering to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. She looked up in terror toward the ceiling, the direction that led straight to the presidential suite on the top floor. Someone has moved the blood river lamp. Who is it? Who is this ruthless beast? How could they really pull out the core? This aura. The Red Lady trembled all over. As a top-tier red-clad, she was a dominant ruler in the abyss, but facing this rapidly rising pressure, she felt as small as an ant. That is, S+ level Drought Corpse King. That is an ancient fiend that nearly turned the entire 4th district into a dead zone 1,000 years ago, one that even the 8 great ghost kings dared not provoke lightly. If it weren't for that passing general store owner casually tossing down a cup back then, there would have been no living souls here.
Roar.
A roar capable of shattering souls penetrated through 18 floors, resonating through the sky that night. The entire hotel wailed in mourning. Those cursed guests resting in their rooms were terrified, wetting themselves in fear, with some even jumping out of windows to escape.
Run. The ancestor from underground is coming out. It's the end of the world. 18th floor presidential suite.
Returning to the center of disaster.
If the place below was an earthquake, then here was the true volcano.
The luxurious carpet had vanished, the expensive mahogany furniture was quickly decaying and weathering, turning into gray-black dust. The whole room was filled with a potent corpse poison mist strong enough to kill an elephant in an instant.
Cough cough. Poof.
Even wearing the S-level gas mask, Park Min-ju was shaken to the point of bleeding from her 7 orifices due to the almost tangible pressure. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her ears were filled with a buzzing sound.
But she was laughing. She was laughing wildly. Because she saw. That god capable of destroying everything was crawling out from hell.
The central floor of the suite had completely melted into a giant black vortex. Within that vortex, the previously extended skeletal ghost hand suddenly pushed forcefully.
Crash.
The hellish chains wrapped around the ghost hand snapped apart with a sound.
Immediately after,
a massive, shriveled, gray-skinned head, with a few sparse white hairs still remaining on top, slowly emerged from the ground.
Its eyes had no whites, only murky gray. The cracked lips shrank, revealing 2 rows of interwoven, shark-like black fangs.
S+ grade forbidden creature, Drought Corpse King, sealed state lifted. Its movements seemed slow, but in reality, it was fast enough to leave after images. The towering, 3-meter-tall, withered body was draped in tattered ancient official robes, and its exposed skin was as hard as steel, covered in green corpse hair.
The breath of a living person. The Corpse King let out its first hoarse cry.
It was the greed of extreme thirst for flesh and blood after 1,000 years of suppression. Its voice sounded like 2 pieces of rusty iron scraping against each other, and just hearing it was enough to cause a splitting headache. Park Min-ju knelt on the ground, her body trembling violently from fear and excitement. She pointed at the only large bed in the room that was not destroyed, screaming with a voice like a broken gong.
Over there. The Great Corpse King. Kill her. It's that woman with the cup who suppressed you. Kill her. That is the freshest blood and flesh.
Around the big bed, there seemed to be a faint, almost imperceptible aura protecting it, the lingering scent of Qin Ji's sleep, allowing the bed to remain stable amidst this world-destroying corpse aura.
But it was also precisely because of this that, in the midst of the grey desolation, that white cloud-like big bed and the small figure rising on it appeared exceptionally glaring and tempting.
It was the only source of light in the darkness, as well as the most delicious offering. The Corpse King slowly turned its stiff neck, its murky grey eyes locking onto the big bed.
It sniffed the air. That intoxicating, vibrant scent was driving it mad. Roar.
It raised its gigantic hand, which sported claws a meter long, ignoring the tiny Park Min-ju by its feet, and took heavy steps toward the big bed.
With each step, a charred footprint was left on the floor.
The shadow of death gradually covered the sleeping girl.
In the real world, in the live streaming room.
If the previous scene only felt terrifying, then this moment was pure despair.
Billions of viewers worldwide were now feeling as if their throats were being squeezed. That was an S+ level boss.
Just watching the green hair on the Corpse King's body through the screen made some people feel breathless, their sanity plummeting.
It's over, all over. This time, even the gods can't save us. Has that woman from the great cold country gone crazy? If she releases such a creature, she won't live either. This is mutually assured destruction. Even the Red Lady would die. Why hasn't Qin Ji come to save his wife yet? It's too late. Look. That monster's claws are already reaching the head of the bed. Su Qianqian is still asleep. In the command room of the Dragon Country, Su Banqing's face was pale, and the heart-saving pills in his hands scattered all over the ground. Director Zhang clenched his fists tightly, his nails breaking through his palm. Could it be that the hope just ignited in Dragon Country was to be extinguished by this mad woman's jealousy? In the eerie scene, less than half a meter away from Su Qianqian's head,
the Drought Corpse King stopped. The enormous shadow it cast completely enveloped the petite Su Qianqian. It lowered its head, and its foul-smelling, cavernous mouth slowly opened, gathering a massive corpse poison black mist that could corrode the soul. As long as it exhaled, the person on the bed would instantly turn into a puddle of blood, leaving not even a bone behind. Park Min-ju's face twitched with excitement, her facial muscles spasming. She stared with wide eyes, not wanting to miss the moment when Su Qianqian died a miserable death. Die, hurry up and die. At this critical moment. Perhaps the stench from the Corpse King's mouth was too overwhelming, or the shadow blocked the rays of the warming sun. On the big bed, the small figure curled up in the blanket suddenly moved in dissatisfaction. Mum. The soft yet impatient murmurs suddenly echoed in this room, where only death reverberated. Su Qianqian frowned, naturally turning over in her sleep, kicking the blanket off, and her star Kirby plushie rolled to the carpet, perfectly landing by the dark feet of the corpse king. With her eyes closed, she didn't scream at the sight of a world-destroying demon standing nearby. Instead, she groggily stretched out her hand, waving randomly in the air as if to shoo away the annoying figure blocking her light.
Who is it?
The girl mumbled, her tone filled with the spoiled petulance of being pampered at home.
Don't block the light, and you're so noisy.
Don't you know someone's working, sleeping, here?
Chapter 33, So noisy are you? The renovation crew sent by the manager? The Underworld Hotel, 18th floor. The once resplendent, King of Hell presidential suite had now completely fallen into ruin. Half the ceiling had collapsed, revealing ventilation pipes dripping with venom above, priceless antique paintings had turned to dust under the assault of S+ level corpse gas, the air was thick with a grayish-black haze that felt unshakable enough to dissolve the red-clad and ghostly figures at the touch. Yet, right in the midst of this hellish scene, a small circle of space around the big bed, shielded by the breath of Qin Ji, surprisingly became the only pure land. Huff, huff. The rapid, heavy breaths of the draught corpse king stirred the surrounding black mist with each rasping sound. Two tusks, twisted and protruding like ivory, dripped thick corpse water onto the carpet, eroding it into steaming deep pits. It maintained a posture of lowering its head to hunt, just inches away from the girl on the bed. And on the bed, Su Qianqian, frowning, propped herself up slowly from her blanket. Her long hair was messy and tousled, and her silk nightgown had slipped a bit, revealing her round, fair shoulder. The dazed look of someone just awakened clashed strikingly with the sight of world destruction before her. Cough, cough. Su Qianqian covered her mouth and nose, her delicate brows knitting into a knot, waving her hand in disgust to chase away the dust, corpse gas, in front of her. What's that smell like? Rotten eggs? And why is there so much dust? Did the air purifier at Sister Hong's house break? She grumbled, narrowing her eyes and finally focusing through the dim mist on the huge shadow by the bed. If it were an ordinary person or other strange players, seeing a 3-meter-tall, green-haired zombie with protruding tusks up close would probably lead to a heart attack or a complete shock. But Su Qianqian was different. First, she was severely nearsighted, not wearing her contact lenses when she woke up, so her vision was a bit blurry. Second, and most importantly, the initial cognitive bias. The day before, the attentive ghostly butler and Lady Hong had assured her, "Madam, sleep peacefully, we'll be doing some big work, reinforcing the seals, in the basement and outside tonight. It might be a bit noisy, consider it renovation upgrade." Plus, when Qin Ji was home, he would occasionally refer to those terrifying abyssal creatures, like the hellhounds before, as ugly animals or a bit weird neighbors. So in Su Qianqian's simple brain's processing, this huge shadow in front of her equals the source of construction noise equals renovation workers. As for the smell equals clogged sewer or paint fumes. The logic was tightly closed and quite reasonable. "Hey, over there." Su Qianqian rubbed her eyes, a bit unhappy as she shouted at the draught corpse king, her voice soft yet carrying a hint of reproach. "I know you have to work overtime, and it's hard. But it's still the middle of the night. And the sound of you tearing down the walls is too loud, it disturbs the guests' rest, and you will be docked pay for that." The air fell silent again. The dry corpse king's murky gray eyes seemed to be stuck, staring intently at the human in front of it, who was even shorter than one of its fingers. It had been awake for a few minutes. In thousands of years, no creature had ever dared to speak like this in front of it. Docking pay? What is that? The corpse king didn't speak, mainly because its vocal cords hadn't fully recovered, it just squeezed out a deep roar filled with brutality from the depths of its throat. Roar. However, the roar hadn't finished. In the corner, Park Minju collapsed first. Park Minju was lying on the ground, her skin already bubbling and rotting from the erosion of corpse gas, and blood was pouring from her 7 orifices. She stared with eyes almost about to fall out, looking at Su Qianqian as if she were a madman. "Su Qianqian. Are you blind?" Park Minju screamed with her already hoarse voice, filled with disbelief and twisted jealousy. "What kind of mad talk are you saying? Renovation workers? Look at its face. Look at its claws. That is a zombie. That is a king of demons who kills without blinking. It's here to eat you. To rip you into pieces. You should kneel and beg for mercy. You should scream and cry." Su Qianqian was startled by this sudden scream and woke up mostly from her sleep. She turned her head and saw Park Minju lying on the ground, covered in blood, still wearing half a broken gas mask. Ah! Su Qianqian shrank back into the bed. This woman's current appearance was indeed much scarier than the renovation elder standing by the bed. "Isn't that Mississippi Park?" Su Qianqian recognized Park Minju, mainly because her stinky and dirty cleaning uniform was too recognizable. "How did you get in?" Su Qianqian's eyes were filled with confusion and a hint of discomfort at seeing an acquaintance who looked unhygienic. "This is the presidential suite. How did you get in without swiping the keycard?" And why do you look like you crawled out of a trash heap? So dirty. Dirty?
This word struck Park Minju's fragile nerves again. She risked her life, went through so much trouble, and this woman not only didn't die, but her first words upon waking were to complain that she was dirty?
You will die too. You will also die very dirty.
Park Minju seemed to go mad, pointing at the corpse king's claws hovering above Su Qianqian. Kill her.
Great king. Don't listen to her nonsense. Quickly twist off her head.
She was urging, she was craving the moment when blood would splatter. Although the corpse king was not very intelligent and had been sealed for too long, it understood the intention of the ant, Park Minju, kneeling on the ground. The ant had a smell that made it very uncomfortable, the smell of conspiracy. And the little snack on the bed in front of it smelled so good. The corpse king no longer hesitated. Its giant hand, seemingly forged from steel, suddenly raised, and the sharp claws reaching a meter-long sliced through the air with a mournful wind sound, heading towards Su Qianqian's delicate white neck.
It came down fiercely. The livestream chat instantly froze.
In the command center of Long Country, everyone's heartbeat stopped at that moment.
It's over.
What misunderstanding, what relaxation, in the face of absolute violence, were all clouds. Once that claw went down, even a celestial being couldn't save her.
However, at that lightning-fast moment, Su Qianqian made a move that no one expected. Facing those swooping claws,
she neither dodged nor defended. Actually, she was too scared to react. She just subconsciously leaned to the side, intending to pick up the Kirby plush toy that had just fallen to the ground.
My Kirby! She let out a gasp.
And it was this slight tilt. The claw of the corpse king just grazed her hair, and with a boom, it smashed down onto the bedside table. That priceless sandalwood cabinet was instantly shattered.
Crash! Wood chips flew everywhere.
A pile of clutter that was on the bedside table scattered all over the floor. Among them were snacks brought from the old streets of the abyss, 2 bottles of deep-sea fish oil that Qin Ji had given her.
And
that piece of paper, wrinkled and folded into a square, stamped with a bright red lip print, that she had pressed under her pillow after sleeping carelessly last night, just slid out with her movement.
The land deed. At the same time, because of the violent movement, the thing hanging around Su Qianqian's neck, hidden in her pajamas, slipped out due to gravity with a clang, swaying in the air. It was a piece of iron, greasy, slightly dark, and rather unremarkable. The Supreme Black Gold Order. The corpse king's blow missed, and it was already furious.
Its murky eyeballs were rolling, preparing for a second, lethal strike to turn this annoying human and the bed into dust.
But
its gaze inevitably swept over those 2 items.
Especially that piece of black iron that was swaying gently on Su Qianqian's chest. Roar!
The corpse king's roar, like a broken windbag, in that instant seemed to be choked by someone, turning into a sound similar to a cat that had its tail stepped on.
Meow! Time seemed to freeze again. The corpse king's movements halted in midair. That terrifying giant claw was less than 3 centimeters from Su Qianqian.
Its grayish-white eyes, devoid of pupils, fixed on that piece of iron with disbelief, and on the lingering trace of though 1,000 years had passed, it remained memorably inscribed in its mind, a scent it could never forget, even if it turned to ash.
That was that person's scent? Chapter 34. A grandfather who wants to ask for water?
That man who had pressed it to the ground like squashing a cockroach with a single cup, for 1,000 years, was that man's scent?
Su Qianqian finally picked up the doll.
She looked up and found that the hands of the renovation grandpa had stopped in front of her, and that face, though hard to see but feeling terrifying, seemed to twist a little.
Grandpa?
Holding the doll, Su Qianqian felt a little scared of the big hand, but still politely asked.
What's wrong with your hand? Did you cramp?
Well, although you look very dedicated, but breaking the furniture during the renovation requires compensation, you know. She pointed at the shattered bedside table, feeling a bit heartbroken.
This is a cabinet that Sister Hong really likes.
The drought corpse king stood there, completely rigid.
It couldn't understand compensation.
It only heard this seemingly weak little girl casually mention the name that made its soul tremble. Madame Hong was that person's subordinate.
Moreover, she smelled entirely of that man. Run! I must escape. That was the only thought in the corpse king's mind at that moment. But the next second, a deeper fear surged in its heart. Escape? Where to escape? Since that person left a mark here, it meant he was definitely watching everything. If it dared to run at such a moment or dared to move even a finger again. The consequences. The corpse king's originally grayish-green face unexpectedly turned even greener from fear. It slowly, with extreme stiffness, pulled back the claw that originally wanted to kill. Bit by bit. Then,
in the stunned eyes of Park Minju, which were wide open to the point of almost tearing, under the gaze of billions of audience members who were utterly speechless,
This ancient S+ level fierce god. It not only retracted its claws, it even clumsily bent that finger. With a careful gesture, as if handling fragile porcelain. Gently, extremely gently. It picked up the pillow that had fallen from Su Qianqian's bedside, and patted the dust off it. Growl, this is dirty. It squeezed out a sound from its throat that was 8 tones lower than the previous roar, carrying a hint of pleading. Su Qianqian took the pillow, stunned for a moment. Then she revealed a sweet and apologetic smile. Thank you, Grandmaster. It seems I misunderstood, you are here to help with the cleaning, right? However, you do have quite a unique look. Crazy, this world must be crazy. Park Minju knelt 3 meters away from the big bed, her face covered in blood and dirt, making her look like a demon crawling out of hell. But at this moment, the fear in her eyes was more exaggerated than seeing a ghost. What did she see? That thing had just crawled out from underground, melted the floor of 18 stories, and could instantly kill a group of red-dressed people with just a breath. The S+ level Drought Corpse King. Now it was using its claws, sharper than a guillotine, to carefully hand over a goose-down pillow, leaning over, though it couldn't bend too much due to its stiffness, to Su Qianqian. Moreover, its face, covered in green hair and sharp teeth, twisted into an expression that was even uglier than crying, carrying a hint of flattery as it tried hard to appear friendly. Growl. For you. The Corpse King let out a rumbling sound from its throat, sounding somewhat like a big dog trying to please its owner. Su Qianqian took the pillow and patted the dust off it, nodding politely. Thank you, Grandmaster. Your service attitude is really good, but your hand is a bit cold, remember to wear more clothes, it's damp here. The Corpse King trembled all over, quickly hiding the icy hand that carried 1,000 years of corpse chill behind its back, like a student who made a mistake, nodding vigorously. Growl. Growl. Yes. I will wear more. This scene completely caused the brains of billions of viewers in the live broadcast room to crash. Am I watching a horror movie or a family drama? That zombie king, is it trying to act cute? Why is it hiding its hand behind its back? Is it afraid of freezing Su Qianqian? Solve the mystery. This is not a corpse king, this is an old man from the neighborhood committee delivering warmth. Hey, wake up upstairs. Look at the corrosive pit on the ground. That is S+ level super poison. It is just purely afraid of that girl, the man behind her. On sight. Park Minju's mindset completely collapsed. She had gone through all kinds of hardships, not only selling her soul to the rat man but also crawling in the sewer for so long, suffering so much, just for this moment to kill with a borrowed knife. In the end, the knife was passed over, but it became the bodyguard on the opposite side? I don't believe it. This is an illusion. This is definitely an illusion. Park Minju screamed in collapse, suddenly springing up from the ground, not even caring about the intense pain in her body, pointing at the Corpse King's nose and cursing. What are you doing? You are the Demon King of the Abyss. You are here to kill. Kill her. She is the enemy who sealed you. Quickly make a move. How can you pick up the enemy's pillow? Where is your dignity? Her voice was sharp and harsh, breaking the eerie harmony in the room. The Corpse King, originally struggling to control the corpse energy on its body so it wouldn't affect the madam, immediately turned its grayish-white eyes to lock onto Park Minju as it heard this fly buzzing in its ear. In an instant, the docile grandpa demeanor it had when treating Su Qianqian vanished. What replaced it was the absolute brutality of a top predator in the food chain. It recognized this human. There was a nauseating stench of sewage on her body. And just now, they actually dared to smash that person's cup with a vase. Simply looking for death. If that cup had been of lower status and shattered even a little when that Lord of the Abyss returns, wouldn't he just take this old bone of mine and make it into soup? Roar! The Corpse King roared, this time not holding back the volume. The huge wave of sound hit like a physical cannonball, causing Park Minju to bleed from her 7 orifices. Before Park Minju could react, the Corpse King raised another hand, that black hand, untouched by the pillow, still stained with the filth from the ground. Smack! Without using any divine abilities, just a plain, simple slap. Like swatting a cockroach running around on the freshly mopped floor. Park Minju was directly slapped into the air, flying out at an unbelievable speed, and with a loud bang, she smashed into the priceless, hell oil painting on the opposite wall. The wall cracked, and she hung there like a specimen, limbs twitching, blood gushing, gasping for air without being able to inhale. Su Qianqian, holding a pillow, was also startled by the sudden loud noise. She looked blankly at Park Minju, who was embedded in the wall, and then at the cleaning uncle who was still in a slapping posture, seemingly still angry and panting. That uncle? Su Qianqian hesitated a moment and softly advised. Although that auntie barged in here, which is very rude, and she's a bit dirty, but you shouldn't be so violent. It's not right to hit people, and that painting seems pretty expensive. Hearing Su Qianqian's voice, the Corpse King's fierce action instantly froze. It was as if cold water had been poured over it, stiffly turning its neck. The originally blood-red, fierce eyes turned innocent and grayish-white upon making contact with Su Qianqian's gaze. It hurriedly hid the offending hand behind its back, then rubbed it on its clothes, pointed at the wall where Park Minju was, pointed at its own head, and made ABAAB sounds. As if trying to explain, I didn't mean to do it, she struck first, I was acting in self-defense, and my head isn't very good, easily impulsive. Su Qianqian sighed and understandingly nodded. I understand now, you're that kind of straightforward older generation, right? Can't help but respond when you see someone not following the rules. It's okay, it's okay. Anyway, she didn't pay, it's fine to throw her out. Park Minju, hanging on the wall, listened to this and felt a rush of anger, rolling her eyes and completely fainting. Compared to physical pain, the humiliation of being casually disposed of as a dirty thing that doesn't follow rules was the most deadly. After dealing with this fly, Su Qianqian felt the room was much quieter. She turned her gaze to the other side of the room, to the still-standing black antique cabinet amidst the ruins. And that red teacup resting on the shelf, which had just survived a vase attack and was still intact, albeit slightly tilted ***, the Blood River Cup, ***. Oh no! The cup! Su Qianqian exclaimed, quickly lifting the blanket and even forgetting to put on her shoes, rushing barefoot across the carpet scraps. Why is this cup tilted? And it seems like it's covered with a lot of dust? She leaned in to look. The cup's rim indeed had some dust from the wall plaster that had fallen, and it was 2 centimeters off its original position. The Corpse King followed closely behind, carefully leaning in as well. It understood better than anyone what that cup meant. That was a seal. It was its nemesis. It was also that one's token. At this moment, although the cup remained, because its position was off, the suppressive power weakened, allowing it to crawl out to catch its breath. It greedily inhaled the air, thinking as long as the cup didn't return to its place, it could roam carefree in this world. However, the next second, Su Qianqian stretched out her delicate fingers and gently pinched the corner of the cup. No, I have OCD. Su Qianqian puffed up her cheeks, looking serious. Sister Hong, really, why are you so careless with the cleaning? If my husband sees this, he will definitely think the hotel service is lacking. As she spoke, she exerted a slight force on the cup. Snap. A very light crisp sound. Su Qianqian adjusted the slightly misaligned Genyu Blood River cup back to its place. Buzz. As the bottom of the cup tightly fit back into the groove of the formation. A vast, boundless golden light surged from the cup, filled with an irresistible power of rules, bursting forth in an instant. The entire space on the 18th floor suddenly sank. That feeling of oppression was like suddenly having 10 Mount Tai drop down from above. Roar, ha! The Corpse King, who was standing nearby and trying to catch his breath, had no time to react. It only felt an overwhelming force erupting from the tiny cup, as if that man had given it a fierce slap from afar, forcefully pressing it to the ground. Boom! The S+ level Corpse King, who had just gained freedom less than 10 minutes ago. With a thud, it knelt down completely, face pressed to the floor in front of the shelf holding the cup. And this time, it was the kind of kneeling that was so forceful that it could not even move its fingers, face touching the ground. Su Qianqian was startled by this commotion. She turned around and saw the cleaning uncle, who had just been fine, now kneeling devoutly in front of the shelf, looking as standard as a believer in a temple making a vow. Uncle, what are you doing? Su Qianqian scratched her head in confusion. Do you also think this cup is beautiful and want to worship it? The Corpse King felt like its eyeballs were about to pop out from the pressure. Beautiful? Is this even beautiful? This is about my life. That seal not only restored but, because of the woman's aura, became even heavier than before. Right now, it felt like being poured into a cement pillar, unable to return to the underground. Woo woo woo. The Corpse King let out a cry that sounded almost like a plea for help. Lady! Quickly take it away. Or let me go back. I don't want to come out. I want to sleep underground. It's too dangerous here. But Su Qianqian completely misunderstood its meaning. She looked at the old man streaming with tears kneeling on the ground, feeling a bit guilty. Please don't do this, I can't accept such a great gift. Although Su Qianqian found him a bit strange, she was still easy to talk to. She glanced at the already adjusted cup with satisfaction and nodded. Since you like this cup so much, then how about this? Su Qianqian clapped her hands, making a decision that would send shivers down the spine of all the ghosts and monsters in the hotel. Uncle, I will stay here for 6 more days. During these days, the cleaning and care of this cup will be up to you. You just kneel, oh no, you just squat here watching it, make sure no one bumps it again, and don't let anyone steal it, alright? If you do well, when I leave, I'll have my husband give you a bonus. The Corpse King. Care? Let me, the victim suppressed for thousands of years, be the guard of the tool that suppresses me? For 24 hours, non-stop, in a kneeling service kind of way?
But when it heard the word husband, the thought of resistance instantly vanished.
Guarding that lord's home? This seems to be a bit more promising than sitting in prison underground? What if that lord is pleased and really rewards me with something? Roar! Guaranteeing the mission will be completed.
The Corpse King used all its strength to squeeze out a firm response from its throat.
It adjusted its kneeling position, trying to appear more like a responsible, green-haired stone lion. In the live broadcast room. Impressive. I'm already tired of talking.
I originally thought Qin Ji was the top, but now it seems that Su Qianqian is the real version T0. With one sentence, she made an S+ level Corpse King act as a security guard, and let the villain hang on the wall as a mural. This kind of operation, even novels wouldn't dare to write.
Am I the only one feeling sorry for Park Minju? Forget it, seeing her makes me want to laugh, huh?
Amidst this harmonious scene of peaceful years and forced to perform, the Red Lady, drenched in cold sweat, barefoot and holding her shoes, finally kicked open the door that no longer existed and rushed into the presidential suite, which had only half a roof left.
Madam! You're not dead, right? The Red Lady's desperate cry echoed through the sky. Then
she saw this unforgettable scene for the rest of her life. Su Qianqian was feeding the Corpse King, who was kneeling on the ground, a cookie. And that ancestor of the drought, who made the entire abyss tremble in fear, was carefully and obediently opening its mouth.
Chapter 35, Red Lady, I rushed back to save you, and it turns out you are feeding a zombie cookies?
If time could rewind, the Red Lady swore she would never blink at that moment. Even as a red-clothed spirit who had lived for hundreds of years, even after seeing the bloodshed and absurdity of the abyss, this scene still not only dried her CPU but almost made her explode, in a physical sense.
In the half-exploded presidential suite, the cold wind howled. In the midst of invaluable ruins, Su Qianqian, dressed in a fluffy and unguarded pajamas, held a piece of Little Bear chocolate cookie, made with top-grade leftover ingredients, she bought from the old street convenience store, as if feeding a bear at a zoo, extending it to the mouth of that terrifying figure. Eat up, don't be polite.
Su Qianqian's voice was soft and a bit like coaxing a child.
This is my husband's favorite snack, you know.
Seeing you still coming out to clean at your age, even if you destroyed the house, you must be starving, right?
And across from her,
the drought Corpse King, who once devoured 100,000 souls, turning the entire 4th district into a hell on earth, was now kneeling on both knees, keeping the standard posture of guarding a teacup. Its green-faced, fong-filled mouth, capable of silencing a child's night cries, was carefully and extremely politely opening a small gap.
Crunch!
It gently bit into that small cookie with a row of teeth sharp enough to crush divine weapons.
Daring not to bite too hard, afraid of hurting Su Qianqian's fingers.
Daring not to breathe, afraid that its bad breath would stink up this little ancestor. Its murky gray eyes were filled with tears, actually just the corpse oil scared out.
Delicious, what a joke. Gulp.
With tears, the Corpse King swallowed the cookie whole, then shook its long green-haired head vigorously like a nodding machine. Its throat emitted a low murmur, similar to "thank you, boss."
Roar. Thank you, madam.
At the door, the Red Lady, holding a shoe, hair messy, and her makeup all smudged, stood like a statue struck by lightning, frozen in place, her mouth open wide enough to fit an egg.
General Manager.
Behind her, those elite ghost guards who had charged up, ready to fight the Corpse King at all costs, had their weapons clattering to the ground.
This is the legendary Corpse King ancestor? It's eating snacks? Did we walk into the wrong scene? Or is this some kind of illusion? Ahem.
The Red Lady snapped back to her senses. Though her insides were churning, she quickly restored her noble and aloof demeanor in front of her hands, though she was now barefoot. She briskly, even somewhat staggeringly, stepped forward. Ignoring the Corpse King that made her scalp tingle, she pounced directly in front of Su Qianqian, kneeling on one knee, her voice trembling.
Madam! I have come late to rescue you. I apologize for startling you. This ceiling, this wall, damn. I should demolish this broken building to make amends. Sister Hong?
Su Qianqian, who was feeding with enthusiasm, lit up when she saw Lady Hong arrive.
You finally finished your business and came back? It's okay, it's just a leaky ceiling, I'm not afraid.
She pointed at the Corpse King kneeling beside her and sincerely introduced.
Thanks to this gatekeeper.
Although it looks a little fierce and doesn't like to talk, it works very seriously. Look, it is guarding that red teacup so tightly. Lady Hong turned her head awkwardly to look at the Corpse King.
Their eyes met.
As former guardian and prisoner, there should have been deep resentment between the two ghosts. But at this moment, the Corpse King's gaze held no trace of malice, only a sense of mutual sympathy, both terrified by that Mr. Qin, and a firm message of "I have taken this job, don't try to take it from me."
Lady Hong. She took a deep breath and understood. This was another method of her benefactor. Without lifting a finger, he had tamed an S+ level apocalyptic monster into a guard dog. Is this the realm of the Lord of the Abyss? Since the crisis was averted, in an extremely ridiculous way, Lady Hong's expression instantly turned cold. Her gaze passed over the big bed and fell on the woman still embedded in the wall painting across from her, feigning death. Park Minju. Although Su Qianqian didn't say it, Lady Hong, being shrewd, could understand what had happened with just one glance at the shattered vase debris and the smell of the ventilation duct lingering on Park Minju. Moving the formation. Releasing the Corpse King. Intent to harm the madam. These 3 charges, each one is enough to make this Anne howl in hell for 10,000 years. Get her out for me. Lady Hong's voice was as cold as it came from the depths of the underworld. Yes. 2 burly execution ghost guards grinned and stepped forward, not caring if Park Minju had any broken bones, directly grabbing her ankles and pulling her out of the wall like pulling up a carrot. Ah! Park Minju let out a heartbreaking scream, waking up painfully from her faint. She was covered in blood, her face already swollen, and now seeing the ice-cold Lady Hong in front of her, and the ghost guards around her like hell's azuras, the last glimmer of luck was completely shattered. No, don't kill me. I am also trying to survive. It was that rat Jack who forced me. Really? Park Minju cried, snot and tears covering her face, desperately crawling towards Lady Hong on the ground. Please, for the sake of being a guest. Guest? Lady Hong sneered, her folding fan suddenly opening, the evil ghost totem on it seemed to come alive. Do you even deserve to be called a guest? Do you know that because of your filthy hands, every inch of air in this suite has been contaminated? Do you know that if the Corpse King had lost control and harmed a single hair on the madam, this entire hell hotel, including me, would all be buried with you? Thinking of this, Lady Hong felt a wave of fear, and her killing intent surged layer upon layer. This kind of scourge, even chopping her up to feed the dogs would dirty the dog's mouth. Sister Hong. A small voice suddenly came from Su Qianqian beside her. Park Minju seemed to have grasped a lifeline, frantically kowtowing towards Su Qianqian. Miss Su. Grandma Su. Please. We are all from Blue Star. Please help me plead for mercy. I was wrong. I will be your horse and cow in the future. Lady Hong also paused, anxiously looking at Su Qianqian. This little ancestor is too soft-hearted, she wouldn't want to let her go, right? Although the madam's words are imperial edicts, this woman absolutely cannot be spared. Su Qianqian looked at the woman who had once been arrogant and had mocked her in the business world, and just cursed her to die moments ago. Her expression was very calm, neither angry nor sympathetic. It was just that pure distress. But, you are too noisy. Su Qianqian covered her ears, wrinkling her little nose. Moreover, you broke this gentleman's work seal first, which is why the room is in such a mess. Sister Hong. Su Qianqian turned her head, no longer looking at Park Minju, but spoke to Madame Hong instead. She said she wants to serve like a cow or a horse? But I don't need cows and horses. I see there's a place behind the hotel specifically for burning garbage, right? Can she go there, help? The burning garbage place? Madame Hong's eyes brightened, immediately grasping the profound meaning behind it. There was a soul-refining furnace of the underworld behind the hotel, specifically for burning unmanageable grievances and remnants. Not only was it high temperature, but there were also countless vengeful spirits gnawing at things. It was a true hell. Indeed, the lady was a person of great wisdom. This was to make that despicable woman suffer eternally in flames, with no way to live or die. Got it. Very well understood. Madame Hong revealed a cruel yet elegant smile. Send her to the incineration plant. That is our warmest place, just right for her to help, by being fuel. No. I won't go. Kill me. Just kill me. Park Minju understood and let out a desperate, heart-wrenching wail. But no ghost or monster present would show her any sympathy. The ghost guards skillfully sealed her mouth with tape. Actually, it was a soul-sealing talisman, dragging her out like a dead dog towards the endless darkness. As Park Minju's perspective disappeared, the live stream turned into static. The audience in the great cold nation fell completely silent. This time, they had no strength left even to curse. Because they knew, starting today, Park Minju would welcome true eternal torment in hell. The garbage was dealt with. Only then did Madame Hong tidy up her appearance, putting on a gentle and respectful face, turning to the one who had made such a mess at home but seemed to have saved the world, Su Qianqian. Madam, it's too messy here, we can't stay. And that cup. She warily glanced at the teacup that Mr. Custodian was fiercely guarding. Since our ancestor, the Corpse King, is willing to help watch over it, then let it keep an eye on it. I have already prepared an alternative queen suite next door for you. Tonight, please endure switching rooms to rest. Madame Hong deeply bowed. Oh, okay. Su Qianqian was very easygoing, picked up her pillow and little cat doll, yawned. Then this gentleman. It?
Madame Hong glanced at the Corpse King. It can stay here and squat. This is its new post, 24-hour personal security, guarding the teacup. The drought demon Corpse King was so moved it almost cried again.
Great. No need to go back to that little dark room underground.
Plus, there was a chance to show its face in front of this big person, Su Qianqian.
This was not punishment at all. This was simply an official position with a secure job. Roar. Received.
Please rest assured, leader. The Corpse King saluted with its gigantic ghostly claw, and surprisingly, the gesture looked quite standard.
Outside the window, the thunderstorm gradually ceased. The rampant corpse energy was slowly dispelled by the purification formation that Madame Hong had reactivated. A disaster that could have destroyed the instance quietly dissolved amidst Su Qianqian's cup of hot milk and switch of room for sleep. Only the global audience remained in a state of confusion. So, the S+ level boss was captured? Park Minju was sent to be fuel? And Su Qianqian, she just switched rooms to keep sleeping? Qin Ji, this F level, what kind of spell did he cast on this world? Chapter 36, the S+ level doorman? No, that is my personal bodyguard.
As Park Minju's piercing screams faded into the depths of the corridor, the suffocating resentment in the presidential suite seemed to dissipate as well. But the wreckage on the floor, the corroded carpet, and the half-collapsed ceiling all reminded everyone of the devastation that had just occurred here.
It's such a grave failure, such a grave failure.
Madame Hong looked at the corner of the cloud bed that had already collapsed, tears streaming down her face, mostly out of fear. She wished time could turn back, that she could take the bed's place and bear the pressure of death's aura, not willing to let Su Qianqian stay in such an environment for even a second longer. Madam, the adjacent, Queen Suite, has already been tidied up. Madame Hong bent down, her attitude 100 times more respectful than when she faced her own mother. Although it's not as spacious as this presidential suite, the bed is made of warm jade, it warms in winter and cools in summer, and the quilt is a new shark silk. Please move over, the air here is not good.
She referred to the lingering toxic death aura.
Although it had been suppressed by a formation, she feared it would harm this precious young lady.
Su Qianqian obediently nodded.
In fact, she was tired, having tossed and turned all night, dealing with renovations and catching mice. She was indeed quite worn out. She picked up her pillow and her star Kirby plush toy, just about to follow Madame Hong out when suddenly she paused. She turned back to glance at the huge shadow kneeling before the antique shelf, still fiercely protecting the red teacup, the Corpse King. The Corpse King maintained its prostrating position perfectly. Though its large eyes were murky, at the moment Su Qianqian looked at it, a burst of clear foolishness, and loyalty shone through.
Su Qianqian hesitated for a moment and worriedly asked Madame Hong. Sister, is it really okay to let this lord stay kneeling here? The ground is full of glass shards, and, that poisonous water, won't it hurt his knees?
Madame Hong glanced at the Corpse King.
Hurt his knees?
This lord is made of copper skin and iron bones, someone who can bathe in magma, glass shards are nothing to him, even kneeling on a board of nails would feel like a massage. But in response to Su Qianqian's kind-heartedness, before Madame Hong could speak, the Corpse King grew anxious.
Roar. Roar. It doesn't hurt. Not at all.
Fearing it would be chased away, the Corpse King hurriedly let out 2 low growls. To prove its good health, it even rubbed its knee, harder than steel, against the ground a couple of times, making a screech sound that could make one's teeth ache, sparks flying. It even tried hard to squeeze out an extremely ugly, flattering smile, extending a claw to make a pleased gesture, indicating Su Qianqian should go to sleep quickly and that she could absolutely trust it with the watch.
What a joke. Back to the underground? That's a prison. Watching the cup here is like doing a job for that unspeakable Mr. Qin. What a great honor this was.
If that lord looks upon it favorably, it might receive some leftover scraps, and it could break through the S+ threshold, becoming a true ghost god.
This is a promotion. It would rather die than leave. Well, okay then. Su Qianqian was touched by this lord's dedication to work.
She thought for a moment, then took out a bag of unopened, daily nuts, from the large pocket of her pajamas and gently placed it on the floor in front of the Corpse King.
Lord, this is your overtime pay. Su Qianqian smiled sweetly.
Working a night shift is tough, so if you're hungry, eat a little something. But don't throw the shells around, or else the cleaning lady will get mad. After saying this, she followed Madame Hong out of the ruins. Inside the room, only the colossal, green-furred zombie king remained, staring at the small bag of nuts with cartoon designs on it, lost in deep thought. After a while, it extended 2 claws sharp enough to tear steel, cautiously, as if defusing a nuclear bomb, and picked up the bag of nuts.
Crack!
It tore open the packaging and cherishly licked a walnut inside.
So fragrant. This is a treat from the madam. Much more delicious than eating human flesh.
This night was destined to be a sleepless night for the ghostly hotel and even the entire 4th district. The emergence of the S+ level Corpse King and its instant recruitment, although occurring in a sealed presidential suite.
But that terrifying wave of pressure could not be hidden.
Countless monsters lurking in every corner of the hotel, originally eager to cause trouble during the Blood Moon Festival, had all become like turtles retreating into their shells.
What riots! What robberies! What a joke! Didn't you see that even the legendary drought ancestor, capable of destroying the world, was now working as a security guard for someone? Sakura Inoue from Cherry Blossom Country was hiding in her cramped room on the third floor, wrapped tightly in a quilt, shaking like a leaf. Through a crack in the window, she had just seen Park Minju being dragged toward the incinerator like a dead dog by the ghost guard. That heartbreaking wailing could still be clearly heard even through several floors. It's crazy that woman from Dragon Country is a devil. Sakura Inoue's hand, holding the scissors, trembled, her face was as pale as paper, and the greed in her eyes had long been replaced by endless fear. What C-level recommendation letter? What alliance? In front of that woman, we are all jokes. We aren't even worthy to carry her shoes.
She recalled how she had mocked Su Qianqian together with Park Minju before.
A wave of post-disaster fear instantly drowned her.
If it weren't for Park Minju rushing to the front at that time, but herself.
Sakura Inoue dared not think further.
She didn't even dare to sleep, not even with that red cup just upstairs, not even with the empty night of hotel defenses right before her eyes. She didn't dare to step out of her room even half a step.
Just hold on, I must hold on. I don't want any task rewards. I just want to survive these 7 days.
Meanwhile, in the live stream room,
audiences from various countries watched the split-screen display. Bottom left, Sakura Inoue curled up in her blanket, wetting her pants. Bottom right, faint screams came from the incinerator.
Main screen, Su Qianqian lay on the warm jade bed prepared by Lady in Red, covered with a sun-kissed satin quilt, sleeping peacefully, even dreaming and smacking her lips.
The huge contrast rendered the world silent. What is national fortune?
This is national fortune. The people of Dragon Country won this round too thoroughly. In the following days, the ghostly hotel entered an unprecedented period of strange peace. No more short-sighted guests dared to cause trouble.
And no ghosts dared to make loud noise.
The whole hotel seemed to turn into a giant machine serving only the lady on the top floor.
Every morning,
the S+ level drought ancestor would let out a deep roar on time. It was calling Su Qianqian to wake up, replacing the alarm clock. Then, Lady in Red would personally bring in a basin washed with abyssal spirit dew and breakfast.
Madam, the porridge this morning is cooked with snow lotus seeds, just right. Madam, do you want to inspect the back garden today?
The higganbana flowers have bloomed. I had the gardener pull out all the thorny ones to ensure no pricks. Madam, this is the hotel's financial report for this quarter. You don't need to understand it, just leave your fingerprint on it, and that money will all be yours.
Su Qianqian was living a luxurious life she had never had even at home. Where is Sister Lin? Su Qianqian was still thinking about her friend.
Director Lin is busy in the lounge now, actually tasting wines and receiving the worship of ghosts, Lady in Red answered with a smile. She asked me to tell you that she is doing particularly well now, not only gaining 5 pounds but also that her previous rheumatism is healed.
Su Qianqian patted her chest in relief. That's good. I was worried that sister would be too tired from work. Time flew by quickly. Soon, it was the morning of the 7th day. Also known as the system-mandated task settlement day. My husband said that today we're going home.
Su Qianqian sat on the bed, looking at the blood moon about to set outside the window, feeling a bit homesick. Although she was eating well and living well here, and even the zombie grandpa at the door was quite lovely, he always smiled when he saw her, it was still not home.
There is Qin Ji.
There are the flowers she planted herself, and that land dog called Wangkai.
Madam, are you really leaving now?
Madame Hong stood by, holding that familiar, cold, ancient icebox, her eyes filled with true reluctance.
Not just because Su Qianqian is the wife of her benefactor.
During these 7 days together, she had genuinely come to like this simple, kind, and unpretentious silly girl who would share her S-level supplements with the little ghosts under her.
Yes, 7 days are up. Su Qianqian took the icebox.
Through the semi-transparent lid, one could see the artifact lying quietly inside, the one that made the entire abyss tremble, the blood river lamp of suppression. At this moment, the teacup had been wiped clean, without a trace of dust, even shinier than before.
Thank you, Sister Hong. Su Qianqian held the box and sincerely thanked her. I will definitely give this cup to my husband. He said he wanted to use it for tea, and I need to hurry back, otherwise, the water will get cold. Madame Hong's mouth twitched. Drinking tea. Drinking tea from a cup that had suppressed an S+ level zombie king for thousands of years, tainted with endless corpse and evil aura.
Aside from that, sir, no one could have such iron teeth and copper teeth.
Safe travels, madam. Madame Hong bowed deeply.
Meanwhile, the drought zombie king that had been lurking for 7 days was now somewhat restless. It glanced at the box in Su Qianqian's hand, then at the teleportation portal about to open. Roar! It let out a low whine. The cup was leaving. That aura was about to disappear. Was it going to descend back into that dark, lightless underground, suppressed for another few thousand years by those reactivated backup formations set up by Madame Home these days? It didn't want to go back. It wanted to go alone. It wanted to be that Sir's dog too. The Zombie King looked anxiously at Su Qianqian, extending its huge hand, pointing at the teleportation portal, then at itself, shaking its large head, eyes filled with pleading. Sir? Su Qianqian noticed its abnormal behavior. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Roar, roar. Take me with you. The Zombie King couldn't shout loudly, only scratching circles on the ground with its claws in urgency. But such a being, at its level, couldn't stray too far from the main body of the instance. Unless. I understand. Su Qianqian seemed to suddenly comprehend its meaning. You can't bear to part with this cup, right? The Zombie King nodded vigorously. But I can't leave it with you, this is what my husband wants. Su Qianqian felt a bit torn, but seeing the pitiful look on the king's face, her heart softened again. She searched her body, seeming to want to find a keepsake for this dedicated cleaning grandpa. After searching for a long time, she found nothing but snacks. This. As Su Qianqian felt embarrassed. The Zombie King, who had been silent, seemed to have made a decision. Crack! It suddenly stretched out its other hand and grabbed its left hand's pinky, a piece of bone, the sharpest of its finger bones, containing its essence as a Zombie King for 1,000 years. With a hard twist. With a crisp sound. That piece of bone, as translucent as white jade, without any rotting aura, was snapped off. Using its remaining fingers, it awkwardly found a red string used to tie curtains, threaded it through the bone, and made a simple necklace. Then, it crawled a couple of steps and presented this bone whistle necklace radiating S-level aura in front of Su Qianqian. For me? Su Qianqian exclaimed in surprise. Roar! Split body, protect. Though the Zombie King could not speak, its meaning was clear. This thing is for you, wear it, and if anyone bullies you in the future, just blow it, even if it's thousands of miles away, I can send a split body to help you bite someone. This was not just a gift. This was its way of finding a long-term rice ticket. As long as this finger bone is on Su Qianqian, it is connected to that lord, maybe in the future it can really be redeemed. This bone seems like ivory. Su Qianqian has no idea that this is a life-saving talisman given by the Corpse King from his own mutilated body. She looked at the glowing white little bone and thought it was quite unique. It has that kind of, what's the word? Punk style. Su Qianqian happily took it and hung it directly around her neck, side by side with the black iron plate. Thank you, sir. I really like it. The Corpse King revealed a satisfied and terrifying smile. The white light began to gather. The teleportation was about to begin. Su Qianqian grabbed the 20 huge woven bags filled with loot, shoved in by the Red Lady, and stood in the center of the light circle, waving to everyone. Red Lady, Lin Yun, the Corpse King, and the employees still kneeling on the ground. Goodbye, everyone. I will miss you. Senior Lin, you must do a good job as the director. Next time I have a chance, I'll bring delicious food to see you. Sending off the lady. Amidst the thunderous farewell. In a flash of light. Su Qianqian disappeared. Along with the red teacup that carried the S-level Forbidden Area's fortune, and the hopes of players from the Great Han country, all vanished into the air. Only leaving behind a pile of legends and a group of abyssal evil spirits still kneeling on the ground. Chapter 37, Task Settlement, the correct way to take away special products. For some people, 7 days is a torment that feels like a year, like Jing Shangingzi, who hides in the corner and has to be wary of being devoured by other strange things. But for Su Qianqian, it felt more like an immersive vacation, with a touch of homesickness but full of experiences. Early morning. In the 18th floor Queen Suite. Ding dong. A pleasant system notification rang in Su Qianqian's mind, breaking the morning's tranquility. Congratulations, Dragon Kingdom player Su Qianqian. You have successfully survived in the S-level instance Underworld Hotel for 7 days. Main task, obtain a formal position, Chief Sleep Experience Officer, achieved. Task evaluation, SSS level, Abyss Tremor. Comment, you have conquered the hotel's high management in an astonishing manner, turning this place into your backyard. You are truly the mistress of the instance. Is that it? Su Qianqian sat on the big bed carved from warm jade, rubbing her eyes in confusion, still holding the still asleep star Kirby in her arms. She glanced outside. The blood moon was slowly fading, replaced by the unique white halo of the teleportation countdown. Although this place isn't bad, I still want to go home and eat my husband's cooking. Su Qianqian stretched, jumped off the bed, and changed back into the clothes she wore when she arrived. Outside the door, a respectful knock was heard. Madam, are you up? It was the Red Lady's voice, sounding somewhat more lonely and anxious than usual.
Come in. Su Qianqian opened the door.
Outside were not only the Red Lady but also Senior Lin Yun, still dressed in her crisp uniform. And that S+ grade zombie king, the current security captain / door guard, squatting in the hallway like an iron tower, unwilling to throw away a few empty nut bags he held.
Madam, I heard you were setting off to go home today.
The Red Lady was wearing a slightly simpler cheongsam today, holding a box emitting white mist, looking at Su Qianqian with complex eyes. This is a little token of appreciation I prepared for you, and also the item that the benefactor specifically requested.
She stepped forward and solemnly opened the cold jade box made from everlasting ice in front of Su Qianqian. Click. Cold air spread out.
Inside the pure white ice layer, there lay a dark red small teacup, as if just pulled out from Bloodwater, Prison Blood River cup.
Compared to 7 days ago, the teacup now appeared even more moist.
For these 7 days, the Red Lady did not hesitate to spend a lot of expensive spirit liquid, wiping it 3 times a day, morning and evening, and even using soul-soothing incense to fumigate it, fearing that even the tiniest trace of corpse Qi hadn't been completely removed, causing Qin Ji to feel disgusted.
Is it clean? Su Qianqian's first concern was not how much it was worth, but whether it was sanitary.
She remembered her husband had a cleanliness obsession.
It's clean. Absolutely clean. The Red Lady solemnly guaranteed, even raising her hand to swear, not even a speck of dust can be found under a microscope. And I also specially disinfected it, both physically and magically, ensuring that the benefactor can use it directly as soon as it's brought back. That's good. Su Qianqian nodded in satisfaction, reaching out to touch the cold cup. Thank you, Sister Hong.
I'll tell my husband when I get back, the cup has been brought. She casually closed the lid, as if putting away an ordinary souvenir, and stuffed it into her little cat-shaped bag along with that 100% equity deed. Looking at the priceless property deed and the artifact that could shake the abyss, casually squeezed together in a plush bag. The Red Lady's eyelids twitched, but she still didn't dare to speak. Perhaps, this is the pattern of an immortal couple. Madam. Lin Yun stepped forward, her eyes a bit swollen. These 7 days had felt like a dream, from hell to heaven, and all of it was thanks to the girl in front of her.
Qianqian, are you leaving?
Lin Yun grabbed Su Qianqian's hand, her voice thick with emotion. After you go back, if you can still see the real world's internet, remember to let my parents know I'm safe. Tell them I'm here and I'm doing well, as a government official.
Don't worry, Senior.
Su Qianqian squeezed her hand back tightly, smiling brightly.
And now that you have that work badge, no one here will dare to bully you. If you want something delicious, just tell Sister Hong, and put it on my tab. The Red Lady nodded repeatedly, of course. Director Lin is my right hand. The farewell atmosphere was originally warm. But at that moment,
the massive creature, the drought demon Corpse King, squatting by the door, suddenly became agitated. Its murky, grayish-white eyes were fixed on the bag on Su Qianqian's back, the cup inside.
It looked at the expanding white teleportation circle. Roar!
The Corpse King let out a low growl, as if feeling wronged, like a large dog.
It knew. With the cup being taken away, and this madam leaving, the trace of that great one's aura would completely disappear. The Red Lady had already set up a new formation underground these past few days. Though it wasn't as powerful as the cup, it was enough to lock it back into the dark basement. It didn't want to go back.
It had just tasted the flavor of nuts. It had just breathed in a few breaths of slightly fresher air. Even if it was full of death chi, it was still fresher.
Roar, roar. Don't leave. Take me with you. Though the Corpse King couldn't speak human language, it desperately scratched the floor with its long claws, sparks flying. It stretched out its giant hand, like a withered tree branch, carefully grabbing a corner of Su Qianqian's clothes, looking at her pitifully. Master? Su Qianqian turned her head, stunned by the creature's actions. You don't want me to leave? The Corpse King nodded madly. To be precise, it couldn't bear to part with the man behind Su Qianqian, the man's leg. But I can't take you with me. Su Qianqian felt a bit troubled. The system said she could only take personal items, and a construction worker this big was definitely too heavy. Don't be sad. Work well, next time I'll ask my husband to give you a bonus. Upon hearing the word next time, the light in the Corpse King's eyes dimmed. Who knew when the next time would be? What if it fell asleep in the underground again for too long? What if the new formation was too strong and it couldn't get out? No. There must be a talisman. There must be a bond that is available at all times. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, this terrifying S+ level existence suddenly straightened up. A fierce and decisive glint flashed in its eyes. Crack! A sound that made one's teeth ache from the crunch of bone. The Corpse King actually raised its right hand and forcibly broke off its own left pinky finger, the longest one that had gathered its lifetime's essence of corpse energy.
At the moment the bone fractured, no blood came out, instead, it emitted a translucent, jade-like luster. The death energy that had wrapped around it quickly retracted, transforming into a warm, odorless white bone whistle. This. Lady Red covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock.
This is not just an ordinary bone. This is the Corpse King's fate bone. As long as one possesses this bone, no matter how far apart they are, even across dimensions, blowing it will allow the Corpse King to sense the summoning. If it burns its essence blood, it can even project a clone with 80% of its original combat power. This is turning itself into a summoned beast. This ancestor has gone to such lengths just to seek protection? Roar! The Corpse King endured the excruciating pain of its broken finger and trembled as it picked up a red string used for wrapping gifts from the ground, awkwardly threading it through the bone whistle. Then, it crawled 2 steps, holding this necklace that still carried its body temperature, and presented it to Su Qianqian. For me? Su Qianqian blinked in surprise. She looked at the pure white, ivory-like bone, completely unaware that it was just broken off from the creature's hand, because it happened too fast and without blood. She thought this was some kind of protective talisman or ornament carried by the elder. Roar roar. Guard. It's so beautiful. Su Qianqian picked up the bone whistle and held it up to the light. The texture is so delicate, it's a bit like those punk-style ivory ornaments? She didn't mind at all, instead, she felt it was the elder's kindness and directly hung it around her neck, letting it touch the dirty supreme black gold token, making a crisp sound of collision. Thank you, Elder. Su Qianqian smiled warmly as she patted the Corpse King's long green-haired head, this time it even lowered its head on its own to be patted. I will wear it well. Just like you are by my side. Upon hearing this, the Corpse King grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, showing a highly satisfied yet frightening smile that could scare a child. Steady now. With this talisman, it is now a pet of that man outside the law. Buzz. The column of light for teleportation was fully formed. It enveloped the entire room. Su Qianqian stood in the center of the light column, holding the overflowing bag of local specialties that Lady Red had crammed into her hands. Goodbye, everyone. The girl waved, like a curtain call after a perfect journey. We bid farewell to the lady. Lady Red, along with Lin Yun, the Corpse King who still smiled foolishly despite losing a finger, and the thousands of ghostly beings kneeling outside in the corridor, all bowed their heads, the sound resonating through the air. With a flash of white light, the once deadlocked Underworld Grand Hotel not only failed to keep a single hair of Su Qianqian's but instead lost half a storeroom of treasures and even a finger from its own ancestor. As the light disappeared, the entire S-Class Forbidden Area fell silent once more. Only Lady Red lay weakly on the ground, gazing at the empty antique shelf, letting out a sigh of relief after surviving the ordeal. Finally, sent away this living bodhisattva. Notify everyone, the hotel will be closed for 3 days. All personnel should rest. The white light dissipated, and the feeling of weightlessness vanished. When her feet once again pressed against the familiar and solid blue stone pavement, Su Qianqian couldn't help but take a deep breath. The murky stench that mixed lavish perfume and stale blood from the Underworld Grand Hotel was gone. Although the air in the Abyss Old Street still carried a chill of sunlight lost for years, for Su Qianqian, it was simply the most comforting smell at home mixed with her husband's faint tea fragrance, the earthiness of the yard, and a calming hint of sandalwood. Finally back. Su Qianqian opened her eyes and looked at the shop before her, the Abyss grocery store, which was hanging with spider webs and had a slightly crooked sign, and felt it was 1,000 times friendlier than the presidential suite she had stayed in for 7 days. Woof! Woof! Before she could steady herself, a black whirlwind rushed out from the half-open gate of the yard. It was the watchdog Wonkai, a disguised version of the Hellhound. During these 7 days, with the mistress gone, the terrifying big boss, Qin Ji, had returned to his usual mode of eating, sleeping, and staring blankly. The whole yard was lifeless, even the pool of magical fish had become thin from starvation due to lack of food. Now sensing the presence of his mistress, Wonsai's tail wagged so hard it almost snapped, and he was about to leap into Su Qianqian's arms. However, just as he was about to pounce into Su Qianqian's embrace, screech! This hellish beast with S-level power suddenly sensed an extremely dangerous aura, creating sparks on the bluestone tiles as it came to an abrupt stop half a meter away from Su Qianqian. Its keen dog nose twitched twice, and its terrified gaze locked onto the white neck of Su Qianqian. There, apart from the soul-chilling supreme black gold order, there was also a piece, radiating an ancient corpse aura, enough to freeze the red-dressed evil spirit in place with just a whiff, an ancient bone whistle. The bone of the Drought Corpse King. Woo! Wonkai tucked his tail and emitted an uneasy low growl. This smell was too overwhelming. How could the ancient madman's, Corpse King, life bone be on the mistress? That was a 1,000-year-old zombie. Moreover, its aura carried a hint of provocation, as if saying I have been claimed, you, the watchdog, should stay back. What's wrong, Wonkai? Did you miss me? Su Qianqian did not notice the cross-border duel between dog and bone.
She set down the bag she was carrying, crouched down, and rubbed the head of the black dog, which had finally stopped trembling. Good boy, this time, I've brought you some delicious local specialties.
Just then. Since you're back, are you just standing there at the door like a fool?
A lazy, familiar voice with the usual sleepy horse quality floated out from the hall. Qin Ji, wearing a faded cotton t-shirt, still holding that walnut, devil's eyeball, that would never get a shell, walked out slowly and leaned against the doorframe. He looked at Su Qianqian in the yard, and although his gaze remained indifferent, the lines of his mouth that had been tense for days softened at that moment.
Husband.
Su Qianqian's eyes lit up. If not for the luggage all around her, she would have run over to hug him.
I'm back. The mission is complete. And with an SSS level rating.
Qin Ji nodded, his gaze sweeping over the ancient bone whistle, a flicker of understanding, and speechlessness at the licking dog corpse king, passing in his eyes. Then he looked past Su Qianqian. Even he, a former evil god used to grand scenes, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow.
What's this?
Qin Ji pointed at the heaps of colorful woven bags behind Su Qianqian, piled up like small mountains, nearly blocking the entrance to the grocery store.
Did you go shopping for supplies?
If one didn't look closely, one might think this was just brought back from some small commodity wholesale market in Yiwu. Those 20 or so woven bags were red, blue, and green, decorated with phrases like blossoming wealth and congratulations on your fortune, which evoke a strong sense of nostalgia. These were the bags that Red Lady specially found to be down to earth.
He.
Su Qianqian scratched her head shyly, her face a bit red.
It's not a purchase, it's a gift. Sister Hong is really too polite.
I said no, but she insisted on giving it. She said these are the backlog of the hotel for hundreds of years, and if they can't be sold, they take up space, so she wanted me to help clear some out.
And she glancingly looked at the 20 bags, a bit guilty.
And that Senior Lin, Director Lin, also said these are local specialties, not taking them would be looking down on them.
So I just took a tiny bit. Qin Ji. A tiny bit? The value of this pile of things could probably buy half of the strange world, right? But he didn't say anything.
After all, the warehouse at home is big, the other dimensional space is infinitely large, no matter how much junk there is, it can fit.
Then move it in.
As he spoke, his fingers moved slightly, an invisible force lifted the dozens of heavy bags, floating like feathers into the storeroom in the backyard. The audience in the livestream watched in astonishment as Su Qianqian began to unbox the delivery. That feeling was so much better than watching any Double 11 unboxing.
Zzzzz. Su Qianqian pulled open the zipper of the first bag.
A rich aroma of wine instantly filled the entire yard, even the leaves of the nearby ghost tree swayed drunkenly.
Look, hubby. There's so much wine. Su Qianqian took out one earthen jar after another, all covered in dirt.
Sister Hong said these are wines that spoiled in the cellar. Actually they are aged for 1,000 years, unwanted wines, and I should take them back for cooking.
I thought you might like to drink a bit, so I brought them all. That was a bis drunk of 100 ghosts.
Each jar could make an ordinary spirit kill rivers of blood over it, but to Su Qianqian, it was just cooking wine.
Well, I can put some in the duck stew tonight. Qin Ji cooperatively commented. And this? The second bag opened.
Inside were rolls of shimmering, gossamer-like fabric that even glowed in the night.
This looks like, what is it called, some kind of gauze.
I heard nobody wanted it before, S-grade armor, only demon kings can afford it, so they all got used as cleaning rags for me.
Su Qianqian touched the fabric. I think the texture is really good. How about I make a cover for the sofa at home? Shark silk.
Qin Ji glanced at it. It's indeed durable, it can be used as a rag too. Then, the third bag, the fourth bag. All kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that could only appear at the climax of an auction were dumped by Su Qianqian in the yard for sorting, like cabbage. Dragon bloodwood can be used for fire, extreme jade can be used as a flower pot base, 10,000-year ghostface melon, fruit after dinner.
At this moment, the small courtyard gleamed with brilliance, filled with celestial energy.
If it weren't for the barrier casually set by Qin Ji blocking the treasure glow, those old monsters from 100 miles around, or even deep in the abyss, would probably not help but crawl out from their slumber to rob. Watching Su Qianqian bustling about, her face glowing with a smile that showed she struck it rich. Qin Ji poured her a cup of warm water from inside and handed it to her. Take a break. He looked at the special products filling the yard, his tone plain. Next time you go to such places, don't be so straightforward. If others give you garbage, just take it, there's barely any space left at home. The Dragon Kingdom audience. Garbage? Dude, you call this garbage? If those jars of wine are garbage, please throw me in the garbage bin too. I think I understand now. In Qin Ji's eyes, aside from his wife, the other powerful weapons really have no difference from junk. This is true Versailles mode. Alright, I get it now. Su Qianqian took a sip of water, obediently agreeing. After organizing the last item, she suddenly remembered the most important purpose of this trip. She put down her cup, her expression becoming a bit serious, even with a hint of mystery.
By the way, hubby, those don't matter.
Su Qianqian hugged her cat pain bag cautiously, unzipping it carefully.
The thing you wanted, the most important thing. I brought it back.
Qin Ji looked at her.
Of course, he knew what she was talking about. But he still cooperatively raised an eyebrow. Oh? Didn't lose it? Of course not. I let the Lord, the Corpse King, watch it for 24 hours.
Su Qianqian said as she carefully took out the ancient icebox, steaming with white fog, from her bag. The box was placed on the stone table. Even through the lid, the ancient, weathered, and suppressing aura of eternity still made Wang Kai, hiding under the table, bury its head between its paws, too scared to make a sound.
Open it and take a look. Qin Ji tilted his chin. MHM. Su Qianqian took a deep breath and slowly revealed the lid as if presenting a treasure. Within that pure white chill,
a small dark red jade cup, glimmering with a faint blood hue, as if containing the most extreme sealing rule in the world, the Hell River Blood Cup, lay quietly inside. For this cup, the Dry Corpse King was forced to become a cleaner.
Madame Red almost vomited blood and died.
Players from the Great Cold Kingdom had perished without a trace.
Is this the cup that was lent out? Su Qianqian looked at it curiously.
It was indeed quite beautiful, and it was really clean, without a single stain, bright red.
But to be honest, aside from being pretty, she couldn't see anything particularly magical about it.
Yes, it is.
Qin Ji reached out.
That divine artifact, which even Madame Red had to wear gloves to touch, and made the Corpse King kneel at the sight of it. Just like that, he casually picked it up and spun it around a couple of times on his fingertips.
The quality is good, not damaged. Qin Ji gave his evaluation.
He didn't immediately use it for spells or cultivation like those mortals thought, not even wanting the ancient icebox. He just held the cup, casually wiped it with his sleeve. Madame Red, what do you think I disinfect it 3 times a day for?
Then, in the shocked eyes of Su Qianqian and billions of audiences, he walked over to the old pot that was boiling ordinary water. He picked up the pot and poured a full cup of boiled water.
Who?
He blew on it softly,
tilted his head and drank it all in one go.
Tisk. Qin Ji put down the cup with a satisfied sigh.
Sure enough, drinking tea still has to use a comfortable cup.
Those blue and white porcelain, which are also antiques, I've been using for hundreds of years, feel too light, no grip. Su Qianqian. The audience. So you really only wanted it because it felt good, forcing your wife to risk her life to get it from the Corpse King's head? Hubby Su Qianqian hesitated to ask, this cup really has no special function? Like, it could glow, or?
Qin Ji glanced at her and pushed the cup toward her.
Aren't you thirsty? Take a sip with this? Su Qianqian looked at the cup that had just been used to suppress a zombie, then at Qin Ji's nonchalant expression. Finally, she shook her head. No thanks, hubby, I have my own thermos.
Although she trusted her husband very much. But that red on the cup had looked like drinking blood.
Suit yourself. Qin Ji didn't insist.
He refilled the cup with water and held it in his hands to warm it. This, Hell River Blood Cup, was a divine artifact suppressing the heavens and earth outside, but here, the endless fiery energy it contained could just neutralize the cold of the abyss night, making it a perfect hand warmer.
Alright, things are collected, and food is eaten.
Qin Ji looked at the night sky. The stars there seemed a little brighter than usual. This indicated that some kind of balance in the abyss was being broken, perhaps because those neighbors couldn't sit still again.
Go to bed early tonight. Qin Ji suddenly said. Tomorrow, a few old friends, those abyss lords disguised as neighbors, might come to visit you. Chapter 41, So much money can't be spent? Hubby, the abyss is too cold, use it for firewood.
After sending off those 2 warm-hearted S-level neighbors, the grocery store at number 10 Abyss Old Street returned to calm. In the yard, the few trees that had long disguised themselves as ordinary old trees, the A-grade bloodthirsty locust trees, finally dared to stretch their stiff branches, making a pleasant rustling sound.
Su Qianqian was not idle.
She was squatting next to the Wangwali wooden table in the hall, frowning and staring at the pile of small cards that seemed about to overflow in front of her. These were stuffed into the layer of her woven bag by Madame Hong right before she left. There were more than 30 cards in total, each one pure black, the material feeling like both jade and metal, with grotesque skull reliefs and golden serial numbers embossed on them. Underworld Black Gold Stored Value Card, Unlimited/Supreme Edition. Issued jointly by the Hell Hotel and the Underworld Chamber of Commerce, each card pre-stored with an allowance of Underworld coins, 1 billion, 1 billion. Valid throughout the abyss, no password required.
This was pocket money given to the chairman's wife by Madame Hong.
In Madame Hong's words, the small amount of money is just enough for the lady to buy milk tea, do not think much of it. But in the eyes of the livestream viewers, this was no pocket money, it was like moving the national treasury of a strange world here.
1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000.
Su Qianqian stretched out her tender fingers and counted the numbers on the card several times, eventually collapsing weakly onto the table, letting out a sound of despair belonging to a wealthy woman.
How much is this really worth? Sister Hong is really something, why give me so many cards? The prices here don't seem that high, do they? A steamed bun only costs $1. She recalled the inflation in the real world. Could it be that their currency depreciates severely here? Are these actually Zimbabwean dollars? The viewers from Long Nation in the live stream. I don't want to talk. I just feel it's noisy. We risked our lives to earn 10 underworld coins, and she thinks 1 billion worth of cards is too much? If this is Zimbabwean dollars, I would be willing to go there and be a beggar. This is way too Versailles. But, why does it feel so satisfying to look at?
Qin Ji was just walking in from the backyard. He had just checked the iron chains sealing the three-headed hellhound, finding them a bit loose as Wonkai, Cerberus, had been eating too much lately, so he casually reinforced them. Seeing Su Qianqian slumped over the table, sighing, he walked over and lay down on the exclusive Grand Master chair.
What's wrong? Didn't the pork just now suit your taste? No, darling.
Su Qianqian lifted her head, holding a large handful of black gold cards, with a face full of distress. It's these cards given by Sister Hong.
So many.
And these cards are so heavy, they weigh down my bag, and I have nowhere to spend them.
If only we could scan to pay like we do back home. Qin Ji glanced at the pile of cards.
He had never cared much for money. Or rather, at his level, money had lost its meaning and turned into a pure number game.
You think it's heavy?
Qin Ji reached out and took a black gold card from Su Qianqian's hand. Pinching it between two fingers, he looked at it in the dim light.
This kind of low-grade gathering evil gourd card does indeed have a rough craftsmanship.
The efficiency of storing energy is too low, only those little ghosts outside are still using them. Su Qianqian didn't understand what gathering evil or energy meant, all she understood was that her husband was criticizing the poor workmanship of the card.
So, should we throw them away? Su Qianqian asked cautiously, though she felt it was a pity, they took up too much space. Throw them away?
Although the craftsmanship is poor, the energy inside is still real. Qin Ji lazily sat up straight, pointing to the old, extinguished bronze fire basin in the corner of the hall that looked like an antique.
Recently, the abyss has entered the extremine season, a nonsensical term, and the temperature drops sharply at night.
You go, throw these cards, along with those paper bills, large denomination cash underworld coins, with messy portraits in the bag, into the fire basin.
Ha! Su Qianqian was stunned. Burn them? Darling, this is money. Even if it might be waste paper, isn't it too wasteful to just burn it directly? Even the daughter of a super-rich tycoon had never seen such a spectacle of burning a bank card. That is kindling. Qin Ji corrected calmly.
In this world, the only purpose of such things is to provide energy. Burning it makes the room warm all night, much cleaner than burning coal, and there is no smoke.
As he spoke, to demonstrate, Qin Ji gently rubbed his fingers. Poof!
A burst of pale flame ignited at his fingertips, instantly setting ablaze the black gold card with a limit of 1 billion.
The hard black gold material melted rapidly under the pale flame, not turning into molten iron, but transforming into a stream of extremely pure and rich blue warmth that slowly spread throughout the room. The originally cold hall instantly became warm as spring, even making a person feel that their pores had opened, as fatigue dissipated completely. Wow! Su Qianqian felt the warmth and her eyes lit up. It's really warm. And there's a smell of money? That's right.
Qin Ji casually tossed the half-burned card into the fire pit. Go ahead, burn it for fun.
Whenever you feel it's not warm enough, just throw in a couple more. Su Qianqian's worldview was reshaped once again. So money here isn't meant to be spent, it's for warmth? Is it like burning charcoal in winter? Su Qianqian understood. Since it's fuel, then there's no need to feel sorry for it.
So, under the watchful eyes of global viewers who were nearly spitting blood, Su Qianqian happily picked up the pile of black gold cards and spirit coins worth over 10 billion, like a busy little firekeeper, tossing them one by one into the fire pit. Every time she tossed one in, a wave of luxurious warm air surged from the fire pit.
So extravagant, this is simply too wasteful.
I just checked, one of these cards can buy the ownership of an entire B-level dungeon.
She's using it as firewood?
Watching Su Qianqian have so much fun, Qin Ji lay back in his chair again and took a sip from the blood river lamp. His eyes were calm, as if what he burned was just a pile of waste paper.
In fact, he wasn't entirely bragging.
In this world, the so-called spirit coins are essentially a monetized form of spiritual power crystals.
And the source of currency. is right here with him.
1,000 years ago, in the chaos of the abyss, bartering was incredibly inefficient. To facilitate management, he casually drew out a vein of spiritual energy from the abyss and established the initial currency rules. And on each of the original spirit coin templates, he stamped the abyss totem, representing his will.
In other words, as long as he wants,
he can just stamp a mark on a piece of white paper, and that would be the largest denomination in this world. He is the printing machine of this entire strange world.
Wife.
Looking at Su Qianqian, who was burning enthusiastically, with her little face glowing from the firelight, Qin Ji suddenly spoke up.
Don't burn it all at once, leave 2 cards as change. If you want to go shopping in a few days, you'll need something to pay. I got it. Su Qianqian didn't even turn her head, clutching a handful of spirit coins. I saved 3 cards for you. Will 3 be enough for groceries? I noticed pork around here doesn't seem cheap.
Qin Ji chuckled softly.
3 black gold cards?
That would be enough to buy the entire market along with that group of butchers as laborers.
That's enough.
Qin Ji picked up a pair of scissors and casually trimmed the leaves of a nearby plant, masquerading as a money tree, while his tone returned to a lazy, everyday manner.
If it's not enough, I'll just draw 2 more for you.
Live stream comments.
Draw? What kind of outrageous talk is this? This thing can be drawn? Others are making money, Qin Ji is creating money? Definitive evidence. This shop owner not only has extraordinary strength but is also the puppet master controlling the economic lifeline. Su Qianqian, of course, didn't understand the implication of the word draw.
She simply felt her husband was amazing, and he could even draw. She watched the flames dancing in the fire pit. I just feel that this shabby little home is becoming more and more interesting.
However,
at this warm and extravagant moment of heating,
bang, bang, bang.
The tightly shut shop door in the front hall was suddenly knocked heavily from the outside. This time, it was no longer the cautious and reverent knocking of Grandma Li and the others. Instead, it was a hurried knocking sound, even with a hint of seduction and temptation.
Brother? Is there someone inside?
A girl's voice, sweet and sticky like smeared honey but also carrying a hint of worldly weariness, came through the crack of the door.
I got lost. It's so cold. Can I stay for a night? Su Qianqian was taken aback, stopping the action of throwing money into the fire pit. Honey, someone is knocking. And it's a girl, sounds like she's really pitiful?
As a kind-hearted little rabbit, her first reaction was to open the door. But Qin Ji's hand pressed down on her shoulder, stopping her from getting up. Qin Ji's gaze crossed the heavy courtyard walls and landed outside the door. A hint of extreme disgust flashed in his once lazy eyes. In his eyes, the person standing outside was not a pitiful girl at all, but an exposed, exotic player giving off a pink miasma, with a long, thin tail. The smell on her body. It was so foul that even Wang Kai was sneezing in the backyard.
No need to open. Qin Ji withdrew his hand and picked up the teacup again, his tone cold as if discussing a fly. Not a person. She wants to steal something, a wild cat. Chapter 42, the smell is too strong, even my dog is allergic. Stay? Su Qianqian blinked her big eyes, still holding a handful of ghost money worth millions, ready to throw it into the fire pit. As a young lady protected in an ivory tower since childhood, her defenses against such green tea phrases were nearly zero. Hearing the other party mention being cold and lost, her sympathy instinctively popped up. Honey, that girl's voice sounds so sad, it seems like she's trembling. Su Qianqian turned to Qin Ji, her tone softening, carrying a hint of negotiation. The fog outside is so thick, how about we let her in to warm up? After all, our fire pit is burning brightly, and it won't be crowded with one more person. In her view, since they were all players, they were all unlucky ones in a foreign land, and it was only right to help each other. However, Qin Ji did not release his hand pressed on her shoulder. His other hand held the red, blood river cup, even too lazy to glance toward the door. Pitiful? Qin Ji scoffed, his deep eyes revealing indifference that saw right through everything. In the 10 miles around this old street of the abyss, besides our house, which has a barrier, not even a living ant can get in. If she can reach the door and hasn't been sucked dry by those 2 guard locust trees, do you think she's a lost ordinary person? Su Qianqian was stunned, huh? Then she is. She came prepared. Qin Ji's tone was flat, and she has no good intentions. Outside the door, the female player named Anna was shivering against the door. She was a player from a small country affiliated with Lighthouse Country. Although her performance in the last dungeon was mediocre, she got lucky and opened a treasure chest revealing a rare lineage, beginner succubus physique. Though it's just beginner level, that kind of alluring aura exuding from her bones was enough to daze even the less strong-willed and strange creatures, not to mention ordinary men. She had already picked this place from live streams.
Although Qin Ji was a useless in an F-grade area, his wife was rich. The room full of supplies and that astonishing luck. Anna thought, as long as she could hook up with Qin Ji, she could surely use her charm and tactics to push out that stupid woman named Su Qianqian, and become the mistress of this rich haven. Men are all creatures who think with their lower bodies. Anna adjusted the half-torn collar she had intentionally ripped. She pinched her thigh again, making it look red, swollen, and pitiful.
I don't believe it, on this late night, you're going to resist this?
She took a deep breath, her voice becoming even more charming, even with a hint of magical suggestion.
Big brother, open the door. I'm really scared. I have a very special way of thanking you, it will definitely make you feel good.
As she spoke, she attempted to force her beautifully painted red nails through the crack of the door. With her movement, a thick pink mist floated in through the gap. It was not perfume, it was a seductive mist with hallucinogenic effects.
In the living room. Achoo! Achoo!
Kai, the hellhound, who was gnawing on a bone under the table, suddenly sneezed violently, showing an extremely disdainful expression on his dog face.
He was a righteous dog. He hated that kind of overwhelming smell. It was simply polluting his sense of smell. Honey, what is that smell? It smells so good, but makes me want to vomit. Su Qianqian also covered her nose.
She wasn't stupid, that smell, like a ton of cheap perfume splashed on the ground, made her instinctively uncomfortable.
Qin Ji's gaze instantly turned cold.
In this world, the only one who could make him open the door was Su Qianqian.
Other dirty things had no right to stick their claws in here? Want to come in?
Qin Ji put down his teacup, still sitting in his chair without moving, only pointing his finger towards the door, gently grasping at the air.
Since you want to come in, don't use your hands. Roll in. Buzz. An invisible force suddenly burst forth. Anna outside didn't respond in time, only feeling the originally closed door blown open by a hurricane. Ah!
She screamed, her whole body uncontrollably lunging forward, tumbling to the ground like a rolling gourd, face down, landing hard on the living room floor.
Thud. She fell in a messy heap.
Her carefully designed sexy outfit was instantly ruined, her hair messy, covering her face. The clothes she wore to entice now led her to knees covered in blood after the fall.
Ouch, brother, you're so rude.
Anna, enduring the pain, tried to feign shyness, lifting her head to aim her flirtatious eyes at the man sitting right in the center, Qin Ji. She was quite confident in her appearance just now having been trampled on, in a certain context, that was a bonus point.
However,
when she raised her head and met his gaze, all her shyness, calculation, and charm froze in an instant. In those eyes, there was no trace of desire. Only a kind of disgust and coldness, as if looking at garbage, or even worse, the mud on the shoe.
Is this the special thank you mentioned?
Qin Ji played with 2 walnuts in his hands, looking down at her.
Besides dressing like a plucked wild chicken, I don't see anything special. What? Anna was stunned. Wild chicken?
Qin Ji, however, didn't give her a chance to speak. He turned his head, glancing at Su Qianqian, who was covering her nose, and frowned even deeper.
Get rid of your smell. That stench of corpse combined with this unknown foul odor, it's choking my wife. Even my dog was allergic just now, didn't you see?
Under the table, Kai very cooperatively barked, woof.
I want to vomit. You.
Anna was infuriated by this barrage of humiliation.
She was a succubus. A player. How did she become a corpse-smelling wild chicken?
You ungrateful F-grade trash.
She was just about to explode. Qin Ji waved his hand impatiently.
That movement was like shooing away a buzzing green fly near your ear.
So noisy. Go back where you came from. Boom.
Anna felt a terrifying force that seemed capable of toppling mountains crash into her chest without warning.
That was pure air pressure. It was a strand of abyssal wind Qin Ji casually summoned. Ah! Anna let out a piercing scream. She didn't even have time to get up from the ground.
The whole person was like a small ball hit by a golf club, flying back directly at a speed unseen by the naked eye.
Bang! She broke through the air.
She passed through the yard, flew over the 2 red lanterns, and didn't even touch the gate, carried by the wind, like a shooting star disappearing into the dark night sky of the deep and old street. According to a certain sea-level monster who later set up a stall in the neighboring block, that night, it saw a woman wearing very little, flying over like a rocket, all the way to the hundreds of kilometers away Wanshi Cave, a class A dangerous place, and there was no more movement.
Live streaming room. Physical exorcism? This must be physical exorcism, right? Damn wild chicken. Did Qin Ji's mouth open with magic? It's too poisonous.
I laughed to death. That woman didn't even have time to use her skill before being blown away by a gust of wind.
Su Qianqian was even counting money there. She didn't take that woman seriously at all. In the living room.
The sound of wing calmed, the door was clanged shut again under Qin Ji's mental control. And this time, Qin Ji added an invisible dark golden rune on the door. That was the absolute refusal barrier. Unless he allowed it, or Su Qianqian opened the door herself, even if a god came, they would have to stand at the door knocking until they died.
Husband. Su Qianqian put down the money in her hand, blinking her eyes at Qin Ji. Did that big sister fly a bit too far? It's fine.
Qin Ji picked up the blood-red teacup and took a sip of water, moistening his throat that just scolded.
It's cool over there, let her wake up.
And, he glanced at Su Qianqian, his eyes filled with a bit of helpless doting, or perhaps a reluctance to get into trouble. In the future, no matter what unknown beings come, whether human, ghost, or wild cats and dogs, no one is allowed to open the door. We don't need so many freeloaders at home.
Su Qianqian nodded, seeming to understand. Oh. I got it. Just like I don't open the door for strangers, to prevent scams.
She didn't take that little episode to heart, turning around to pick up a black gold card, happily throwing it into the fire pit.
Husband, the fire is getting bigger. It's so warm.
The flames illuminated her smiling face, pure and innocent. Qin Ji leaned against the back of the chair, watching the rising blue flames, calculating in his heart. These reckless little bugs are increasing in number. It seems that when that so-called Nightmare Academy opens, he must prepare some heavy hitters for his wife who only knows how to giggle. Otherwise, in that group full of old schemers during the exam, this silly girl might be swallowed whole with skin and bones.
He remembered those toys in the second drawer of the cabinet.
Just right, there was a bad-tempered rabbit that was just complaining about being hungry a few days ago.